Hello, Mayor John Tory here. Greetings from the City of Toronto. I'm very pleased to help kick off the second summit of the Canadian GovTech Summit Series. And I want to thank and congratulate Discover Canada and the DMZ for their partnership to host this event. The City of Toronto is a world-class leader in digital innovation. Every single day, our robust ecosystem attracts leading researchers and innovators from all over the world. We've all witnessed how the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the adoption of technology and, in fact, has changed the way we work in many different respects. So this makes it more important than ever for us to share best practices, protect data, and enable digital solutions. And the key to all of that? Relationships. They're going to be key, as they always have been. And that is why initiatives like the Canadian GovTech Summit Series are so important. I'm confident that many of you will find new ways to collaborate, and I encourage you to connect with the City of Toronto's leading experts and explore our growing digital sector. Please enjoy the summit, and thank you for taking part.
Okay, so I think everyone can hear me now, which is fantastic. So, I just kicked it off by recognizing that Ottawa is unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people, and I want to thank our partners, DMZ Innisfil, DMZ Ryerson, the University of Ottawa's Professional Development Institute, and of course the town of Innisfil for their support that made this event happen. And also thank you, Mayor, for those fantastic comments. I hope everyone could hear those. So as you know, for this summit, we'll be covering the topic that is especially relevant to the Canadian public sector these days, digital transformation, particularly in the context of COVID-19. But, even before the pandemic, the Government of Canada, provinces, and the major municipalities were all working on digital transformation from one way or another. Even before the event, we kind of scanned all the provinces, and literally digital is mentioned in every budget, every department plan practically. From a public sector perspective, the sessions today will really kind of highlight what the government departments are working on, whether they're provincial, municipal, or federal. And, they're going to kind of tell the story, too, of, the transformation they went through during COVID-19. You're going to hear from CRA this morning. They're going to tell you the story of, how they adopted and how they aligned with the Government of Canada through the pandemic, how they, especially through the implementation of CERB. And, during the prep meetings with CRA and the other government departments, I really, realized, how hard the public services worked the past 8 months. And I think they really deserve our thanks, from a Canadian perspective, because they really haven't stopped this whole time. I don't know exactly what the process would be, but maybe the Government of Canada should consider some kind of national holiday or something like that for the public service, because they really do deserve our thanks. That said, from an industry perspective, they really stepped up over the past several months as well. And indeed, many of the projects and priorities that the government implemented the past 8 months really wouldn't have been possible if industry hadn't, stood up and helped out. And you're going to hear about some of those projects as well throughout the day. Again, that's why these summits and the future summits that we're going to hold are so important, because they provide an avenue for government and industry to engage. And without this engagement, a lot of the digital transformation projects would just not happen. So we're at 7:55 a.m. We're going to kick things off here with DMZ and the town of Innisfil. So I'll be back at 8 a.m. To kick things off with them. So thank you very much for joining, and looking forward to hosting you again today. I'll be off the screen in a second. Okay, folks, sorry for that small technical hiccup here. All right, so I think we're good to go now. So we're kicking today's summit off with a presentation by the town of Innisfil and our partner DMZ. Joining us from the town of Innisfil is Mayor Lynn Dolan. Lynn was elected mayor for the town of Innisfil in 2018 and has represented the town since 1994, first as councillor for 20 years and as deputy mayor from 2014 to 2018. Also is Jason Reiner with the town of Innisfil as well. He's the Chief Administration Officer. Jason leads a team of dedicated public servants that strive to create an organization and community that is authentic, collaborative, and creative. And also Yelmer Stagank, Program Director at DMZ Innisfil. And I just want to say that, in reviewing kind of the bios and the projects that these folks are working on, I really understand now of the innovation and the good work that's going on in Innisfil from a rural Ontario kind of perspective. I was having some interviews throughout the last couple of weeks with some of the startups at DMZ who worked with DMZ Innisfil, and I just love how the town is collaborating with startups to kind of experiment with different technologies, even at the most basic levels. They're not spending a lot of money, but it's given a great opportunity to startups to kind of test out their technology in a real marketplace. So I think they're going to, DMZ and Innisfil will kind of talk a little bit about that, but really some really exciting work in Ontario in Innisfil. So with that, the floor is yours, folks.
Thank you, Kevin, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the GovTech Summit Series on digital transformation. I know I can speak for all of my council members, staff, and community when I say that we are so proud to be co-hosting this inaugural event. We're no strangers to innovation and disruption here in Innisfil. As you may know, we were the first municipality globally to have a public transit system powered by ride sharing. When you're in Innisfil, you can just open your Uber app and you'll see Innisfil Transit as an option. Just like you would UberX, you can travel anywhere in the municipality with a $4 discount off the UberX price, or to one of our key destinations like our library, rec center, health center for a flat fee of between $4 and $6. And that's 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, door to door. So I have to tell you, I don't know if we were prepared for the global recognition we would get from this one innovative program that we put in place. We had the New York Times do a story. We had a story in the UK, and all over Canada. My colleagues were calling me, asking me how we did it. Even one of our staff won one of the 10 top innovator awards for Canada through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. There was only 2 in Ontario, and we were very proud as a small municipality to get that recognition. Also, I can tell you that on a personal note, I was out in Halifax on a holiday, sitting in a little craft brewery and historic properties, and I could hear these 2 couples beside me, and they were talking about this town in small town Ontario that had this amazing transit system through Uber. And the more I heard them talk, the more I realized they were talking about Innisfil. So I was so proud to go over, and I brought a business card in case they didn't believe me, and tapped them on the shoulder and said, "I'm the mayor of the small town you're talking about." And she'd heard an interview on CBC 6 months or more ago, and was talking to her friends about it. So we're so proud of the work that we've done here. Innisfil is also the first Canadian municipality to accept Bitcoin for payment of property taxes. We partnered with a wonderful cryptocurrency exchange called Coinberry, based in Toronto. And although we haven't been overwhelmed with e-transfers yet, we know it helps demonstrate that we are future ready. Even Twitter co-founder Jack Dorsey indicated that small towns are leading indicators to where the rest of the country might go. It's a good way to experiment with some ideas that might sound crazy at scale, but make a lot more sense in a smaller scale. He even went on to say that he'd like to visit Innisfil. So I've been quick to remind him that we're ready and waiting for him to come and see us here in Innisfil. We also recently launched the Orbit, Rural Reimagined, which is our 50-plus year vision for a new, walkable, sustainable future community of up to 150,000 people centered around a new GO train station. In Innisfil, we think you should be able to have big city services with small town charm and green space and local food. But you don't have to wait for the orbit. We have an amazing lifestyle and quality of life in Innisfil today. We're on the shores of the beautiful Lake Simcoe, and we have North America's largest inland marina resort. It's called Friday Harbor. They have 1,000 boat slips, an award-winning golf course, 4.5 kilometers of boardwalk, hundreds of acres of natural preserve and walking trails, many restaurants and shops, and much more. We also have a casino, a racetrack, a fantastic Tanger outlet mall, and even a skydiving school, as well as affordable homes. So please come visit. We promise you won't be disappointed. Politically, disruption is not always the easiest pill to swallow. So don't be discouraged if you find that councils are a little bit risk adverse off the start. You have to understand that it's their face on any project, and if they're successful, there's silence. If they're not successful, they're wasting taxpayers' dollars. So be patient with us and understand this perspective when you are pitching a new idea to a council. It is now my pleasure to introduce our Chief Administrative Officer, Jason Rayner, who will speak to you more about our innovation journey here in Innisfil. And then Jason will introduce our Innisfil Investment Accelerator, Yelmer Stetic, who will provide some more detail about DMZ Innisfil and our accelerator. Over to you, Jason.
Thanks very much, Mayor Dolan. Just a pleasure to be here. Before I share a couple of insights about our innovation journey, I want to be fully transparent. I think it's the bureaucrat in me. Perhaps not surprisingly, not all of our innovations in Innisfil have worked. We've been learning along the way. When I became CIO about 5 years ago, I wanted others to share my enthusiasm for innovation. And so I started a program to reward our employees for coming up with the most innovative suggestions, to improve our efficiency, our effectiveness, or our quality of service that we provide to our residents. The winner would get to take my leased Tesla Model S home for the night or the weekend, share with their families and friends the excitement of disrupting government by enjoying a vehicle that at the time in 2015 was disrupting the automotive sector and dare I say continues to do that. Of course, two learnings came out of that for me. One is you should really check with your wife before you provide your personal vehicle for something like this. But the real learning was to be clear about expectations. I wanted the vehicle returned with enough power to get home, and the first employee who borrowed it didn't do that. Thankfully, Tesla's smart, just like other car manufacturers, and when it says it's zero charge, there's actually a little bit more charge left to get you home and get you charging. But more importantly, it's that the idea of innovation isn't enough. As everybody on this summit knows, the execution of innovation is really the critical piece of the puzzle, and it's really, really hard to do. Sometimes the idea is the easiest part. Executing is really difficult. So thankfully, other innovations in Innisfil have started to bear some fruit, including the Innisfil Transit System that Her Worship mentioned, and our fantastic partnership with Coinberry for Bitcoin, as the Mayor mentioned as well. We do have a partnership with Rover, now Spot Hero, to help solve some of our parking challenges, and we're also in the cell tower business so that we can provide better coverage for our residents and generate some alternative revenue. So along this journey of innovation, I would suggest to you there's maybe three quick learnings and insights that I'd like to share with you about what we've learned along the way. The first is to fail fast and iterate through pilots. No surprise to those startups at the summit, but for my government colleagues, this is not something that we're typically used to doing. In government, it's very difficult because you feel like you're in a fishbowl. Every misstep is blasted out by the loyal opposition folks who don't like anything that we do. It doesn't matter what it is. But I think if we're clear that we are experimenting, that we're purposefully piloting, we're expecting to make mistakes, and then iterate and improve whatever the services or product that we're offering to the community, I think there may be, in that context, some more willingness to see what we can do. And hopefully there's some quick wins when you're in this space to demonstrate that you can actually pilot something, iterate it, and then check and adapt. I think of Guy Kawasaki, one of the people who worked with Apple and has got a great TED Talk. His slogan around "Don't worry, be crappy." This idea that even when we launched the transit system in Innisfil, powered by ride sharing, it wasn't perfect. And we knew that. But when we asked people, would you rather have an imperfect transit system rather than no transit system at all, the answer was pretty clear. 9 times out of 10 people wanted to have an imperfect system and then make it better over time. And as Her Worship noted, Mayor Dolan, that there is political risk in these discussions, and you do need courageous politicians to champion these disruptions and have the sort of intestinal fortitude to last through some of the social media trolling that can happen. And we're very lucky in Innisfil to have Mayor Dolan and council who aren't afraid to try something, even if it isn't popular immediately. And you need citizens who are willing to demand innovation as the norm from their government, not the exception. The second learning I would share with you is to consider innovation in the way that you structure your public-private partnerships. Traditional triple Ps, in my opinion, are fraught with some transactional expenses as the government tries to transfer as much of the risk onto the private side, and the private side attempts to quantify and compensate for that risk transfer. That's a lot of leakage in terms of value that ends up, frankly, in the hands of lawyers and accountants and others who are participating in that. My sense, my advice is to consider risk sharing and dynamic agreements that allow for new issues to be addressed as the project scales, rather than a kind of winner-takes-all approach when you're having these conversations with government. And there's no doubt that government, as we get into some of these spaces, need to be open with our partners to the possibility that we may need to regulate in some of this space that we're still learning about. So I think we need to go in with open eyes about that. We're constantly thinking about how our building codes and our engineering standards can keep up with the rapidly changing discoveries we're making around how to provide infrastructure in a more economical and efficient way. The third learning I would share with you is, and this is particularly from my government colleagues, we really must do a better job of considering how our decisions are being made in government and how and where they're being captured. We need that data to power the machine learning and AI modules that we have today and the ones that are going to come down the road in the future. Consider a simple example of winter maintenance on our roads, snow clearing. Today, a supervisor in a small town like ours would go out, check the weather, drive around, actually drive on the roads to see, the condition of the roads, him or herself, and his or her experience would tell her or him when the plow trucks need to get out or the salt trucks need to get out and start deploying those resources. And while the deployment is captured for sure in our records, the decision criteria and that experiential kind of deployment of experience isn't actually captured anywhere today. So how can we think about automating that process, perhaps with some deployment sensors in the roads themselves, to actually help our staff not have to stay awake, and drive around in the middle of the night when no one's around. It gets into the question of data trusts and data storage, which are, of course, not new issues, but are becoming more and more significant and need to be front of mind when we're having these conversations about agreements, who owns the data, where is the data, those kinds of things. Because everyone likes bonuses, I'll give you one more bonus learning, which is that about a year ago, I heard a speech by Sean Kanunga, who's a futurist and a technologist, and he was making the point that your brand and your people need to believe that you are an innovative organization. He calls it innovation clout, and I was quite taken by this point. And he gives the example that you can find in Forbes magazine of Cummins, the engine manufacturer. And they've been around for like 100 years, and they had actually developed a fully electric heavy-duty commercial truck capable of hauling a 22-ton trailer before Tesla unveiled their massive hauler. But nobody heard about the Cummins announcement, and Kanunga argues this is because Tesla has innovation clout. Not only does their brand stand for innovation, but the people inside the company and outside the company believe that they are innovative. Cummins, on the other hand, may believe it themselves, but they haven't been able to convince others of it. I think this is particularly important for governments. We're not exactly known as the bastions of innovation and experimentation, but we need to be. We need to become more agile and be known as flexible and cross-functional and embracers of interdisciplinary thinking to create the kind of novel and complex solutions to our intractable public problems. There's still a ton of innovation and disruption possible in government. Everybody in the summit knows that, and I think that's why we're here. To give you another really small example, today I have no way, as the Chief Administrative Officer of the town of Innisfil, of emailing every single person who has a roll number, a tax roll number in our community. It's 2020, and I can't email people. There's still a lot of work to be done and a lot of opportunity, I think, for public-private partnerships to get into this space. So I want to wish you very much a great summit. And one of my favorite quotes is that the destination of life is death. So enjoy the journey called life before it's over. And as business owners and entrepreneurs, you're playing in some of the most interesting spaces out there. And after all, my job is to make sure potholes get filled. So in comparison, I think you're working in some really interesting space. And many years from now, of course, I want you to look back and see that your success was more than some high value shares, but that you've actually been able to make a difference in our communities. So to do that effectively, I think you do need a supportive network. And I'm very pleased to introduce to you Innisfil's investment accelerator, Jelmer Stangink, to tell you more about our program here on the beautiful shores of Lake Simcoe. Over to you, Jelmer.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Jason, for the intro. My name is Jelmer, and I'm the investment accelerator at the town of Innisfil and the program director at DMZ Innisfil. We partner with Ryerson DMZ to launch DMZ Innisfil. We are the first rural tech accelerator near Toronto that provides startups with the best of both worlds: world-class startup support in a community with a small town lifestyle. Founders in the DMZ Innisfil program receive access to all support and resources DMZ provides in Toronto, as well as office space in our accelerator hub in Innisfil. Combined with Innisfil's quality of life, affordability, and proximity to the city, we've created an attractive alternative for founders who are interested in leaving the G. Innisfil aspires to transform our economy by establishing a local technology cluster and attracting the jobs of tomorrow to our community. Developing our startup ecosystem in a partnership with the DMZ are a key part of our strategy to make this happen. Since launching DMZ Innisfil and the accelerator programs in late May of this year, we've attracted 14 startups. They work in a wide variety of sectors and range from having an MVP in market with early signs of traction, all the way to well beyond their seed round and on their way to raising a Series A. Combined, the startups in our program have raised over $1 million in funding and created 67 local jobs to date. Interesting fact about our startups is that 3 of our startups are actually early stage GovTech startups. They're focusing on building scalable technology solutions to help municipalities operate more efficiently. So I'll give you a quick intro on each of them. The first is building a municipally focused chatbot to help municipal customer service teams better serve their residents online 24/7. We're currently working with this startup and we're in the process of piloting the software to see how it could impact the inbound call volume our customer service team receives. We're also working with a startup to tackle the problem that Jason mentioned. Right now, the best way we have to connect to our resident in a direct way is snail mail. So we're not able to call, email, or text because we don't have all the correct database information to be able to execute. So we're partnering with a startup that is building a direct digital communication platform that is going to enable municipalities to communicate with their residents in a digital way using the exact same targeting capabilities as snail mail. Just imagine how many letters municipalities send to their residents and how many stamps we buy and what savings if we can do that digitally. And the third one is building several GovTech tools actually, but the one we're particularly working on is a app that is going to enable us to replace a paper-based time tracking system that we use in our operations team with a digital system that's safer and more efficient. So, okay, sorry, next slide. I think even a slide further down. One back. Thank you. So we believe in this mantra that municipalities plus startups equal innovation. Innisfil is an innovation-focused municipality. We partner with tech startups to help us better serve residents, save resources, and even generate revenue in some cases. As Mayor Dolan and Jason shared, we've completed several successful pilots and are always on the lookout for more opportunities to leverage this strategy. Municipalities are always looking for ways to better serve residents and save resources. Now more than ever, we're going to have to do more of it less due to the impacts of COVID-19. There are plenty of problems and inefficiencies to be found in municipalities, but there are not quite nearly enough Canadian startups working on building technology solutions to solve municipal problems. The town of Innisfil and DMZ are committed to building a better connection between municipalities and startups to help foster municipal innovation and build a stronger Canadian GovTech sector. So to do that, we're executing two exciting projects. First off, we're launching Canada's first GovTech Accelerator program focused on helping startups build and scale software solutions for local government. Leveraging the DMC's successful framework will provide founders and their teams with access to coaching, community, capital, and customers to help them build and scale solutions for local government. We're in the final stages of developing the GovTech program and are planning to launch in early January. If you know of any early stage GovTech startups, please send them our way. We'd love to chat and see if we can provide value. We're also launching the Municipal Innovation Network to build a better API between GovTech startups and municipalities. The Municipal Innovation Network will be a group of forward-thinking municipalities who believe technology has the power to help solve municipal problems and drive innovation. We're planning to run a 6-month pilot in Q1 and Q2 of 2021. In the pilot, we'll host 3 meetings featuring pitches from 6 Canadian GovTech startups. Partner municipalities will attend the pitch meetings and have the opportunity to do a discovery sprint and a pilot with the startups they're interested in testing the solution of. The Municipal Innovation Alliance team will provide frameworks and support to guide the partners through the process. We already have a couple municipalities interested and signed up, but we're looking for 3 more municipalities to join our pilot. So if you are or know a forward-thinking municipality who might be interested in leveraging technology to drive innovation, please send them my way. We'd love to connect and share more about the pilot. You can find more information about the Municipal Innovation Network on municipalinnovationnetwork.ca. That's it for me. If you're interested in connecting, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'll be hanging around the summit all day today. And if not, I'm sure Kevin or someone on the team can help you. Can help facilitate an introduction. But yeah, we'll now open the room up for a quick Q&A. Thank you.
Thanks, folks. So could I get the mayor and Jason to put their videos on, because I do have some great questions here, and you kind of addressed some of them through the presentation. One of the questions that came in was, how do you address matching municipalities with startups to solve their problems? So they're asking, like, how do you share kind of best practices and whatnot? And I think part of that would be addressed with the Municipal Innovation Alliance. But is there any other methods that you guys are using to, share, success stories of startups with other Ontario municipalities or in Canada generally?
I'm happy to get started and then turn it over. Two networks sort of come to mind. The first is, and Her Worship can speak more to this, is the Association of Municipalities of Ontario and LAS, I think specifically, which is the local area authority, authority services, which provides this connection for companies to municipalities more broadly in Ontario. And the second one is the Municipal World magazine itself. I think is a great platform. A lot of politicians and senior bureaucrats read Municipal World, the digital version, and I think that's a great way to connect as well, in addition to what we're doing that Yelmer talked about.
And if I could just add to that, it's a different culture in municipalities. It's not like corporations where we're trying to, proprietary secrets. We're willing to share. We want to share, and we're happy to tell our successes and our failures to any other municipality that is interested in listening to us. So we do reach out a lot, and we do count a lot on those connections through things like the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. Every province and territory has at least one municipal association, and then we're all brought together under the federal umbrella, under the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. So yeah, we're constantly networking and sharing good ideas and trying to avoid disasters.
Okay, thank you. Some more questions here about, I think you've guys created a lot of interest around this this network. So one of them is, what is involved in the discovery sprint for the network?
So I'll tackle this one. What we're trying to do within a municipal innovation network is essentially create a template to make it easier for municipalities that are not really used to working with earlier stage tech startups to kind of start fostering a relationship. The discovery sprint, we're designing it as we go, but the template we're working off would be a 2-week exercise with several meetings that essentially gives the startup the opportunity to learn more about the municipal problem and how they are experiencing it, to then position their solution and show how it could solve that problem, and then give the municipality and their team and the startup the opportunity to discuss to see whether the solution is something that could work and whether it would make sense to perhaps pilot the software.
Okay, understood. Yeah, folks are asking about a website. So if there's a website, Yelmer, I'll get that information from you and share it with the attendees afterwards.
It's municipalinnovationnetwork.ca.
Okay. Okay. Another question came in around.
Sorry, happy to answer any questions. Like, you can direct with me directly as well. So maybe reach out to Kevin and he can facilitate the intro.
Yeah, absolutely. Another question came in around procurement. What do you see as like the largest barrier to procurement? So I think a lot of like the startups would be operating under that 25,000 limit in Ontario. Do you see that as a barrier where like you can't go beyond that, or like from your perspective from municipality, what do you think is, what reforms to procurement do you think are needed to kind of accelerate what you guys are doing?
Jason, maybe you lead off, and then I might be able to contribute a little bit at the end.
For sure. The first comment is one that the mayor can sort of close her ears on, which is that, you know, councils control their own processes. So even though there are trade treaties and there are very complicated procurement bylaws, councils have the ability to grant exemptions to their own rules, and most municipalities that are thinking progressively and innovatively are prepared to at least have the conversation about whether this is such a unique circumstance that through a pilot, that it makes sense to grant an exemption to the traditional rules. You know, the rules are there for good reason, you know, don't get me wrong, but there are good, very valid reasons where they're not contemplated by the procurement rules to experiment with something. And sometimes in this space, there really is only one individual company that's working on this kind of technological solutions, and so a sole source or a single source to them makes sense. But I would agree, Kevin, with the questioner that the procurement does need to advance in this area, and our advice and sort of experience is around the partnership side. So, you know, it's one thing to go buy some widgets that are freely available on the market at free market value, you know, fair market value, but it's another thing to get into a partnership and develop something together, and that looks very different, right? It's a different kind of agreement, and it's a different kind of relationship than simply procuring widgets. Those would be my quick comments.
Thank you. Yeah, and to add on to that, I think that as we embark on this journey with the Municipal Innovation Network together with the DMZ, and to an extent, DMZ Innisfil, like, we are almost a startup ourselves, right? And we know that purchasing is definitely a challenge for earlier stage tech startups. And as we embark on our pilot, we want to learn a lot more about what that means. Like, we're intimately familiar with our rules and procedures, and we know that some of them or most of them are you know, the same across the board. But the vision we have within the Municipal Innovation Network is developing value for our partners, particularly in this space, to make it easier for them to start working with earlier stage tech startups. Of course, under $25,000, and there's a whole bunch of low-hanging fruit, so to speak, that we can focus on initially. But I really feel that we have the opportunity to work together to collectively come up with a solution that ultimately will really make a massive impact across Ontario, if we find a way to make it easier for municipalities to partner with tech startups. And we don't have it all figured out. Don't get me wrong, but we're inspired and we want to go figure it out. And we're looking for partners to help us do it.
And if I could add, I think where you can get yourself into trouble with procurement policies is if it's done behind closed doors. As long as we're doing civic engagement and we're being transparent, that goes a long way. When you are single sourcing or sole sourcing something, explain why you're doing that, and that will help keep your municipality out of trouble.
Excellent. I have a bunch of questions here. Keep them coming, guys. This is fantastic. But unfortunately, we're out of time. So what I'm going to do is I'll follow up with all the attendees with the Yelmer's contact information, and we can start there. But thank you very much, Mayor Dolan, Yelmer, Jason. Really appreciate you guys coming and sharing what you're working on in Ontario. Exceptionally exciting, especially for the SME community in Ontario. So thank you very much for sharing your story. And we're going to take a very, very quick break, and then we're going to jump back in with our keynote from Think On. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I'm with Senior Vice President at Think On, Dean Hashey, who is our keynote this morning. He's going to share some exciting news and updates on this SaaS marketplace, these cloud initiatives that Think On is doing as one of the only really big Canadian cloud providers, purely Canadian cloud providers in the field. So, Dean has 30 years sales and business development experience at top technology, hardware, software firms, and he's been kind of integral to Think On's growth over the past 15 years. So he's now in Ottawa, and he's leading their initiatives in this realm and working very closely with the Government of Canada. And you can imagine how busy he has been the past 8 months with COVID-19. And I got to say, it's not easy to get onto the Protected B catalog for the federal government. So I think the Think On team has been working extremely hard to get on there and are representing really the homegrown Canadian option for the federal government, but also the provinces. So Dean, with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and good morning, everyone. It's a true pleasure to have the opportunity to address you in front of this amazing agenda that's been put together for this GovTech Summit Series. I'll probably take about 30 or 35 minutes just providing a little bit of an introduction to who Think On is and what our place is in this emergence of Canada's strategy with respect to its digital economy, digital government at all. So thank you, Kevin, for dating me a little bit. Yes, certainly 30 years in this industry, all in Canada. And early in my career, I was fortunate to be involved with some very innovative Canadian companies that were driving global technology standards. Companies like Northern Telecom, at a time I was global account manager for them in the early 90s, we were doing joint development around the first video conferencing services over ISDN. And so fast forward 30 years, here we are in a virtual conference spanning our great country. So I think we're in a precipice of a a renaissance, if you will. I think Canada's place in technology needs to be heard. We're an innovative country, and there's a lot of things that we can be doing. So I'm going to touch on some of those over the next little while. Please feel free to fire questions over the chat, and we'll save some time at the end to try and address them. If you can go to the next slide, please. So just very quickly, we're going to talk probably for about 5 or 10 minutes just about Think On and our position in the Canadian public sector, what the opportunity kind of presents. And, just listening in on the prior session from DMZ Innisfil, just such tremendous innovation and intellectual property resides in all corners of our beautiful country. And I couldn't agree more that some of those ideas coming out of municipal initiatives, provincial initiatives, and the small medium enterprises in all corners of the country really represent an opportunity for Canada to develop its platform for a collaborative digital government. So we'll talk about that landscape from my perspective, having spent a number of years now getting Think On to a position where we can represent a Canadian alternative as a cloud platform in this space. And we'll talk about a few of the key trends that we're seeing that are influencing organizations, be it private or public sectors, imperatives around digital transformation. Next, please. Thank you. Sorry if this is a bit of an eye chart for you, but I wanted to cram as much as I could in a little bit in a few seconds here. But Think On effectively is a pretty well kept secret. We're not the marketing machine. We're effectively have been a wholesaler since forming the business in 2013. But having said that, we very quickly expanded the business to be one of Canada's fastest growing companies, as recognized by the Globe and Mail for 2020, and over the last 2 years recognized as in the top 500 list. We've made investments to not only expand across Canada with 13 data centers providing a cloud service, but we've also expanded it across the U.S., both through acquisition and organic growth. We've expanded into the U.K. And into the Caribbean just in the past year. In the next coming months, we're moving into Australia as well. So we've very quickly become, not only Canada's cloud, but certainly a global company, and it's driving, us to continue to invest in key industry certifications that are required to conduct business in these jurisdictions, but also the government certifications and clearances required to conduct businesses not only with the Canadian federal government, but just last week we were certified to conduct business with the government in the UK on their government cloud. And very much we've been tracking their jurisdiction and their approach to establishing some of the standards and procurement vehicles for the broader public sector in the UK. And I'd like to say that all of the ideas that I'm going to share with you today are ours. Some of them are very much mimicking best practices in other jurisdictions, like the UK. So next slide, please. So I just want to give you this will give you a little bit of insight into what drives our business and the decisions we make and the investments we make. And this is based on not only the 7 years that Think On has been in industry here in the cloud space, but probably collectively amongst our management team somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 years of experience in this IT space. So number one is there is no one cloud. Reality is it's a multi-cloud world. Hybrid seems to be the approach where the pendulum swung way over to public cloud and public cloud consumption, and there's a lot of fascination around that in the years leading up to where we are now. But quite frankly, it's a hybrid multi-cloud world, and that's always been our position, and I'll articulate that in a few moments. Second is hidden and unpredictable charges. People that have dipped their toe into public cloud consumption or cloud in general, usually one of the first 2 or 3 things they'll say on the surprise side or the downside has been the variability in their monthly consumption bills. So the things that attract you to public cloud consumption, like elasticity and flexibility, are the things that ultimately, in some of the hyperclouds, models bite you with respect to things like egress fees, IO fees, puts, gets, all that sort of thing. So we very much are aware of that and mitigate that. Fascination being replaced by practical needs. So we've always been sort of an outcome-based company, putting recipes together that solve real problems rather than just throwing hundreds of SKUs up in front of IT organizations to try and assemble a cloud-based consumption model for their organizations. So I think organizations now, with a few years under their cloud belts, are pivoting to real practical and pragmatic approaches to consuming cloud. Subscribers want to be guided, or customers want to be guided. The laundry list of options available in cloud for cloud can be confusing, and for organizations to pivot their IT investments to cloud has become cloudy. So we really are focused on simplifying that equation. Governance, in a multi-cloud world, managing the security, privacy, stewardship of data, ultimately the visibility associated with managing a multi-cloud environment is huge. So that has been a priority for our organization as a Canadian company. We've made all the investments since the start of our business to create our own cloud orchestration layer, our own quote-to-cash system, our own marketplace in front of our services in a truly 100% Canadian cloud. Barriers to exit. The Hotel California scenario people have joked about in the cloud space. It's easy to get in, it's not so easy to get out. That sort of posture has effectively been somewhat of a reality. And organizations that have pivoted to any one cloud have experienced this when they've tried to make a decision to move to another. So that is something that drives our behavior and our investments, and to mitigate that risk. We effectively are where Canada's data thrives. That's really our mandate, and we want to be known as and seen as and have these standards in place and infrastructure in place to over time build that custodianship, that Canadian intellectual property safe haven, that platform for all jurisdictions to collaborate as digital services make their way to citizens, that cascade levels of government. I know that's a mouthful, and it's a long journey, but without a focal point or a place to galvanize all of these important standards, these things won't happen. Next, please. So as Kevin mentioned, we are on the Government of Canada Framework Agreement for Protected B workload. Very, very proud of that. In fact, we've been investing in our alignment with shared services as their partner, Treasury Board, the CCCS, the cyber teams, and everybody else that's really working hard to establish this framework for government to collaborate around a cloud-first mandate. So we were the first cloud provider to be signed with the initial vehicle, which was for unclassified data, or Protected A. So that's back in 2017. So we're pretty proud of that. And then we were the third to make it onto the vehicle in December of 2019. So you see, this is just a snapshot of the landing page in the cloud framework for the cloud brokering team at Shared Services. But we are Canada's only, or the only Canadian cloud provider on this vehicle, and likely for the foreseeable future. We've made significant investments over the span of 3 years to have all the certifications and meet all of the hoops and gates and hurdles that quite properly were put in place through this procurement process. We've invested in 3 Protected B data centers in Toronto, Montreal, and Calgary. We're the only one on the vehicle that has a Western Canadian presence, that being our Calgary Protected B data center. And we're soon to have a 4th, but I can't be specific because it's not announced yet. But we will have a 4th data center to further illustrate our commitment to this government cloud. The third piece there is a private marketplace. Part of the framework agreement, there's a contractual obligation for each of the providers to publish basically develop and publish a wrapper in front of their services that is entirely private. That being, any service in that marketplace is certified as Protected B cleared, running on Protected B infrastructure in Canada, and certified not only by the cloud provider but also by the Government of Canada. So CCCS, as well as whitelisted by the cloud brokering team at Shared Services. So we have informally launched our marketplace, now called gcloud.ca, and we'll be doing a formal launch in December, and I'll be speaking a little bit more about that in a few moments and what that really means for organizations that Canadian organizations largely that have applications and intellectual property that have had difficulty scaling the procurement hurdles or other barriers to entry. We're providing a Canadian platform, Protected B platform, to highlight some of that innovation and start to drive collaboration across great jurisdictions. And I'd love to pick up the conversation a little further with the folks from Innisfil. Clearly, they're way ahead, understanding some of the complexities here, not only on the procurement side, but the data that's required in a standard format to drive the types of innovation that they were talking about really gets me excited. So, next, please. So very, very quickly, this is in our 3 Protected B data centers. This is our service delivery infrastructure. Not to get overly technical, but the point I want to make here is simplicity. We've got a proven infrastructure and architecture, and one that is built on industry-leading Tier 1 infrastructure from the likes of Dell EMC, HPE, Hitachi Vantara. These are the vendors that make up all the tiers of our storage, our compute resources, etc., that are deployed and certified as Protected B cleared. We're also the only cloud provider on the vehicle that is a VMware verified cloud. So effectively, we orchestrate the consumption of all the services and any applications running on those services through a VMware pane of glass. We like to say that the cloud you should invest in is the one you already own. So, really back to sort of those attributes that drive our behavior, we really see ourselves as extremely pragmatic in helping organizations leverage their existing investments and make formative decisions as they move towards transformation. So next, please. So running on that service delivery infrastructure I just showed you, we basically have sort of pillars of infrastructure-based services around critical compute, data services, and digital services that have grown our business. Okay, some of the certified services already in our Protected B space include the single-tenanted and dedicated compute clouds. The obviously every tier of storage required to build these large data sets to support some of the advanced applications that are being developed for government. Data protection and data archiving have been pillars of our growth, really protecting and recovering from a business continuity standpoint, are strong points for our business. Increasingly, endpoint protection, workspace, remote workspace services, obviously in the times we're in, have become a very important part of our business as well as we support our over 1,200 customers and their requirements for remote work. Across the top of this slide, you'll see gcloud.ca marketplace. So this represents a departure not a departure, an expansion, I guess, for ThinkOn beyond infrastructure as a service primarily. We're moving into the software as a service and platform as a service space with the launch of gcloud.ca. So next slide, please. So introducing ThinkOn's private marketplace, gcloud.ca. In December, this site will be available to not only the 43 federal departments, but also because the framework agreement has an order in council, it is available to all the broader public sector. In fact, we've had success with the vehicle this year in municipalities as well as crown corporations that have seen us as an attractive alternative to hyperclouds for their regional workloads. So the marketplace is in-house developed. It's a front end that has been integrated obviously tightly with our own back-end system called Compass. It is going to be the home of upwards of 200 SaaS applications, many of which are Canadians. Over the past 4 months, we've talked to 192 Canadian small medium enterprises, all of which, I think, except with the exception of one or two, we're moving towards onboarding into this marketplace. And what that means is, effectively, the users of this marketplace in a secure fashion will have access to Protected B certified and verified applications, outcome-oriented applications running within Protected B Canadian facilities. Next slide, please. Some of the foundational services right out of the gate we're seeing, and once again, some of these might appear to be quote-unquote boring. Others, I would say, are foundational. So digital mailroom is one where we've had some success, and we have the authority to operate an application out of Markham, Canadian innovation, called Nimble, which is digital mailroom. So think about taking out millions and millions of pieces of paper, having them scanned, put into an indexed object store, and being made available for advanced applications and analytics. Paper is data, and there's lots of it in government. So we have a Protected B certified service to move that. Taking out the tape. So we have, once again, somewhat of a boring discussion, but there's still tons and tons of archival that moves to tape. And increasingly, with the advanced requirement for use of data and data having greater longevity, we're seeing a tremendous amount of uptake on our service to migrate away from tape, once again, to an indexed object storage here in Canada in a Protected B environment, to make that available, information available for analytics, but also for just recovery, which is an important piece. These are foundational things. These data sets have value, increasingly in a digital workspace, in a digital economy. Data analytics. So we're partnering with some of the leading data analytics companies that are hosting their applications and proof of concepts for large government organizations currently. Robotic process automation is huge in extracting value out of legacy systems. There's some 18,000 plus applications still just in the federal government, many of which are still running on mainframes. Others running on a vast array of x86 platforms spanning somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 data centers. The transformation of just the federal government is obviously Herculean. It's going to take a tremendous amount of effort, and one very near term opportunity to derive value would be through RPA, whereby the opportunity to suture together multi-system processes in a simplified robotic way really does drive innovation. So we're seeing that. Cloud native develop. If you could just click, I think I'm missing a logo there. Click once. The cloud native development, we're just in the throes of deploying our full platform as a service offering built around what was VMware Pivotal, is now branded VMware Tanzu. So that will also be launched with the launch of Marketplace in December. And a big piece of our business as well is our alignment with VMware, and their native cloud migration tools, which is known as HCX. So very much, where there are large workloads to be either forklifted or migrated in a different fashion, our integration with the VMware stack is proving to be very valuable. Next, please. So get your application G-Cloud verified. So anybody who's on the call that represents a software vendor or software company, an ISV, a startup with an innovative platform, we have a program that would basically, in 4 steps, in as little as 4 weeks, brings your application into a lab environment. It's actually a test dev and lab environment outside of the Protected B space for a verification or certification process, which we orchestrate. The outcome of that is literally a hardened application that is now certified to be for sale in the Protected B space on our marketplace. So we're really talking about breaking down some barriers to procurement, and I really applaud not only shared services, but the Government of Canada, anybody that's behind the Cloud First initiative, including Treasury Board, in establishing this as a mandate. There's certainly a growing support to support the Canadian ICT industry. We're partnered with some of the best organizations in Canada to make that happen in the coming months. So reach out to me through Kevin or otherwise if you'd like to talk about this verification process any further. Okay, next, please. How am I doing for time here? Okay. So let's talk just a little bit about what I'm witnessing and what's driving our behavior and, quite frankly, the industry's behavior right now. So the government of Canada, as mentioned, has a tremendous library of applications and infrastructure spanning somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 data centers. And, with the mandate of shared services that was put in place upwards of 8 years ago now, the consolidation of those data centers and the modernization of those applications and the cloudification of government, consultations started back in 2014 around this. So it's been a 6-year journey to get to the point now where there are alternatives and a cloud-first mandate. But the Prime Minister is very much aware of the risks associated with the state of IT and government. Digital innovation and digital government is obviously extremely important relative to the future of Canada. Canada as a G7, G8 nation is somewhat of a laggard when it comes to digital innovation and cloud adoption. In fact, studies have shown that we may not even be in the top 50. There's a call to action right now that I think everybody on this call certainly is living. And we're very much in the throes of trying to establish a focal point for this to fast track our innovation. Please click. Yeah, so in 2017, the Treasury Board established a cloud-first adoption strategy whereby effectively the government of Canada, when making IT decisions, needs to put it through a bit of a pipe cleaner to determine whether or not there's an available cloud, certified cloud alternative prior to releasing budgets associated with that. That is an iterative process, clearly, but it's one that is working. Government departments are moving. They're establishing cloud teams and establishing roadmaps and starting simply, and we see it every day. So that's what's happening in that regard. There's very much a vision to establish a community cloud, and there's integration work, API integration work that's happening between ourselves as well as all of the cloud providers on the framework agreement to establish a central repository of all of these protected B services. But once again, there's support from the federal government and a mandate on the framework agreement to launch private clouds in front of this protected B infrastructure, hence our investment in gcloud.ca. One more click, please. So there are somewhere in the neighborhood of 18,000 applications, unfortunately, and growing, and I could explain that in a moment, but and over 800 data centers. Peter Neer's presentation coming up from VMware, as mentioned, we're a VMware aligned, VMware verified partner. He'll dive into this a little bit more with some pragmatic approaches for organizations to migrate, modernize legacy, traditional applications into cloud native environments. When you're listening to Peter's presentation, rest assured that, as a cloud verified and the only VMware verified cloud provider on the framework agreement, basically the methods and approaches and recommendations of Peter very much resonate with a think-on-based service. Next, please. We'll skip over this, please. Okay, so in 2019, after the last federal election, the Ministry of Digital Government was formed under Joyce Murray, further emphasizing the call to action around alignment, not only to break down silos that exist amongst the 43 federal departments, but fast track and establish some of the data management and digital standards required to have collaborative cloud-based services foundationally available so that organizations can deliver services to citizens in ways that they demand. Okay, I put a red box around, be good data stewards, because quite frankly, that is a massive set of decisions and standards that need to be taken. There needs to be a single version of the truth of sorts, whereby Canadians can maintain control and ownership and custodianship of data in a multi-cloud world. Effectively, the ability to maintain ownership and control of that data will provide the opportunity to triage workload to the most appropriate cloud platform, ourselves included. And that is really our focus. Okay, so the opportunity to galvanize the Canadian ICT industry to provide a platform for Canadian digital government and associated innovation is, in fact, now. COVID has changed the way we work. It has accelerated obvious sectors of the IT industry to mobilize to support remote work and to pivot to methods of sustaining our economies. The government mobilized very quickly around even things like the COVID app. Right? If you think about it, there was, I believe, 3 different government entities, private sector investment, and volunteerism that came together very quickly in a number of weeks to develop an application that's now being used by millions of Canadians. That was spearheaded by the Ministry of Digital Government, and it illustrates just what government can do, I believe. And I think it also sets the table nicely with respect to trust and confidence of Canadians. That these things can make their way down to your cell phone, to your mobile phone, and these types of services are going to become the norm. It's an expectation, and it's a responsibility. All of this data and all of these services really exist to serve Canadians, and most of that data is owned by individuals in this space. So this is a really important aspect of what we face as a nation. And it's really why ThinkOn exists, quite frankly, is to establish a 100% Canadian owned, operated, viable alternative to the multinational cloud vendors, so that there is a focal point for Canadian innovation and a focal point for Canada to once again not be seen certainly as a laggard in this digital space, because we're not. You take the cumulative intellectual property that I've witnessed just in the past 4 months, and I couldn't be more excited about Canada's future in this space. And I have no doubt we have the opportunity to be the leaders in this space and illustrate to other jurisdictions and other countries just what can be done. Next, please. I'm going to, in the interest of time, Kevin, probably stop there unless you feel, I guess I've got 13 more minutes.
Actually, Dean, you're off at 9. So I got a couple of questions for you, though.
Okay. Sorry about that. Sure.
So, Dean, I got a question from DMZ, I would assume the startup community, asking, like, what's the program for startups to get involved? Could you walk us through, like, do they have equal access to the cloud or that SaaS marketplace you're talking about to, like, the enterprise providers that you had outlined too? Okay, guys, we're back here with VMware with Peter Neer, Canada's National Director of Technology with VMware, and kind of joining me for this will be kind of my wing woman, Emily Smiley, Manager of Accelerator Program Investor Relations at the DMZ. So welcome, Emily. It's fantastic to have you with us. So Peter Neer is VMware's Canada's National Director of Technology and a thought leader in Canada on topics including hybrid cloud strategies, data center modernization, and infrastructure security. And has been part of the Canadian enterprise technology landscape for nearly 20 years. So Peter really is like a thought leader on the VMware space. So Peter, I'll leave the floor to you. Don't want to waste any time. So let's get going here. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I appreciate it. I'm going to actually start with a brief story and just to remember my grandfather, actually. So with tomorrow being Remembrance Day, I wanted to mention I was cleaning up this weekend, and as many people in Ontario were, we had just a fantastic warm weekend, and I found this thing in a box in my garage, and my wife and I were wondering, what is this? Is this belong to your family, my family? And I looked it up, and this actually just yesterday I discovered this is my grandfather's bayonet. And my grandfather served with the Canadian military in World War II as part of the 4th Canadian Infantry in doing coastal defense in British Columbia. And I thought, sometimes life just has a way of reminding you of things. So to my grandfather, thank you. I remember your sacrifice. And to all the veterans and active military on the line right now, I say thank you as well. But let's dive into it. VMware, I'm guessing there's some technical people on the phone, and you probably know who VMware is, and there's some non-technical people on the phone. You may not know who VMware is. I'll try to blend those two audiences as we go through today's session. But to give you just the high level on VMware, VMware is under the covers of pretty much everything in Canada. 80% of the data centers in Canada are running on VMware. ThinkOn runs on VMware. To Innisfil's discussion earlier, Uber runs on VMware. Uber actually rents space from us on our campus in Palo Alto. The environmental impact of VMware in Canada is that because of the work that we do in Canadian clouds, we estimate that it's the equivalent of planting 1.3 million trees per year in Canada. So VMware is everywhere, even though maybe you don't hear that name a whole lot. We are under the covers of pretty much everything in Canada. And that's interesting for me because I am a diehard Canadian. You cut me, I bleed maple syrup. And I have the opportunity in my job to go coast to coast to talk to Canadians, small and large, private sector, public sector. And one of the things I enjoy the most, actually, is just connecting Canadians together. So what I'll try to do today is connect you to some strategies that your peers in private sector, and mostly we'll talk today about public sector, are doing. And then try to connect you, and for those my fellow geeks on the phone, I'll try to drop a few words and names that you can Google if you want to go into a little bit more technical detail on these things as well. But let's start kind of at the grassroots. If you go to the next slide for me. I want to tell you about a small business here in Ontario in my hometown. This is a small business owned by my neighbor. Trevor and Angela bought this business a few years ago from the previous owner. It's Trevor there building a pool on the left, and their pool business. They build pools, and they have a little storefront where they sell pool supplies. And this is a story that's going to be like many. If you can click to the next slide, in the spring, they saw their world turn upside down. And it went from, hey, we're going to do business face-to-face. We're going to have people come into the store. We're going to make these relationships happen. And that's the main way we do it. We're a small business in a relatively small city in Ontario. We do face-to-face. And so I talked to them and I asked, how has this impacted you? And here's their story. And, the details are a little fuzzy here, but on the left, they'll say March 24th. They posted up on their social media, hey, we're going to have to shut down. If you have a pool, you'll understand March 24th is probably the wrong time for a pool company to shut down. That's when a big chunk of their business starts with pool openings and things like that. And so they had to figure out very quickly, how are they going to change how they do business with the people that they serve? And from March 24th to April 8th, they worked with some other small pool providers in the area, and they got together and set up an online store. That's quick. That's a week to 2 weeks where they went from nothing to, okay, I guess we're an online business now. And today they are actually the largest online pool services operator, I think in Canada. Can't quite see that my highlight on the bottom there, but and they're doing very well. I asked them kind of what were they feeling back in March, and they were really concerned about their business, concerned that they might not be able to pay their staff, those sorts of things. To the reality after going digital and adapting to what life threw at them, their business is actually up significantly. So next slide. This is obviously not government, but I'm thinking a lot of you can probably sympathize with some of that rapid change that had to happen. And the reality of, hey, maybe we should do something around digital transformation switched overnight to, all right, we have to do digital transformation now. And I know most of you have been through kind of the initial phase of that and what that looks like and scrambling to get things done, and are probably now at the phase that says, okay, how do I do this right? So next slide. I'm going to give you a couple examples of just what Canadians, the people that you are all serving, are expecting. Story on the left. Early on in the pandemic, I did some shopping for my parents. Went to Costco. I think I picked up something that they wanted, and my dad needed to pay me for it. And it was an interesting conversation because he said, I guess I'm going to have to learn how to use an ATM. He's late 70s right now, and he'd never been to a bank to use an ATM. And I said, well, Dad, actually, let me teach you how to use your app. And so I walked him through how to send me an e-transfer. He didn't love it, but he did it. And so now I get money transfers from my 70-something-year-old father, and he has moved into being digital. Actually, it's just on the phone with him last night, and he was troubleshooting his own Wi-Fi. So this is where your citizens are moving. On the right-hand side, some examples of what I think were just fantastic innovation from the government. CERB was one of those ones that went from idea to reality within a week or two. And this is proof that, all the barriers that I often hear from government of why we can't get things done quickly, you can get through those when the priority is right. And CERB was absolutely fantastic. If anybody is on the call from the team that put that application process out, thank you very much. You did an amazing job. The other one is, COVID Alert. And this is a great example of public-private volunteer partnership to get something out for the benefit of Canada that is very much rooted in technology. So we have seen a shift not only in what our citizens in Canada are willing to do, take my father, but also in what we are able to do with government and how quickly we can get things done in government. Next slide. So I'm going to tell you a few statistics. The first few are going to be global, and then we've got some surveys that we did of Canadians as well, of what does this mean for you and the reality that you're dealing with. So this was Fortune 500 CEOs. When do they think that the economic activity is going to return to normal? Q1 2022 is the answer. So we've got a while here where this is our reality. In the middle, this matches what I'm hearing across Canada as well. What has this crisis had on the impact of your technology in your organization? And 75% of people say that's accelerating their technological transformation. And I'm seeing that from small business to large business, small governments to large governments as well in Canada. And there's some interesting quotes here. The one I'm going to pull out that I think is most applicable to government is, you cannot wait for the transformation you need. Next slide. All right, on to more some of the workforce side of things. So when do you think 90% of your workforce is going to return to the usual workplace? The answer is mostly never in this case, and I'm seeing that across Canada as well. All organizations are rethinking what it means to have an office. Do I need to have people in office? Who needs to be in an office? Once we're all going back into the office, hey, maybe does this work from home thing make sense? Do I have an opportunity here to maybe pull in people from Northern Ontario or Northern BC to be part of what we're doing as government, because that usual workplace thing doesn't exist anymore. Moving more to Canadian data now. So VMware asked Canadians a couple months ago how they were feeling about with the workplace. And we asked Canadians, do you think that this pandemic will have a long-term impact on the way we work in Canada? 82% agree. This is going to shape what we do for the next decade, probably. Next slide. All right, two more stats. I don't think employees should be expected to work full-time in an office. 59% of Canadians agree. The government subgroup in here pretty much aligned with that as well. And then the other side of things is, my employer has told me that my arrangements will be permanently more flexible. As of this survey, only about 24% of Canadians had heard from their employer that says, hey, here's what back to work is going to look like. Here are the things that I'm going to allow you to do as far as work from home, work from anywhere, etc. Next slide, please. All right, so I'm going to try to read this for you. Actually, it's very fuzzy on my side, so I'm going to just read it off on my local version here for you, so you can see what we're talking about. So we've got buzzwords that you've been hearing for years, and I'd like to translate those buzzwords into what does that actually mean today, right? So the first buzzword, digital transformation. Effectively today, that means every service that you deliver needs to be available digitally. Your people cannot come to you. The citizens you serve can't come to you. So you need to figure out, how do I become that digital service? How do you deliver all those services that my 70-something-year-old dad needs from government into his hands in his home? Employee experience is another buzzword, one that certainly I used a lot. This means that every employee needs to be 100% effective from home or from anywhere that they choose to work. They can't come to the office. And in government, I know this often doesn't mean necessarily working from home. It can mean working out in the community. It can mean working in regional offices. It can mean going into people's homes to deliver social services. You need to be able to work from any of those places and be 100% effective, not just have one app or two apps. You need to be able to do your job. Application modernization. That's the buzzword. What it means today is every application that drives your organization needs to be great. It is what your citizens expect from us now, to deliver great applications and services that just work and work well. And then the last buzzword here, cloud first. I know all of you have heard it before. If I translate that into what we need to do today, that means that every digital service you have needs to react quickly to unexpected demand. Change is the new normal. So if all of a sudden tomorrow you are asked to do something that is going to require immense resources that you just don't have, cloud allows you to have those resources and say yes to that request for the things that you need to do tomorrow. So we're going to do a few quick builds here. Next slide, please. You probably already do some of these things. Next slide, please. You probably already have a 5-year plan. Next slide. You probably have been given maybe 5 weeks. By the time one of these high priority projects hits the top of the list and says, hey, I need you to do this, the answer is not let me put together a couple-year plan. The answer is, okay, let me see what I can do for you and see what we can get out in the next 5 or 6 weeks. Next slide, please. Don't panic. Next slide, you've got this. And then last slide, correction, we've got this. And I say we've got this because, as I started with at the beginning, pretty much every government in Canada is running on VMware today. And so we have the unique ability to come in and help you with some of these changes that frankly seemed like big 5-year projects. How can you take that from a 5-year project to something we can do right now? And so that's what I'm going to dig into for the next section is these lofty ideas. How do I do them now without a ton of planning and a ton of preparation? So next slide, please. That's what we're going to dig into. What can you do now and getting into this future-ready concept, responding to the reality of your citizens, responding to the reality of your employees. And I'm going to try to build in here a few examples from across the country as well of what others are doing. So next slide. So for all of the nerds in the room, or on the call, I guess you're not in my actual office, home office here, but for all the nerds on the call, if I totally oversimplify the job that we have as technologists, your department uses apps to get stuff done. Point number one. Point number two, those apps have to live somewhere, right? Could be on your phone, could be in your data center, could be in your cloud, but they have to live somewhere. And three, you have to get those apps to people who use them. And as I said earlier, those people could be anywhere. They could be in their home office, they could be out in the field. Those apps need to be there and securely so that they can use them. Next slide. Here's the reality that all of us in technology are dealing with, though, and that is that not all applications are created equal. There are some that are old, and I'll just have fun. I'll say old and crusty, and they are really hard to modernize and make something that's exciting for the citizens you're serving. I'll call those legacy applications. They often live on a mainframe. They often have a ton of important data. They're often core to the operation of your department, but they are, as I mentioned, very difficult to modernize. And on the other side of this, next slide, we have modern applications. These are the modern applications that are maybe big bets for your ministry or your department or your municipality. These are the things that, we need to do this because it's important to people. It's something like CERB or COVID Alert or one of those applications that you have an opportunity to build net new. And you want to build it net new, leveraging some of the modern technologies that are out there. Modern technologies that'll help you build it faster. Will help you find talent in the marketplace because all the people coming out of Canadian universities understand these modern applications much more than they understand the legacy applications. And they are really focused on innovation. These are the modern applications. These are the ones that for us nerds, those are kind of the easy ones actually to build up and develop as cloud applications. Next slide, please. The meaty middle is what I'll call traditional applications. These are applications that have been running your organization probably for the last 15 years. They're running most of the department. Moving to the cloud can be a challenge for those. And there's a lot of skill sets built up in your IT departments today. We know how to run those. We know how to run them well. But when it comes to taking a traditional application, something that was built with servers and databases and web servers and all this sort of stuff that kind of just sits in your data center today, taking that and just moving it to the cloud isn't that easy. And I'll tell you a little bit more why, but that's one of the reasons why kind of this cloud first thing, you can say it, but going cloud first, when you give that challenge to your technology departments, it's actually kind of tough because cloud, the modern stuff on the right-hand side, that's kind of easy. Cloud first on that, no problem. Gotcha, boss, I'm in, they'll have it tomorrow. The rest of this is actually quite challenging for your technologists. Next slide. So I've seen a couple different strategies in Canada, and private sector tends to be ahead of the public sector by, let's say, about a year on some of these strategies. So good to learn from what some of the private sector has done and some of the mistakes that happen in private sector. Strategy number one, which frankly no longer exists, but it was out there for a while, was just cloudify everything. Put it all in the cloud, get a cloud first mandate out there, and unrealistic migration commitments. What I've heard from some of your private sector peers was that they went in with this strategy, said, hey, we're gonna sign a commitment with one of the large cloud providers. We're gonna spend X million dollars a year, and then we're gonna migrate a bunch of our applications over there. And you check in a year later with some of those private sector CIOs and say, how's it going? And the answer is, well, we kind of had planned to move over 1,500 applications by this time, and we've moved to 5. And that's because it's difficult. Like, these traditional applications were not built for the cloud. So there's a new strategy that's coming into play, and this is, next slide, this is pretty much what every private sector organization is doing and what a lot of public sector organizations are doing as well. Now, it's just something I call smart modernization, but really that is to take a look at what your applications look like and say, what are those priority applications that really I need to do right now? What are the things that are going to help me deliver a new service, help me respond better to what my citizens are demanding from me? And I'm going to focus on those ones as my priority. and I'm going to rewrite those. I'm going to make those from a traditional application to a modern application. For all of us nerds, that means, best case scenario, moving it to a new platform and retesting everything. That's a year-long project. Most likely scenario, that means rewriting some or all of that application to use these modern technologies. And that is a multi-year process for a lot of these larger applications that you have. And that's okay, because those are the applications that you need to run Canada. And I thank you for rewriting those applications to run Canada. But you've got all these other ones as well that you still need to figure out, what am I going to do? So click on the next slide, please, and we'll dig into what you can do on those sorts of things. So modern applications. As I mentioned, you're going to identify the priority applications for investment. And it is going to be an investment. It's an investment in people. It's an investment in tools as well. The people side of things is really, do I need to train my teams on how to build these new modern applications, how to manage these new modern applications, or am I going to hire some people, maybe out of Canadian universities or colleges, who understand some of these skill sets? How am I going to bring my people up to speed? And there's really a big mindset shift there, right? And it's significant. I don't want you to undermine the shift of going from a traditional database server application to a cloud native application. It's significant. The other one is on tools, right? So a Canadian reality is that Kubernetes has won the tool battle. Us nerds, we love the shiny new tool of the day. This modern application space, it would be like almost every 4 or 5 months, there'd be a new tool. I need this tool, it's awesome. I don't want that tool anymore. I need this tool, it's awesome. That's died down now. That's died down, and Kubernetes has kind of won the tools battle there. So Kubernetes is this thing that was invented by Google, but has been adopted pretty widely. And Kubernetes is kind of that nice middle ground. It works on any cloud. It works with a lot of skill sets that you'll get out of universities and colleges today. And there's a lot of reusable tools and code and things that you can plug in. So Kubernetes is kind of the thing. I asked over the last year, as an example, I asked every IT executive, mostly VP or CIO level, I said, where are you with Kubernetes? And 100% of Canadian CIOs said that Kubernetes is core to their modern application strategy. So that's just a data point for you if you're thinking, what am I going to do for all these modern applications I need to build? So build them from scratch, identify the ones you want to potentially rebuild, and then you still got this other chunk on the left. So next slide. For that other chunk of applications, I just want to build one more slide here. There we go. For those other applications, you want to run and manage those like a cloud. And what I mean for my geeks in the crowd, traditional applications, we would put out an RFP for the best storage in the world, and then get everybody to come in and say, okay, what's the price going to be for the best storage in the world? And then we'd say, okay, I need some more network, and I'm going to put an RFP for the best network in the world, and then I'm going to get some network. You've got a network team, and you've got a storage team, and you've got a server team, and each team's the coolest team on earth, and you're going to try to figure out how to work together and get these traditional applications working. A cloud does not work that way. Cloud provider sees these things just as ones and zeros. Like we just heard from Dean at ThinkOn. ThinkOn will come to you and say, what resources do you need? It doesn't matter the details behind it. It matters, I need this much network, I need this much storage, I need this much server space. It needs to work, and here's the SLA that I need you to deliver. Done. And we automate that. You click a button, and literally, here is your infrastructure that you need for traditional applications. So I challenge CIOs now, if you see, a large RFP or an RFI going out for, something traditional storage, that's kind of yesterday's game. Today's game for these traditional applications is, how do I basically run myself like a cloud? What sort of on-premise cloud do I need if on-premise is something that you have to do? And I know on-premise continues to be a reality for a lot of Canadian organizations, especially in government, as you work through the privacy legislation, security legislation, all those sorts of things. So there's a reality of, I need to run like a cloud, but I can't actually move it to the cloud today necessarily. So build out one more, please. And one more. So I'm going to tell you a little bit now. This is industry. Everything I've said so far is just industry, regardless of whether you're talking to VMware or not. I'm going to tell you a little bit now about where VMware is playing in Canada with each one of these areas. On the right-hand side, on modern applications, VMware is all in on Kubernetes. And there's a few different companies down here. We've acquired companies as well as built a lot of this as well. The one on top is the one I want to highlight for you. I mentioned to you, Kubernetes was invented at Google. Kubernetes was invented by basically 3 people. 2 of those people said, Kubernetes is awesome, but I want to make it useful for more than just the nerds. I want to try to make Kubernetes in a way that enterprises and governments can use it without having to retrain everybody and get PhDs in Kubernetes across the board. So that was Heptio, and Heptio and the 2 of the 3 founders of Google, or sorry, 2 of the 3 founders of Kubernetes are now at VMware, and that's formed the basis of us then bringing in a bunch of other key talent and key technologies to form basically the VMware Kubernetes story. And next slide, we just call that Tanzu. And if you hear Tanzu, think modern applications, think this is something we're going to do to help us build these net new applications. And I'll say that we as nerds, we'll build everything if you let us, right? Just give me a bunch of ones and zeros and I can build you an app from scratch, from ones and zeros. What leaders in government need to do is say, okay, does it make sense? Do we want to be the organization that builds the platform to build the applications? Or do we want to go and get a platform that we can just build these applications on top of? That's the choice you have to make. I've got friends on the technology side who say, no, we're just going to build it all ourselves. And that made a ton of sense for them because they are a technology company who builds platforms. That's what they do. And so they say, we're going to build this up ourselves and go from scratch. Pretty much everyone else in Canada is saying, look, I need something to build applications on, but I don't want to be the person who builds that platform. That's where this VMware Tanzu piece fits. We also have teams in Canada who are helping with that mindset shift. And so we have a large group based out of Toronto, but then can work anywhere and work virtually, who will help with that mindset shift as well. And we've done a ton of that. I'll give some examples just a little bit later. Next slide. For traditional applications, I mentioned to you that the old way of just saying, I'm going to get an RFP for my storage team to go and get some more storage doesn't exist. And this concept of building out your own cloud really kind of comes in 2 forms. The first form here is a cloud appliance. I'll just call it a cloud in a box. But basically, you can go to any one of the technology vendors, Dell EMC, HP, Lenovo, Hitachi, and say, hey, I want one of these cloud appliances. They'll say, great. They'll come in, they'll install it in your data center, plug it in. Boom, you've got all your resources there ready to go. That's kind of the cloud appliance model. And I'm seeing the vast majority of Canadian organizations as they replace some of the older equipment that's running in their data centers. They're going with this kind of appliance model because they don't want to deal with all the nuts and bolts underneath it. I just need a bunch of resources. So that's the appliance model. One more build. The other, click next slide. The other reality here is the same software that was built to run traditional applications on a cloud appliance also can be used in the clouds. So I'm going to rewind a little bit. Earlier I told you it's very difficult to take a traditional application and move it to the cloud. And the reason for that is that these traditional applications we're expecting to see storage and networks and servers and all these sorts of things. And the cloud's just not built that way. The cloud is built with a bunch of code and APIs that your application interacts with. So when you take a traditional application that is running today, say one of your key service applications, and you say move it to the cloud, the answer is going to be, okay, but I'm going to have to rewrite a bunch of it. What we're doing on the left here for these traditional applications is back to VMware. VMware is virtual machine. So we actually create a virtual version of what these traditional applications are expecting to see. And that's why we can make it run like a cloud, but when the traditional application is saying, hey, where's that old network I was looking for? Where's that old storage I'm looking for? We just say, here it is, keep running, move along, pay no attention, everything's good. So that's how we do it. we do that exact same thing in all the cloud providers. So Amazon was one of the first ones that came to us and said, hey, can we partner up on this? Because we want to allow our Amazon customers to be able to move these traditional applications through our cloud without having to rewrite everything. So we started with Amazon, then we added in, and actually ThinkOn in Canada has been doing it for a long time. Love working with ThinkOn, great partner. Azure and Google now have done that as well. And the cloud providers have said, okay, rather than this cloud native API, which is awesome for modern applications, but rather than that, I want to be able to run this virtual platform for traditional applications so that people can move things to my cloud. And there's reasons for moving to the cloud. Actually, I think it might be in one of the next builds. Can you, next slide for me? So the reason you might want to do that is actually to take advantage of the cloud. So if you suddenly need to launch a new service next week that's going to have 30 million Canadians hitting it, you probably want to be able to move that to somewhere that has instant cloud capacity that can do that for you. That's an example of where you might want it. If suddenly you need to use a bunch of your capacity you have, but you don't have any disaster recovery, maybe I want to be able to use the cloud for disaster recovery. And if there is a disaster, I'm just going to start, paying for the capacity I use on the cloud during that disaster, and then once it's done, I'll ramp it down. Those are some examples of where you might want to use the cloud. For us, we can just move those applications. For my nerd friends on the call, you can take a screenshot here to use some of the tools you can use to move from where you are now to one of these cloud appliances or to a cloud foundation on one of these private clouds. Next, please. Here's one of the other pieces of innovation that we are doing. So the way I described those to you before, there was this one world for modern applications, and I described another world for traditional applications. What VMware has done this year, and again, for my nerds on the phone, Cloud Foundation 4 is the piece of software that does this, but for everyone else, this basically brings that modern application world of Kubernetes and all the things that are great about Kubernetes, the APIs your developers love, all those sorts of things, brings that into this traditional application world. And the other reality is that we bring some of the robustness that comes from the traditional world and bring that over to the Kubernetes world as well. So while I introduced this as one world for modern and one world for traditional, you might hear that called bimodal IT if you're reading Gartner, things like that. What we're doing is bringing those two worlds together and saying, look, it doesn't have to be two different worlds. You can take the people you already have on staff who have been serving you well in your IT department for the last 20 years and say, hey, I am going to give you access now to some of these modern tools that just build on the things that you already know. And it's also going to take some of these people that just came out of university who understand those Kubernetes and modern application concepts and say, don't worry about some of that robustness of enterprise IT. We'll take care of that for you because we built that into this platform. So we're bringing those two worlds together. Next slide, please. Sorry, this is the one I was trying to get to earlier for you. So some examples of what is happening and where we're helping. I'll say this, it's not my place to share the specific names of people who are working within Canada right now, but if any of these examples are interesting to you, reach out to me. And I'm happy to maybe do some intros one-on-one. A lot of our Canadian customers are happy to have those one-on-one conversations. So I can set those up, but like I said, it's not not my place to share some names. So on the modern application side, a couple in the private sector that are interesting. On the retail side, we are helping rewrite a traditional application for one of Canada's retailers so that it can be more modern and it can drive all of their business. Retailers have seen a huge shift in behavior of how people are operating, and they've needed to ramp up their capacity, number one, for online shopping, but then also the quality of some of that as well. So we're doing some significant projects there around training up the people as well as rewriting some of those applications. Oil and gas there. Oil and gas is one where this legacy bubble on the left is much larger. So some of those mainframe applications that are really tough to modernize, actually digging in and starting to do some modernization of mainframe applications, which I know is a challenge, especially at the federal level. I've talked at some cloud conferences with various departments who have massive mainframes. What are we going to do about that? We're currently in the process of modernizing some of those applications. On the provincial side, We're seeing a bunch of things. Oh, sorry, back up. On the provincial side, there's some rewriting some social services, because people who in the past used to be able to come into an office, give you a paper form, submit documentation to you, that can't happen anymore, right? You need to be able to do that online as well. So we're doing that with one of the provincial governments. And then on the federal side, we have several projects on the go right now, investigating, you prioritize which of those traditional applications makes the most sense to go after. That's something that we're doing right now with a lot of federal agencies. And then also writing net new and rebuilding some applications across unclassified, protected B, and classified. On the traditional side of things, and this is kind of more, what are we doing to modernize data centers or to help people move traditional applications to the cloud? Ton of work here on the Canadian private sector. One of the first movers we saw was in financial services. Back to the example of my dad suddenly becoming an online app user. We are seeing the financial sector grow significantly and building up capacity in their private clouds, using that kind of cloud appliance model, and also starting to use capacity in public clouds as well, so that they can burst into some of the things that they need. And then retail, again, seeing a lot of growth in retail. I want to share a story for you actually here. One of the people on my team the other day shared with me that it was a very Canadian story where one of our customers said, you know, I love the vision that you put out there. I love that I can maybe take my applications and move them in my new cloud on premise. I can move them to Azure or Google, and said, but I want to test it. And so they've actually been testing the ability for them to move applications while they're still running from their data center to Azure, and then from their data center to Google, and then say, okay, well, what about if I want to move it from Google to Azure because one of them has a better price? No problem. And so they've actually been going through use case by use case and checking it off. I'm like, that is awesome. I love it. I love that you're skeptical, and I love even more that you're testing it. And as I joke, works on my PowerPoint. I love that you're testing that in the real world and seeing some great things there. Provincial, I'm seeing a lot of work on the provincial side around cloud migrations. Actually, just last week, submitted an award to one of our internal teams because they were involved in a very critical provincial application migration from on-premise to the cloud. Needed to be successful, needed to be on time, needed to be on budget, and the entire team got together and worked with that customer, and it was a huge success. So internally, I am so impressed with that team that I have nominated them for an award. If any of you are on the call, act surprised. And then on the last one, federal departments having lots of conversations, whether that be modernization of existing data centers that exist within the government of Canada, or looking at how can some of these different workloads move to the cloud, and as Dean mentioned earlier, including some of the protected B pieces that ThinkOn can bring to the Canadian government. All right, next slide. I think we're done on the cloud side of things. We're going to move over, and I'll try to be a little more brief first for Q&A. We're going to move to the application side and getting those to users. So build out one more, please. The reality of all these applications is they need to get to the people who need to use them. So if I go back to some of that survey data, what's the experience like for people who are working in your department today? And question number one, do you need multiple passwords to get through a working week? And the answer is yes, 63% yes. Question number two, would you like to have more freedom to choose which technology you can use for your job? And the answer was about 52% yes. There's a footnote in here, though, that the public sector was higher. Actually, public sector is telling us even more strongly, hey, I want you to let me choose which technology I want to use rather than telling me here's the thing you have to use. And then the last side, I want to be able to access all the applications I need to be able to do my job remotely from one central location. Meaning, I shouldn't have to go hunting around for the things that I need to do my job. Next slide, please. To summarize all of these findings, the answer is just make it work. So to the message we're hearing from Canadians who are trying to work right now, to all of us nerds, is just make it work. Let me use whatever device I need. You know, if I am suddenly working from home, let me go to Best Buy pick up a laptop and plug it in and let me work with that. And I need you to make it so that the security and connectivity is transparent. So don't make me go through a million different pop-ups and type in a million different passwords. Just make it work. So next slide. At VMware, I'll go quickly through this, but some names you can search for if you're on the call and hey, I want more information about that. Concept is any device for any applications. So this is my phone, my iPhone. I did not go to my IT department and say, hey, can you buy me an iPhone? Can you put the VMware approved image on it? And then I'm okay with the fact that my iPhone's going to get out of date within a couple of weeks because IT hasn't gotten around to updating the image. We don't do that. Nobody does that. You go to the Apple Store, you get your phone, you log in, and when you log in, it'll tell you what are the baseline security requirements that I have for you to get access to my network. For us, that goes a step further. Once we know that we trust your device, we can actually then just say, here are all the applications you have, whether it is in the cloud or if it's in our data center or if it's a Windows application. Just press the button. We'll just make it work for you. One portal for everything, anywhere, intrinsic security everywhere. I've been using this approach to getting my apps for so long that I forget that is not what the majority of IT users in the world are experiencing. The exact same concept I mentioned for an iPhone is true for a Windows laptop, a Mac. I can literally go to Best Buy right now, pick up a Mac, log in with pnear@vmware.com, and it'll say, hey, it looks like you're trying to use this for work. Do you want me to set it up for work? I just say yes, it'll lock it down, it'll download all my apps for me, and I'm up and running in about 30 minutes. That's cool. And definitely not the experience that we are giving to all the people who work for us today. So down the bottom there, some of the product names you can search on if you're interested in more information. Next slide as well, please. The other reality of cloud is that the way we built our networks in the past just don't make sense anymore from a cloud perspective. So one more build, please. Next slide. I'll show you how this works. So if you are a government employee in northern British Columbia right now, and you are trying to access an application on your network, chances are you are going to be clicking on that application. It's going to go over the network across the country to Ottawa. Ottawa then is going to do some checking on that, make sure the security is good, and then it'll say, okay, you're good, but actually this application lives on Azure. So now I'm going to send you back over to Azure, and then back from Azure, back to Ottawa, back to northern British Columbia. That is an expensive way to do things. That is also a slow way to do things. So if you're trying to help somebody get something done, the fact that you're waiting for all these things to happen just doesn't work. Because the reality is, most of this stuff doesn't sit in your data center anymore. Everybody is moving towards cloud, towards software as a service. So click next slide, please. Here's the reality, is that if you are working in northern British Columbia and you need to get access to an application that lives on Azure, it probably makes sense to just go directly to that application through whatever network access point Microsoft has in British Columbia. And then it's up to us to make sure that all of that is secure, all of that makes sense, all of that's within policy. And that is the new way of building some of this architectures, this concept that the center of the universe is my data center no longer exists. So you need to move that security and logic up into the cloud, and these are the two product areas that do that for us. Next slide, please. Some examples of where we're doing this in Canada. On the left-hand side, Canadian private sector across the board. Everyone is now working from home, and so we're doing this with pretty much everyone. One that I wanted to mention to you because you might connect to your world. Chances are, if you order a coffee somewhere in Canada, you're probably doing it through some of these technologies. The other one on a Canadian nonprofit, this is one that I personally am involved in. VMware gives me the opportunity to volunteer my time with some nonprofits, and so I volunteer with a nonprofit here in Toronto that supports people living in the community with intellectual disabilities. And right now, we are working to change the way that they work, so that if you are in someone's home who's living with intellectual disabilities, you can take any device, go into it and get that application, get those health records you need, get that check-in form you need from anywhere, and do it securely. So that's a project that I'm personally very passionate about and volunteering my time on right now. On the right-hand side, provincial healthcare, I would say pretty much every jurisdiction in Canada. Now, we are some way connected to helping doctors work remotely. I have a friend here in Halton who actually got that technology about 2 years ago and randomly raved to me about how much he loves that VMware has made his life better as a doctor who can help treat a patient in distress at 2 a.m. So doing that across the across the country in healthcare. And then for federal departments, several departments, one of the things we saw immediately after Canada went into lockdown was a growth in virtual desktops and leveraging some of the cloud capacity we have to build up that work from anywhere approach as well. So these are some of the things we're doing in Canada. If any of these connect to things that you need to do, feel free to reach out to me and I'll see if I can connect you with some of those people. Next slide, please. And one more. All right, so let's bring it all together. We have a bunch of applications, and for us nerds, those applications are all not created equal, right? There's legacy, which is really tough. There's traditional, which is kind of tough. There's modern applications, which frankly are kind of easy. And then there's SaaS applications, these ones that just you subscribe to in the cloud, like Office 365, and those are super easy. But the challenge of digital transformation for your IT departments varies depending on what you're asking of them. And the reality is most of that is in this somewhat challenging world of traditional applications. Those applications need to live somewhere, whether that be on a modern cloud that you're building today, on-premise, or using one of the public clouds like ThinkOn or one of the hyperscalers, AWS, Azure, or Google. Let's build that out one more, please. So to summarize, if you're looking at digital transformation now, you went from, I got to respond to this pandemic as quickly as I can, to now, okay, the reality is I got to live with this for the next 2 years, and it's probably going to change the expectations of the citizens that I serve as well as my employees for the next decade. Here are the things that I would say you probably want to focus on. On the user side of things, you want to transform the user experience. Fundamentally, that just means work from anywhere securely. Can the people in your department do their job from anywhere? Do your security people sleep well at night knowing that that's happening? And have you made it easy for them? All those things are part of that digital transformation for your user experience. Next slide, please. For your applications, I know everyone is looking to deliver amazing citizen services, and the way you do that is by looking at what are my top priority applications for citizen services. Make investments in those. Make investments in the people who own those applications to bring them up to this modern applications way of working, and look at how you can make their life easier in building up those modern applications. And then for all the other ones that are out there, make sure that you are operating them as efficiently as possible and leveraging things that just make your teams' lives easier, right? There are so many people in Canadian government whose jobs are primarily just keeping the lights on, hosting these applications. You need to make their jobs easier so that then they can take their career and focus on something like, how am I going to start to build these modern applications? How am I going to drive the next series of innovation for Canadian citizens? You don't want them just keeping the lights on. You want them innovating. Last piece here on cloud. Next slide. Embrace cloud concept. So there's a lot that goes in here. With my nerd hat on, I could list about 100 things of what that means. But in general, cloud concepts means you can react quickly to change. And change is our new reality right now. My wife is president of a synchronized swimming club here in Halton. And every single week, they have to change what they're doing, change their processes, their policies, the tools that they're using. That's a very, very small example, but they're changing. Everyone is changing. Government, private sector, change is the new reality for all of us. These are the things I would guide you on for digital transformation. Next slide. I'm now open for a couple minutes of Q&A, potentially, Kevin.
Thank you very much, Peter. That was excellent. I do have a question from the audience, and then what I'll do is I'll flip it over to Emily for her to ask a question too. So we'll get two questions in. The first question pertains to what you were speaking about maybe midway through your presentation, where where you're talking about where you could virtualize the environment so legacy apps can live in the cloud, but like almost like artificially kind of thing. And the question pertains to like, by doing that, are you like just putting off the inevitable? We're eventually going to have to modernize this application. And are there any limitations to doing that? Because I guess the question sees it more as like a temporary solution.
Fair question. So I'll answer it two ways. The first one is, in a lot of cases, we just don't have that time, right? So I know we're operating with limited budgets, limited people. And so if there's an application that is number 57 on your list of modernization, it's probably not going to happen right away, right? And so you need to figure out a way to manage that in the most efficient way possible, kind of to my last point there. So your people aren't focusing on keeping the lights on. They're focusing on just, this thing works, I'm going to focus on innovation. The other reality is that in most organizations, and definitely in government, these are not applications that government wrote. They are mostly applications that government bought. And so if you have an application that was a commercial off-the-shelf application, it's not up to you to rewrite that application to make it work on the cloud. You have an application that says probably in its installation guide, you need this, 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 and this. And what we're doing in the traditional application space is letting you take those off-the-shelf applications and manage them in a more efficient way so that you're not focused on keeping lights on as much.
Okay, thank you, Peter. And Emily from DMZ, did you have a question too that you'd like to pose? We got a couple minutes left.
Yeah, absolutely. I think my question here is, I think we've all heard in the news that there have been a substantial increase in the amount of cyber activity and malicious cyber activity being reported. And that being said, I wonder, how does an organization prepare itself for this and adjust to new digital environments while still protecting their employees, their customers, and citizens at large?
Okay, thank you. There's a long answer, but I'll give you the 2-minute answer. The 2-minute answer is VMware has a fundamentally different view of security and cybersecurity than the rest of the industry. I think one of the challenges in cyber right now is that there are so many different things that plug in. There's, this security box here, which will solve all your problems, but obviously it doesn't. There's another security box here that will solve all your problems, but it doesn't. Our view of security is that security needs to be intrinsic to what you do. So there should not be, for example, back to my end user story, there should not be a world where I say, hey, I want you to access your applications on your phone, that then has a whole other set of people thinking about, okay, what are the other applications I need to install on your phone for security? What do I need to install in the network for security? What do I need to, install in the data center for security? It should just be part of it, right? So if you are going to be delivering applications on the phone, by default, it should be secure. And an example for me is if I go into any of my applications, it does a biometric scan of my face, uses that biometric scan in a connection with where I am located in the world and a bunch of other things it knows about me, to then say, do I trust this person or not? And then gives me access to the applications, all without me knowing, all just happening in the background intrinsically to everything that we do.
Thank you very much, Peter. Well, Peter Neer, Canada's National Director of Technology from VMware. Thank you very much, Peter, for sharing your thoughts with us. It was an excellent presentation. Compliments the one from Dennis Morrow really well, actually, at our last summit, so that was great. All right, thank you very much, folks. So we're going to take a very quick intermission here, and then we'll start with Ian from BMC Software. Thank you all. Okay, excellent. Welcome back, everybody. We're here with BMC Software. Ian Russ, Chief Architect in the BMC Office of the CTO. Ian works with major customers across the Europe, Middle East, and Africa with a specific focus on innovation. Is currently responsible for the development of BMC's worldwide telecoms vertical strategy. So, I thought, I was talking to Ian just ahead of the presentation, and I think that those best practices and that experience he brings from beyond the U.S., beyond North America, is going to be exceptionally valuable to the audience. So, with that, Ian, the floor is yours.
Of this, looking at the kind of state of multi-cloud adoption. So I think most organizations, if we can just go to the next slide, please. Most organizations, I think, started off looking at cloud as being a sort of almost single supplier model. You'd adopt one cloud supplier, and that gave you a number of benefits around simplicity, a single supplier kind of to relationship. But I think that's now evolved, and a recent survey done on the sort of state of the cloud identified that sort of above 90% of organizations are now adopting a multi-cloud strategy. So they're looking at either using multiple hyperscalers or combination of hyperscalers and large public cloud providers, or increasingly also looking at a combination of hyperscaler and private cloud. And I think over time, organizations have evolved so that there's an increasing complexity around the sort of cloud landscape in terms of you're not just dealing with one cloud provider, you're now dealing with on average sort of 2.2. We expect that to increase. And I think there's one of the things which is noticeable is most organizations that I speak to have said that they expect their use of cloud to directly go up as a result of the pandemic, and that they are looking at increasingly using multiple public and hyperscalers to address that kind of cloud demand. Next slide, please. If I look at public sector, though, public sector, I think, especially in the UK, has lagged slightly behind the kind of private sector. For example, in the UK government has had a cloud-first strategy since 2013, but I think it's only really in the last 2 or 3 years that we've seen significant traction and actually a greater focus on actually delivering workloads and new applications directly into public cloud. It's interesting, there's still a balance to be had between the desire to adopt public cloud and some concerns around things like security, data sovereignty, privacy regulations, especially in EMEA, where that's obviously quite heavy regulations. That's restricting some organizations' choice of where they place their workloads. But the other thing which increasingly comes to the fore in conversations with customers is that customers see a single vendor model being a sort of poor value for money for the citizens and taxpayers, and therefore most public sector organisations I talk to in the UK are looking at delivering their cloud strategy across at least 2 cloud providers. Next slide, please. Well, through talking with a lot of our customers, especially in EMEA, we've really identified that there's probably 3 main areas of challenge when organizations are looking to move from being predominantly sort of on-premise type deliveries to a more cloud or multi-cloud, hybrid cloud delivery. And these really focus around the 3 main areas of challenges associated with the planning and migration of those workloads, managing the observability across multiple clouds once you've actually moved those workloads. And obviously, especially important in the public sector, how do you ensure compliance with security or other regulatory controls? And how do you ensure that you're getting best value for money from doing so? If you can just build the slide out, please. I mean, the challenges around planning and migration really focus on 3 key areas. The first one is obviously having a cloud strategy. Organizations that struggle in the planning and migration and adoption of cloud often have a poor or sort of non-existent strategy. But once we kind of move past the kind of definition of the strategy, the major inhibitor to kind of success seems to be poor quality data. It's often these organizations have got technical estates that have evolved over 20 or more years. These estates may span multiple outsourcers and other legacy suppliers, and therefore actually effectively understanding what should I migrate? Should I migrate it in a lift and shift? Should I pick it up and refactor it? Or should I start from scratch and develop a new cloud native application? Those decisions are often inhibited by poor quality data. Similarly, when we actually move into the kind of post-migration model where you are operating workloads across multiple cloud providers, be it private, be it public, maintaining that observability of those services, often those services span multiple suppliers, and actually understanding the state and health and performance of those services becomes quite difficult when you end up with effectively a multi-supplier model. And when things break, understanding who is exactly who is the underlying cause of that failure is also quite difficult. This is something that we see a lot in public sector, where you may have new cloud native applications delivered directly onto a cloud platform, still dependent in some way on on-premise systems. And understanding those cross-cloud dependencies is critical. And thirdly, around the compliance and governance space, obviously enforcing compliance is absolutely mandatory. There is no way you're going to move workloads to the cloud without ensuring that they are meeting the strict regulation controls. But doing that in a way that actually is efficient and effective without incurring incredible costs in doing so can be quite difficult. And the other thing we see with cloud, especially with cloud demands at the moment, is that managing those future cloud costs can be difficult across multiple suppliers. It's generally quite easy to do it with one supplier. They generally make the tooling available to do so. But when you're trying to manage the cost and across maybe multiple hyperscalers combined with a private cloud, getting that single visibility of the cost, both of your current run rate and your future run rate, can be quite difficult. Next slide, please. In order to reduce some of these challenges, we've identified 4 key areas that I think organizations looking to move workloads to the cloud should focus on. First of all, service discovery. Really understand what your services look like today, understand how they are supplied, understand the dependencies between those components, and that will certainly support better planning and migration design. Secondly, organizations that are successful in cloud migration have a clear understanding of their current usage and capacity of services so that they can right-size their cloud services. You're not just picking up and moving something, you're making sure that when you move it, you're taking advantage of the elasticity and scalability of the cloud while not incurring unnecessary cost. Thirdly, being able to just understand those costs across multiple providers and being able to execute what-if type scenarios is generally a benefit, I think, to most organizations in looking at this. And fourthly, in terms of compliance automation, we generally see that trying to enforce compliance with regulatory controls manually is inefficient and is unlikely to work. And actually, a better approach is to focus more on automating the compliance at the beginning of each migration so that you know the state and compliance of your components before you move them. If you can just build the slide out. And I think I've covered these, so on to the next slide, please. So double-clicking into one of these areas, service discovery, I think, is probably the fundamental requirement for successful cloud migration. Understanding what you have and how it relates to each other is probably the sort of secret sauce to successful migration. Most organizations I work with, both private sector and public sector, that have gone through cloud migration have used some form of service discovery to, first of all, understand your dependencies, know where your applications are, what they do, what are the key technical kind of pinch points. This allows you to then understand and prioritize how you're going to migrate. And then it also assists in making sure you place the right workloads in the right cloud providers. Often there's a complex equation of trying to work out which public cloud provider you should use for certain workloads. Having the right information at your fingertips really helps. And one of the things we see from a lot of customers who tried this maybe 2 or 3 years ago originally was that they were working from incomplete data, and often they were making decisions that didn't allow them to take advantage of the cloud in terms of elasticity. They were either buying the wrong amount of compute or they were placing the workloads in the wrong services. The second area around service discovery really supports is around migration. Obviously, I think we've all run into experiences where migrations have unexpectedly failed because we didn't understand a dependency, or we didn't understand there was a key part of technology we hadn't fully documented. So being able to understand those kind of blind spots reduces the risk of service disruption during migration, and we see that a lot. And obviously, once you've migrated, having a clear understanding of what you look like in order to support operational processes is important. Working with a number of customers in EMEA, we see a sort of challenge with multi-cloud is that you can manage one cloud effectively using its own tools, but trying to manage multiple cloud providers using native tools becomes increasingly difficult. You end up with a very fragmented view of the world. And obviously, as these services span multiple cloud providers, it becomes very difficult to get that single pane of glass view of what is actually my service doing. And finally, we see a lot with customers the challenge around cloud costs and sprawl. Over time, as your adoption of the public cloud becomes greater, the risk of sort of unintended costs being incurred increases. And often we see things being turned on, but not necessarily turned off. So you end up with a sprawling technology landscape that costs you money and actually doesn't deliver any benefit. So having a better understanding of your environment through service discovery kind of mitigates those risks. Next slide, please. And it's probably worth just going through a couple of examples of customers that we've worked with. So this is a major European government department, and they wanted to do two things. They have a significant legacy data center environment. They have multiple very large data centers, and then a number of almost kind of equipment rooms and computers almost under people's desks that they needed to consolidate from a point of view of security. The landscape was too difficult to control. And secondly, from a cost perspective, they were incurring significant costs. There was no standardization, limited amounts of automation. So there were lots of compelling reasons to move and consolidate. They chose a hybrid cloud strategy of basically spanning both a significant private cloud environment and large hyperscaler involvement from AWS and Azure. And they needed to move workloads from their existing data centers onto these cloud platforms. One of the challenges was that some of these environments they had been built, and the people who built them had retired. So there was, in some cases, quite limited understanding of the technology components and also the purposes of these systems. So before they could move anything or migrate or even make decisions about refactoring or retiring, they first of all needed to understand what their landscape looked like. So they deployed application and service discovery capabilities to ensure that they had an accurate understanding of what each of these data centers did, how they interrelated with each other, and then they can make decisions around these elements we lift and shift, these elements we refactor, as in we take advantage of some cloud components like database as a service, and which applications or services they retired in favor of a fully cloud native component. And this was really designed to meet sort of near-term goal, which was achieve cost and security savings through just turning the old data centers off, and also building a strong foundation for them to be able to move to cloud native technologies later. Next slide, please. And similarly, this is a major UK government department that I worked with for a number of years. They've, unusually in some ways for public sector, they've really embraced DevOps. They looked at developing their own applications to meet their citizens' needs. And to do so, they've adopted a quite sophisticated hybrid cloud model. Their initial approach was to allow different application and development teams to pick their own technologies, so that we ended up with a number of different services built on different cloud providers using different technology stacks. Each application or service was fairly discrete on its own, but over time, as the department migrated increasingly to these platforms, they found managing them difficult because you couldn't span each application. Each application had its own tool chain, and increasingly these applications became interdependent with each other, and managing those dependencies when you're doing change or during outages becomes quite difficult. So the department chose to rather than attempt to kind of standardize the technology that the developers were using, chose to standardize on a number of tools to monitor, manage, and kind of control the services once they were delivered. So the first point was applying a level of service discovery across the entire estate. Doesn't matter if it's on premise or one of the cloud providers. They get consistent views of what those applications are doing and how they relate to each other. And then secondly, applying common monitoring and security remediation components on top to ensure that regardless of the mechanism of delivery, they can enforce a standardized level of sort of security policy or data policies, and that they can get visibility of the health and performance of those services. And the key to this, though, was being able to apply service discovery across the estate. It gave them the understanding that of what their environment looked like without getting in the way of the developers. One of the things that they were very keen on was ensuring that each developer or each application team could develop their own applications in their own way.
Center powered by analytics, Henry can determine how priority groups will be identified. To do this, he looks at centralized data around the population and real-time COVID and influenza data.
Yeah, Ian, we got a weird technical thing there. Okay, it's all sorted out. We're good to go.
That's fine. So I think that was the next slide, please. So how can BMC help? We have a number of solutions in this. Oh, one slide back, please. So BMC have a number of solutions which can help our customers in this space. And we have numbers of public sector customers in EMEA that use these technologies to help both migrate from on-premise to cloud, but also once they are running in public or hybrid cloud environments to be able to manage those services effectively. We have BMC Discovery, which is our service discovery tool, which provides multi-cloud infrastructure application dependency mapping. We have Optimize, which is our capacity management tool, helps our customers effectively manage both their on-premise and cloud capacity usage. We have Helix Remediate, which is our compliance remediation tool, ensures that organizations and customers can automatically find and fix compliance issues and remediate them without human interaction. And we have Helix Monitor, which provides our single pane of glass monitoring capabilities across multi and hybrid cloud environments. Thank you very much for your time. Next slide, please.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. That's an excellent kind of sharing of practices from somewhere that wasn't North America, which is really interesting. Emily, I'm going to pivot over to you to ask your follow-up questions, and then I encourage the audience to submit their Q&As now, because we got 10 minutes for a Q&A, so we got a lot of time for questions, folks. So please don't be shy.
Yeah, I'd love to know if you've seen that there's a particular ministry or department that you've come across during your times who has adopted cloud really well, and what is it that they did differently? What was their secret sauce?
So yeah, it's there's a couple of departments I've worked with in the UK. There's a very large UK government department that has adopted, I think, has done a very good job of adopting the cloud. They historically would have been, they were very on-premise, highly outsourced, so that very little internal competency, I suppose, is the way. They'd outsourced the majority of their capabilities to a supplier. And they chose maybe 5 years ago that they were going to bring amount of that capability back in-house. As part of that, they then also chose to adopt a cloud strategy. So they not only looked at changing their supplier model, which I think was quite a significant change, they also brought in, started hiring developers. And at one point, they were hiring something like between 200 and 300 developers a month to write. So they weren't just picking up and moving applications into the cloud. They were actually refactoring and developing. So they, I think there was a definite place for picking up and moving. One of my examples earlier was very much they were trying to address a cost challenge, so being able to pick up and move addressed that. But this particular department, I think they did really well because they not only changed their sourcing model, but they also took advantage of the kind of capabilities that the cloud provides, so they can take advantage of the massive elasticity and the cost and the elasticity and the scalability that the public cloud provides.
Okay, I got one from the audience here. Oh, sorry, Emily, go ahead. I got a couple more though to follow up.
Okay. I also wonder what types of considerations should ministries and departments consider when they're deciding on what cloud provider to go with, since there are so many.
It's a good question. I think, from my experience in EMEA, the biggest consideration is probably going to be twofold. There's obviously security and kind of regulatory controls. So there are some public cloud providers that have quite large government presence. So that obviously is a consideration. The second one is probably skills. Which organizations, how easy is it to get the right skills with the right level of accreditation? Especially in the UK, that has been a key focus. You may find a niche cloud provider that really meets your obligations, but if you can't get the skills in the community to then build applications and take advantage of those capabilities, it's then difficult. I think, and the third one is probably interoperability. I think how easy is it to slot cloud native capabilities with some of the heritage or legacy systems that are going to remain. So some of the cloud providers make that really quite easy now, and therefore I think there was an expectation 3 or 4 years ago that often you'd pick up your entire workload and put it in the cloud. What I see in EMEA especially is actually the elements end up in the cloud, but quite a lot of the kind of really critical stuff still stays on premise. I'm thinking of a major UK department that their sort of citizen repository, the thing that holds information about every single UK citizen, that's never moving to the cloud. But all the other systems rely on it. So being able to interact with that safely is a key decision when looking at cloud technologies. Not sure if that answered the question or not.
I think that was a great answer. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a couple from the audience here. So one of them is, in Canada, there's some, I guess, jurisdictions or whatnot that are looking at the public cloud or who have moved to the public cloud. I think maybe they might be talking about US case studies here, but are deliberating like moving back to on-prem. Are you experiencing that like in where you're working, where people have moved to the cloud and then they decide, oh, we're better off on-prem?
Yeah. I mean, not so much in the public sector. Private sector, I see it quite a lot. It depends on the way that. So I can give you an example of a private sector customer that I work with, and they had a cloud first strategy, as most organisations do, and they were under quite significant cost pressure. So they moved a lot of applications into the cloud, pretty much a sort of lift and drop type model, and they took advantage of some of the cloud platform services like databases. And then incurred significant cost as a result. And they actually then went, you know what, we're going to move some of these applications back because it's cheaper to run them on premise. The other area I see is, I've seen it in some government departments, but it's as there are some of these new emerging technologies like containerization, containerizing some services makes it easier for people to move things about. So there is a more, 2 or 3 years ago, I think it was quite, you move into the cloud, there's a concern about lock-in. Now, I am seeing some customers who are talking about using containerization as a way of breaking that lock-in. So they'll choose one cloud provider, but they know that by having it containerized, they can, if necessary, pick up the application and move it onto premise if they feel that they're not getting good value for money.
Yeah, I can totally see why that question's being asked, because within the government of Canada, I mean, now they've got access to these protected B cloud providers, and I guess they're trying to decide, do we go to the cloud or we just maintain on-prem through shared services and whatnot? So I can see why they asked that question. Another question we got pertains to like the SaaS marketplace that ThinkOn and VMware were kind of talking about. And like in the UK, like were they able to use cloud services to address procurement issues and provide ministries with a broader spectrum of technologies to choose from? Like, are they using that right now?
Yeah, so the UK government did two things. So the UK government had a concept called G-Cloud, which was the sort of, and it's gone through about, I don't know, I think it's up to sort of 6 or 7 iterations now. So G-Cloud was the idea that allowing any government department to buy stuff from a catalogue. So you no longer had to go through the long, fairly complicated procurement models. You could go to a catalogue and you could buy a service at the right level of accreditation in terms of it's secured to official sensitive. It's delivered so you knew that you had the right level of security wrapper wrapped around it, and also that it came at a particular pre-negotiated cost. That has worked to an extent, but what is also now happening is that the central government in the UK are negotiating effectively common agreements with the big hyperscalers. So there's been a reasonably large announcement with one of the hyperscalers recently where it's common terms, I believe. So if you're part of the UK central government, you can take advantage of AWS, I think it is. And it doesn't matter which department you're no longer negotiating as, I don't know, the Department of Health. You're negotiating as the UK government, which means obviously has a significantly higher buying power than an individual department.
Okay. Very interesting. Yeah, you guys are just slightly ahead of us, I think. And then the last question that I want to fit in here too, like the last summit, it almost turned into a talent summit where they're talking about we need people with talent to, for this digital transformation we're going through. In the UK, what is the deal with talent? In terms of you were kind of talking about shortages previously, or like them trying to figure out if they are sourcing talent. Was that an issue in the UK, and is it still an issue finding the right talent to?
Yeah, so talent. I mean, that's an interesting question. So pre-COVID-19, I think it was a challenge. There was the government has a set of buying frameworks in terms of how it sources people. Those frameworks are obviously designed to achieve a value for money for the citizen. Whether or not those frameworks could compete with private sector in certain niche products, I think is debatable. So if you had Kubernetes skills maybe 18 months ago, you were probably at a premium. And would that fit into a sort of buying framework? I'm not sure. I think the pandemic has probably leveled the playing field a little bit because I think market rates have changed a bit. There are still shortages. There is no doubt we still have a skill shortage in the UK, especially around some of the more on-trend technologies like Kubernetes.
Ian, that was really, really fun. Ian Russ from BMC Software, thank you for joining us today, sharing your stories, and thanks everyone for great questions. It was awesome to have 10 minutes to kind of have that discussion. Thank you very much, Ian. So we're going to take a very quick break here, and we'll be back with Salesforce. Thank you very much. Okay, we're back here for our 10:30 a.m. session with Salesforce. Joining me from Salesforce is Chris Radish, who is a global technology thought leader with deep experience in digital architecture, advisory, consulting, and enterprise technology sales. Chris leads Salesforce's global public sector digital strategy function to build transformation strategies across its client base. And indeed, I just checked with Chris, and he is the global public sector digital strategy lead. So he knows about who's doing it well and who's not doing it so well and what the best practices are. So Chris, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you so much for the time. And now I know what you're probably thinking. How can a checklist help me with something as complex as digital transformation and cloud adoption? And my job's cut out for me. I have about 20 minutes to convince you otherwise. One caveat as well, I'm going to convince you that low-code platforms should be a piece of your transformation. Coupled with these practices, you can get real results. And so let's jump right into it here. Very quickly, this is the forward-looking statement. The lawyers require it. I'm going to read the synopsis is customers should make buying decisions only on the products commercially available. The good news is this is not a product pitch. I promise you should not have to read this statement in detail. And if we move to the next slide, really, government has never been more important. I'd be remiss to not say thank you to all the Canadian public servants in the audience today. COVID-19 has taught me personally that we need more gratitude for public service. It's at the epicenter wherever you look in terms of keeping the economy going, keeping us safe. So thank you for your service. And now let's really jump into it. So I often get asked, as global leader for digital strategy, where did the checklist concept come from? And cloud adoption and digital transformation is hard enough, so why should we figure it out alone? I came from an organization, Gartner, that had a sole mission of sharing best practices and brought that ethos here to Salesforce. And this is where patterns come into play. So we looked at 150 transformations globally across government and public sector clients. Of those 150, 25 leaders who've achieved really scalable transformation across their organization emerged. And when we really dug in, my team of strategists dug in, we saw 5 common attributes and 11 sub-attributes across those leading organizations. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Really excited. Let's take a look at the agenda, and then I promise we're going to dive in. So it's as simple as 1, 2, 3. I know I still need to convince you why checklists matter, and then you can bring it back to your organization. We're then going to provide an overview of the 5 common attributes I talked about, and we're going to conclude with 3 best practice stories that you can bring back and institute on Monday morning. So how do we frame a checklist as valuable to our organization? The one thing I've seen globally, and quite often you hear, why do transformations or IT projects fail? It's change management or culture, or we were underfunded. There's really only one reason, and that's due to a lack of discipline. And when you really internalize this, you can start to recognize that we're not hopeless as technology professionals. We don't have to succumb to our fate of failure and find a way to protect ourselves from that failure. If we can find ways to institute discipline, just like airline pilots and surgeons and other complex professions have done, then we can have a much better chance of being successful. I'd argue that we can have near 100% chance of being successful. So to really show how other professions have used checklists, and I think this is the way you can position it in your organization. Let's look at what the World Health Organization has done. So the WHO had recognized that there were poor outcomes in surgeries, particularly in poor countries. And if you look at this photo, you see the checklist front and center. That is the WHO surgery checklist. So 90% of wealthy countries were using checklists in surgeries. In poor countries, only 1/3 of the time. So a dramatic decrease. There's a variety of reasons here, some of it cultural. And then they looked at the data. When checklists were used, whether wealthy or poor countries, deaths were reduced by 24%, complications by 60%. And I recognize you're probably thinking, well, IT, cloud migration projects, or digital transformation, it's not linear like a 4-hour surgery. But the intent is, if you drive discipline into your organization with a very pragmatic tool, you're not leaving your fate into the hands of the human. And I think when you recognize even doctors make mistakes, we can leverage this tool to be more effective. So finally, we realize checklists are important. We can use them as IT professionals and leaders. Let's now jump into the moment you're waiting for. What we found globally as the 5 attributes that really matter. So 5 things, we have 11 sub-attributes I'm not showing here, but what did we learn from the leaders, these 25 organizations across the globe? Number 1, leadership. Leaders have a dedicated platform owner who owns the low-code platform, and they lead a transformation center. So there's real ownership of the platform. This is pretty simple, but it's often overlooked. The platform's outsourced, the integrator comes in, and no one really has skin in the game to drive the results. And you have to have a low-code platform in your portfolio. We'll get into more of that in a bit. Strategy is number 2. Leaders are always dedicated to mission outcomes and use transformation plans to frame investments. What we've seen the laggards do is they'll have a high-level strategy, but will never get into a tactical transformation plan driven by mission outcomes. More to come here as well in best practices. Funding and acquisition. Leaders make funding and acquisition easy and scalable. The BPA, blanket purchase agreement, is the common tool, and you would have one for licenses for the software or CSP, and one for services to implement, govern, and manage. Then we get into, this one's often overlooked, cloud compliance and policy. So leaders have cloud policies in place that support adoption and drive behavior. The 2 things that we've seen really drive tremendous impact are a SaaS first policy, and this is in the best practices part of the presentation as well, and the platform ATO, authority to operate. You have to invest in these early on in order to set the tone for your organization. And finally, you see there in the center, everything leads towards, all of these things are interrelated. We'd be remiss to say they weren't. An agile delivery model. And this is what we call the digital transformation center operating model. And when you couple that with a low-code platform and start to centralize ownership and mature over time, demand, governance, and app delivery across the enterprise, you move beyond the old Lockheed Martin term of skunk works into a really scalable capability. So the checklist, you know, I recognize some of these things. You're probably thinking, okay, yeah, I'm aware of those things, and we're doing a lot of those things. But what I often see when I speak with CIOs, directors within a digital organization, is they gravitate to one bubble because they weren't confident in the practice in that bubble. For example, just yesterday, a digital leader gravitated towards SaaS first policy, really wanted to understand how to institute and set the tone via that policy. So I recommend you take a look at these 5 things, dial in to where you could use help. And remember, this is not about introducing new concepts. This is about driving discipline into your organization to hold yourself accountable to continuing to invest in these 5 areas. So now let's move on to bringing these concepts to life. The checklist has had some really interesting customer stories across North America. So what I'll do is I'll frame a best practice within one of these attributes and tell you about some of the outcomes that these customers have achieved. Number 1 is leadership. And this is a lesson from a large civilian agency, one of Salesforce's largest customers, in fact. And what they did is they built this digital transformation center and assigned dedicated leaders across internal government staff, and that was the platform owner, technical lead, and product owners you see there in maroon. The implementer, which is that agile development team, which was outsourced to a Salesforce partner, and a SaaS provider organization, which is Salesforce architects. And this is the commonly missed tier. And if you take anything away from this organizational design, it's invest in architects. Salesforce architects, and there's 3 flavors: business or solution architect. Think of that as someone who really understands how to map to mission capabilities. Program architect, those who blend mission and technical standards. And then technical architect, deployment patterns, different configuration techniques, as well as capabilities that the platform can offer. Please do not forget the architects. If there's one mistake I see, it's architects are hard to find internally, so let's just bypass them and get agile development teams on board. So what this transformation center, after they established that cadre of leadership across those 3 different organizations, is in 2015 to now, they've released 85 applications with this very focused group. We're not talking an army of 1,000 developers. I think sometimes we believe that a transformation center is 1,000 people in a smoke-filled room in some government building. Far from the truth. This is the structure that got it done. And over that period, 52% savings compared to their legacy development model, which equated to $105 million in cost avoidance per year. So now that we understand leadership can be simple, let's move on to strategy. The strategy best practice is build a transformation plan centered around how to improve customer engagement. Don't focus on technology deployment. It is so hard to show quick impact. And the lesson here is from COVID response across North America. We've had tremendous success. The vast majority of US states are leveraging our contact tracing technology. And in fact, I said here in Canada, deployed a COVID-19 PPE portal in 2 days. And the key here is this was not a technology problem that was being solved. This was a real public health challenge. And you see the example on the screen, which is a sample roadmap of what these plans can look like. Rhode Island went live with contact tracing in 4 weeks. And they did it by focusing on a singular customer engagement problem framed with an actionable plan. It's not about our technology vision and how we're going to migrate, servers, VMs, move to a containerization platform. How do you solve a customer problem? I love this quote to wrap up on the strategy best practice. This is from the Rhode Island CIO, Vijay Kumar. When the pandemic started, our top priority was and remains ensuring Rhode Islanders are safe and healthy. That's from the CIO. And it just shows this shift we've had from technology providers now to business strategists within the office of the CIO. And to wrap up here, we're gonna wrap up with that compliance and policy best practice. The best practice here is you establish a SaaS first and low code or to limit customization policy, and these will drive improved delivery outcomes. I love, this is real policy language from a customer, a defense and security agency. If an existing software as a service platform can meet operational needs, we will use it. Now, there's more language in their cloud policy, but this is as simple as it gets. It's why I love it. And they set the tone with this language. This language doesn't drive investments. It's not this complex ether of governance that's needed. It set the tone, and they actually have a digital transformation center that was stood up in parallel. And what this did, and here's the outcome. This is amazing. I love these metrics. They had 5 staff supporting the Salesforce Transformation Center versus 30 government staff supporting legacy platform. Over that time period, I think it was around 18 months, 30 Salesforce releases versus 6 legacy. And here's the amazing pieces, and I love how the metrics turned out. That equates to 6 releases per Salesforce staff versus 0.6 legacy. So low-code platform coupled with the 3 things that I just went through, establishing that leadership across cloud service provider, systems integrator, and government staff, using a transformation plan focused on the customer to solve a specific problem, and having the backdrop of a SaaS first policy as well as language to limit customization can drive at tremendous speed. If you do these 3 things, you will get better outcomes. The checklist can help you with a really balanced way to drive discipline into your organization. And we're seeing clients really gravitate to the concept because it brings structure to the organization so quickly. So if we move on here, I'd love to thank everyone for their time. I hope I've persuaded you that checklists matter and that you can bring the concept back to your organization. One caveat, I cannot guarantee this will work with a custom code based approach, a pro code approach, but I think these concepts are universal. Would love to talk with everyone about them more. My email is up here on the screen. We run workshops with our customers to really dive into these concepts and to start to build out some of these different frameworks to help you get momentum. So with that, I'd love to jump into questions if we have any.
Yeah, Chris, we do have a couple here, and Emily's got a couple too. So Emily, I'll take the question from the audience first before we jump into yours. So one question pertains to, I guess, like the projects you were doing during COVID-19, and I guess they were wondering, like, the stuff you did with the provinces, was that like, were those customized solutions that you were implementing, or were those kind of like commercial off-the-shelf ones that you were adapting to the needs of the province?
Yeah, the contact tracing solution is actually something the company invested in a managed application, so a COTS solution that was then lightly configured, I would say, to get a production solution to meet that contact tracing need or the PPE need in that example in under 4 weeks. So we saw the trend was time to market was anywhere between 2 days to 4 weeks. And it was simply configuration of that managed package, which has been phenomenal. In fact, we're going to market now with vaccine management because we recognize once a vaccine gets through trials, that's going to be a universal global need in order to manage vaccines across constituencies.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, the follow-up question kind of pertains to that when they're talking about trends. Like, do you see, like, from a public sector perspective, are you seeing that more public sector folks are like going down that COTS route as opposed to the customization? Is that a trend you're seeing generally?
It is, it's what I'd say it's what I preach, Kevin, in terms of going across the globe. When you look at that metric that I showed, which was 6 releases per staff versus 0.6, that was the difference between a COTS or a SaaS first approach to delivery versus a custom code. So the platform is tremendously flexible as well. Configuration of today is different than configuration of yesterday, in that you can still meet business needs. It's not this rigid package that you have to deploy out of the box. There's the ability to configure to meet your needs, which is why low code has had tremendous momentum. Every customer I talk to is having a low code enterprise platform strategy put in place. Certainly within the US, we're seeing it in Canada as well.
Okay, yeah, the other question too, so this is lots of interest in the COVID stuff that you guys are doing. They said like when the provinces were able to, or the other jurisdictions I'm sure you're working with are able to implement the solutions very, very quickly, like I guess the structures and frameworks that they had that enabled them to do this. Do you see that as something that they can continue to use going forward, or is that kind of like an exceptional circumstance? I'm not sure about the procurement stuff that was involved in that, but like, do you see this as like a structure that they can, I guess, continue to use going forward?
So just to dig into that question, are you talking about acquisition frameworks specifically?
They're talking about like the human resource aspect.
So human in terms of the developers and administrators that are actually configuring the product?
Yeah. I think like generally the question is like, how are you? What elements enabled you to deliver it so quickly? And can you keep those elements going forward? Like, have to deliver and deploy things more quickly? I think is the question.
Yeah, and that's the next step. So, COVID has shown that quick acquisition, the product's ready to be configured and deliver these outcomes. When you have quick acquisition and Salesforce partners ready to deliver, you can get the outcomes. The next step is how do we, and it's a lot of what I talked about today, how do we start to take the shift towards a long-term digital transformation center, and where those partners stick around long-term to deliver against a product backlog, and you get more mature year over year. The example of 6 releases to 0.6 releases, that was month 6 to month 12 to month 18, they were far more mature in their practices. So you have to take it as a long-term investment. And we hope that for those that have used us for COVID-19 response, you then continue to invest in that longer-term digital transformation center operating model.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. I mean, this is our second summit, and it's the first time that anyone's mentioned like the digital transformation kind of team. You know what I mean? But I know like the Government of Canada does have like a team kind of working on it at the executive levels and whatnot. Emily, I'm going to shift over to you. Emily Smiley from DMZ. Did you have any questions? I think we got time for maybe one or two.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that organizations are often getting overwhelmed with the concept of digital transformation because they think that everything has to happen very quickly and everything in totality has to change. And what would you say to folks that sort of feel like that?
I would say take the checklist and start driving one attribute at a time. And the three items I talked about in terms of establishing the cadre of leaders within your transformation center and building a SaaS first or low code policy, as well as starting to get that digital transformation operating model in place with really specific mission problems. And there's no shortage, as I said, with vaccine management coming down the road, there's no shortage of immediate problems to solve. Don't assume you have to do it overnight, but the playbook is there. What I get so excited about is sharing this checklist because we have over 20 of these transformation centers set up globally, and these are what the leaders are doing. So let's not reinvent it, just execute across these fundamental areas. And it takes a little bit of a mindset shift, however, to move from thinking about bits and bytes. And I was once a infrastructure as a service cloud migration specialist, and it took a mindset shift for myself to move into this more mission outcome oriented transformation center advisor. But it really is the future, given where we're at.
And you got time
I guess
for
it's
one more.
Oh, perfect, because I guess I'm already excited to ask. I guess as a follow-up to that, and following up basically on the concept of the checklist, when it comes to the digital transformation, is there an end to that journey? I guess another way to ask that would be, what kind of milestones should organizations consider when it comes to measuring their success?
You know, the one thing that I've seen, that's a great question. The one thing I've seen organizations where they fall short is they're not keeping track of the outcomes. So you noticed a lot of metrics in the top 25 leader best practices I shared. They were measuring. You know, some organizations are just investing in cloud services, potentially churning out code, potentially getting work done, but what applications have you deployed? What is your release velocity? What's your ROI in terms of business process improvement? So measure those things and then start to communicate them. Even if something seems small, communicate it out, because the organization has no idea. These transformation centers continue to gain investment, and we see them move from maybe a modest $1 million investment to 5 million to 10 million to 100 million. There's a BPA in the US for a DTC that has a ceiling of 400 million just for Salesforce. So continue to evangelize the success, because as I said earlier, if there's a lot of failed projects still in 2020 and you're successful and evangelizing the success every step of the way, no matter how small, you're going to continue to get investment. And that's really what this is all about at the end of the day. You can't do anything without investment and resources. So don't forget that part. It's not too explicit in the checklist, but I recommend that you take that on.
That's a really good question, Emily. Is there an end to digital transformation? Very, very cool. Okay.
Yeah, and then is there an end? Absolutely not. That BPA that was 400 million will be 800 million in a couple of years. I mean, the problems only get more complicated. Let's be honest here, and the way things are going, we don't know what's around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes it fun.
I would
now.
think make it easier.
That's what makes it fun. I mean, there's no end.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, hopefully the tools make it easier for people to, in the end, like the Salesforce tools and whatnot. Well, Christopher Radish, thank you very much for joining us today. Excellent presentation. We're going to take a very, very quick break, and then we're going to start off with the Canada Revenue Agency, which is our first public sector presenter. Thank you very much to Salesforce and to Chris. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the time.
Talk to you shortly. Okay. That was a really good question, Emily. That was great. Okay, we're back here for our first public sector session with the Canada Revenue Agency. Joining me from the CRA is Jeff Bloor, Director General, Business and Enterprise Solutions Directorate at the CRA. So that's one of the divisions within the CRA that is really focused on digital transformation, and the pandemic has kept Jeff and his team extremely busy. You know, when I was briefing him last week, he was getting ready for another weekend of working. So Jeff, I think on behalf of all the attendees today, you know, thank you very much to you and your team for the excellent work you've done in, you know, managing the circumstances during the pandemic and assisting Canadians get the benefits they needed. So thank you very much. So Jeff, I'm gonna let you get right into it here because we're 3 minutes over. So I'll jump out. I'll put your deck up, and you'll be good to get started. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks very much, Kevin, and good morning, everybody. So as Kevin mentioned, my name is Jeff Bloor. I'm the Director General in the Canada Revenue Agency's Information Technology branch, where I've worked since 2002. And prior to that, I worked in the private sector for about a dozen years. So maybe we'll go to the next slide, please. And just to explain the title of the slide and set the context. So the Ides of March was the 74th day on the Roman calendar, and it corresponds to March 15th on ours. And it was notable to the Romans as a deadline for settling debts, but also became quite notorious as the date of Julius Caesar's assassination, and more so a turning point in Roman history. And it certainly has become a turning point in ours as well, because it really, for us at least at the Canada Revenue Agency, and I think for a lot of Canadians, marked the start of the first week that we all stayed home instead of going to work. And it marked the beginning of a very long and ongoing effort to respond to the many impacts of COVID-19, not just for us, but across the country. I want to take a couple of minutes just to give people some context around the organization I work in. The CRA, many people think of us as the tax man, but we also distribute benefits. There are 42,000 employees who work in the Canada Revenue Agency. There's about 10,000 here in what we call HQ, or the National Capital Region. There are 32,000 employees who work in 5 regions across Canada, and all of those employees are focused on administering our tax and benefit programs. Where I work within the agency is the Information Technology branch. And in ITB, as we refer to it, we have about 3,500 employees. It varies, but about 3,500. And we have a very complex environment. We have large legacy systems. We have a mix of agile and waterfall development. We have a few major projects going on at any given time. We have dozens of smaller projects going on at any given time. And we have highly coordinated systems releases every year, and just a few of them usually, although we do have off-schedule releases. But traditionally, we contain our releases to just a few each year. I want to talk also about the story. This is really about the story of how we responded to the pandemic. So in early March, we started brushing off and reviewing what we call our business continuity plans, our BCPs, because we had a pretty strong inkling that we might not be working in the office for a lot longer, or that there was a risk that we wouldn't be. And then on Thursday, March 12th, we were asked by the government if the CRA could repurpose existing systems to send out checks. And the example was, well, could we use the GST rebate online application, etc. So on Friday, March 13th, so we responded to that request, and on Friday, March 13th, we were basically tapped on the shoulder and said, yeah, you're on with regard to the payment app. And I'm using air quotes because nobody knew what it was going to be called at that point. But that we knew that we had to deliver something to deliver relief into the hands of Canadians who needed it. So that Friday, March 13th was the beginning of the first all hands on deck weekend that included, and some of the acronyms up there may not be familiar to you, but SSC is Shared Services Canada, the Department of Finance, Employment and Social Development Canada, or Skills Development Canada, and a number of other government players got together to figure out how we would respond to the pandemic. And then, so Sunday, the Ides of March, March 15th, that was really the last day before everything really shifted, for us in terms of how we deliver digital services and how we would for the next, so far it's been 18 months, or 8 months rather. It feels like 18 months sometimes. Because that was the start of what we now have, we now call the new normal. And it's been a significant turning point for Canada, for Canadians, and certainly for employees across the Government of Canada. Because it was the beginning of still ongoing efforts to deliver a great number of new services to help Canadians through the pandemic. So the first round was DDFI, stands for Direct Deposit with Financial Institutions. So we partnered with the banks. They set up facilities within their own online services to allow Canadians to link with the Canada Revenue Agency so that if we issue a benefit payment, it will go directly into their account. They can also do that through My Account, but we wanted it to have that functionality for Canadians at both ends, at their own and financial institutions, as well as within our secure portal services. And then CERB, the Canada Emergency Relief Benefit, the Canadian Emergency, the CEBA is the Canadian Emergency Business Account, so those are the loans to small businesses. CESB is the Canadian Emergency Student Benefit. CEWS is the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy. We also delivered additional GST and childcare benefits, additional credits to Canadians over and above what we normally would do. And then there was the second round, which is the next bullet underneath the list of the long list of acronyms there. The Canada Recovery Benefit, the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit, the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit, and coming soon, the Canadian Emergency Rental Subsidy. So a whole host of new programs, a lot of work to figure out how to deliver them digitally. And really the crux of our story centers around the reuse of existing services, systems, and the reliance on our professional public service in being able to repurpose those appropriately. And then we had a number of delivery channels, so people could apply for these benefits online through our secure portal services. We have 3 portals. We have My Account, My Business Account, and Represent a Client for representatives. They could do it through integrated voice response systems, so you can pick up the phone, authenticate who they are, and through an entirely digital integrated voice response, sign up for benefits, or they could do it in person over the phone, calling our contact centers. If we could go to the next slide, please. So it was a tall order. I'm an optimist. I have a deep and abiding faith in the talent and creativity of our employees. I really, truly believe that Canadian public servants are among the very best in the world at what they do, not just compared to other public servants in other tax administrations across the world, but compared to employees in any large, complex organization. But pre-pandemic, if you'd asked me if we could do a thing like this in a few short weeks, I might have said it was possible, but as in conceivable. But then if you then told me that all of that work would have to be done with everybody working from home in their basements, at their dining room tables, I would have said no way. I think, to quote the character of Vizzini from The Princess Bride, I would have said inconceivable. But that's really exactly what we did, and I'll tell you a little bit about how we did that. As I intimated on the last slide, we built on a set of well-developed capabilities that allowed us to respond as quickly as possible while still maintaining quality and security, because those are 2 areas where we really have no tolerance for risk or compromise. So we really we have guardrails that make sure that we protect the integrity of our systems, and quality and security are non-negotiable. So we had to figure out how to deliver these new services on these tight timelines, but still stay within those guardrails and respect our tolerance around risk and security. I think primarily the key to success was a professional public service. So there's 3 components of I think, when I say professional public service, One, I mean, there's the depth and maturity of the existing IT organization. So fortunately, we were really able to draw on a rich history of software development and delivery that includes integrating solutions, tools, processes, practices. And yes, we leaned our approach along the way, but we still really relied on a lot of our core strengths and our core abilities to integrate systems and to work across organizations. Second thing was that we were able to identify a few key individuals who would lead certain aspects of the initiatives. So those individuals within the organization were able to sort of knit together the different parts of the organization that needed to be involved and keep the lines of communication open and really understand horizontally across not just the CRA, but the whole of government, who needed to do what by when. And those individuals were at all different levels. So some of them were at the working level, some were at the managerial level, some of them were at the initial executive level, so director level. But we quickly identified those people, and they were a real key to helping us be successful. And then the other thing about the professional public service is that we didn't have to do it all from scratch. There was a lot of foresight, there was a lot of preparedness that stood us in good stead when the pandemic hit. We were already working on several projects that really put us in a good position to leverage ongoing work towards those challenges. So we were already doing work with the Amazon Contact Center that allowed us to implement the IVR. We were already working in the chatbot space. That was a big help. We had several initiatives aimed at interoperability with other government departments. So there was a lot of work already underway that stood us in good stead. So those are the sort of three core elements of what I call a professional public service. But there's something beyond that really is key to or was key to our success, continues to be key. So first of all, is a singular Government of Canada focus on a few related challenges. So clearly, when everyone was told to stay home, when we were tapped on the shoulder to deliver CERB initially, everything else fell to the wayside. So a lot of the sort of busyness of work that surrounds us generally was stripped away, and we had a very discrete and very small number of problems that we had I'll call it the luxury of focusing on exclusively. And that was a big part of what allowed us to be successful and what allowed us particularly to maintain quality and security, because we were allowed to focus on that and that alone. So we had large daily scrums with a matrix organization. So the scrums involved 200 people on a conference call every day. Usually they lasted no more than an hour, sometimes only 15 minutes. We streamlined governance and risk review. So those daily scrums were at the working level. They reviewed detailed business requirements every day. And then after those meetings, executive and senior executive teams had a daily conference call to review progress, to talk about risk, and to perform the function of governance over top of that working effort. And that worked very, very well. It was very. We also had a mission control room to monitor each release. So that was also fundamental to us being able to maintain the integrity of our systems, to watch each release for issues as they popped up. And again, on those mission control room calls, we often had 200 people within the CRA, within SSC, ESDC, all participating to watch how those releases were going and to address any issues as they popped up. So those were key. The other thing is, maximum motivation, collaboration across not just the CRA, but all of government. I always say at the best of times, we have excellent collaboration with our partners across the agency, with SSC, with our partners in other government departments. when the pandemic hit, it went through the roof. It could not have been better. So it was really a 24/7 all-in effort. People were literally working around the clock. I think, for weeks or months on end, there were no weekends. People were online all the time. People were getting 4 hours sleep a night. So there was really a tremendous effort by hundreds, if not thousands, of people to make sure that the work got done and to make sure that it got done to our standards as well. And the incredible thing about that for me was that it got done without any whining, complaining, or making excuses. Nobody actually, I don't recall anyone ever complaining about, when is this going to end? I've been up all night. I worked through the weekend. I want a weekend off. We're starting to hear a little bit about that now, but through the heart of when we were trying to put these systems in place, that was completely absent. And that was a big part of what made it possible for us to have success. So I think we'll just make sure I've reached all the points there. The other thing that when I talk about maximum motivation and a singular focus, the other thing that made it possible was that Shared Services Canada was really, they pulled out all the stops. So Shared Services is responsible for maintaining and evolving the infrastructure on which our systems run. They were able to, because they maintain infrastructure across the whole of the government, they were able to sort of repurpose, reallocate additional infrastructure for us so that we could sustain the kind of loads that we were expecting to experience on April 6th, which is when we ended up launching the SERB initially. And so that was almost sort of a cloud type of environment. They were able to reallocate other resources from other departments where they weren't needed to us in order to sustain, what was an incredible volume of traffic initially and on an ongoing basis. Communication was also really key, and we have a public affairs branch which makes sure that we communicate not just across the government but out to the public very effectively. And they worked very closely with the Prime Minister's office, Department of Finance, our Minister's office, with different policy areas and program areas, and with the Information Technology branch to ensure that the service that we were building and going to deliver met the policy intentions of the government, and that it was effectively communicated, and that people would understand it, that it would be user-friendly, and that it would be citizen-centric. So that was another sort of key element of our success. So we'll go to the next slide, please. So on April 6th, we processed, just in the My Account portal, not including the integrated voice response or the call center, we processed a little over 20,000 SERB applications in the first 10 minutes. So I think that's, with 36 applications a second. We sustained about 2 million logins, My Account logins, over the course of that day, including almost 600,000 SERB applications on April 6th. And again, that's just My Account. That doesn't include people who called on the phone or people who used the IVR. And really, the release of SERB went, I won't say without a hitch, but at least as far as the public was concerned, I think it looked like it was without a hitch. There was a lot of work being done behind the scenes and on the, we initially started calling them war room calls, and then we switched to calling them mission control room calls because, it really did feel like NASA as a mission control in terms of the different parts of the organization that were participating and making sure that all the systems were go. So there was a lot of communication happening to make sure that all of that traffic could be sustained, and that was a significantly greater amount of traffic than we would normally see, even on our very busiest day during the tax filing season. So in general, the first week of the launch of the CERB, we sustained between 130,000 and 140,000 My Account logins per hour, and roughly between 36,000 and 73,000 CERB applications per hour over the busiest periods of the first 2 weeks of the CERB being launched. So really, it hasn't stopped. So we delivered that very quickly, but as I said before, with a very with a laser focus on quality and security in the first month, and then since then we've been working iteratively to add new features, new functionality, to improve the service, to put some of the the back-end services that needed to be there in place. Some of the services we launched, we were giving people the ability to apply, and we were stockpiling the applications for a couple of days until we were able to process them. So behind the scenes, there was a lot of work. It was very iterative, it was very incremental, and it involved literally hundreds of people. And I think, I use this phrase, COVID-eration, to talk about our agile approach, because really we've been on a very, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, normally we have a few releases every year, a few major systems, integrated systems releases. And since the beginning of COVID and our response to the pandemic, our release schedule has been much more aggressive than that. In some over some stretches, we're releasing on average once every 2 weeks. So those aren't major systems releases, but those are changes. And normally, that's not the sort of space that we work in. So we needed to figure out how to do that, but do that in a way that respected our intolerance for risk and the importance of security. And by and large, we've been very successful at that, as I mentioned, through a few things. This sort of 24/7 work environment, the focus on communication, the daily scrums at the working level with daily executive meetings to perform sort of a typical governance function. Those were some of the things that have helped us be successful in this COVID-eration approach to delivering new programs. And as I said before, I think really that we succeeded as a result of a solid base of not just people, the professionals, the IT professionals that have been working with us for, in many cases, decades, but the systems, the processes we have in place, the guardrails that we've built, to make it possible for us to deliver digital solutions at speed. So we knew that the guardrails that we had built made it possible for us to deliver robust, secure digital solutions at what now seems like a leisurely pace, but at the time felt like a pretty respectable clip. Now we know we can move more quickly if we change some of our processes and still stay within those guardrails. And I think, with regard to things like service-oriented architecture and API-driven interoperability, we were already converts. We were already moving down the road to implementing service-oriented architecture and working with our other government departments on API solutions so that we can be more interoperable. But the pandemic really underscored the need for us to continue to invest in and mature efforts like service-oriented architecture, API-driven interoperability, and the like. A more seamless, more reusable set of systems results from that, and that was really underscored in our effort to address the needs of Canadians throughout the pandemic. Go to the next slide, please. So now what? As I said, we're 8 months into this, and we're still very much in the business of delivering these systems and delivering benefits to Canadians. And on the surface, it's really easy to say that we simply can't sustain the pace that we've been working at, and we can't. That is, it's a simple fact. It's also tempting to say that we won't have the luxury of maintaining, and I use the word luxury in air quotes, of maintaining the key elements that contributed to our success. So that singular focus on a small set of interrelated problems, the maximum motivation that comes with a whole workforce that is kind of recognizing their opportunity to contribute and to help Canada, not only Canada as a nation, but Canadians as a group or as individuals, because every single employee knew somebody and knows people who have been impacted. So the motivation level has never been higher, as I said, and that may be a hard thing to sustain. And then the last thing is that the singular focus, the maximum motivation, and then the 24/7 workforce. So we just can't and don't want to ask people to work 5-7 days a week, 12, 16, 18 hours a day. That's simply obviously not sustainable. But I think if we use a little bit of imagination, the same kind of imagination and innovation, creativity that's really always driven our success, but certainly has done so over the past 8 months, I think there are, in fact, some ways that we can maintain those elements, but sustainably. So I think by using that imagination, our focus and prioritization, we won't have the luxury of focusing on just a few problems, but we can certainly choose to move quickly on a few key priorities or slowly on dozens. So we have the organizational ability to decide what we want to focus on, and what the pandemic kind of taught us is that by focusing on fewer priorities, we can certainly move a lot quicker. I think we also realize that looking at the priorities differently, we can rethink governance and risk management, the reporting of how we work on things, and that also helps us focus on the things that really matter and prioritize the projects based on organizational need, on the needs of Canadians, and also on what might be low-hanging fruit in terms of our ability to deliver quickly. The second thing is motivation. So, I've reflected on this and thought, well, geez, I hope we don't ever have again opportunity as public servants to help Canada the way we have. It's been very rewarding, certainly, but I don't want to have to do it again, because it's you just don't want to see the country challenged like that. But the other aspect of motivation through this that I think has been a big part of what's kept people working at the pace they've been working at is the satisfaction that comes with being able to work on something intensely, deliver it, have it work, and have it be well received, and then to be able to move on and keep doing that. The ability to see the fruits of your labor quickly is incredibly motivating. So a lot of the people that I work with, that's a big part of their motivation too. And so that's something I think we can easily replicate if we can do that first thing of prioritizing on a fewer number of things, working on them more quickly, and being able to deliver more quickly. That helps with motivation. And then the third thing is really that 24/7 work environment. We can't sustain that. We don't want to. But the opportunity that the pandemic has sort of demonstrated to us is that, so I now have people who are working almost coast to coast to coast. So our teams have expanded in numbers to sort of meet the challenge, but they've also expanded geographically. And so when you have people working from home, people working virtually, you can have someone who starts working in PEI and finishes some work on some coding that they hand off to a peer to review in Vancouver. And the person in Vancouver can review that code and send it back to the developer to start working on when he or she wakes up the next morning. So it's not a 24/7 work environment, but it's a work environment that uses the hours that we have in a day much more effectively if we choose to keep working in that way. So in those three areas, I think we can be sustainable, or we can sustainably sprint a marathon if we are imaginative and creative in terms of how we approach motivation, how we approach our work schedule, and also how we approach the prioritization of our work. And then maybe I'll just wrap up now, and because I want to save time for questions. I think a couple of other things are really key to talk about. We really want to keep connected with Canadians as we develop solutions. Our first digital principle is that we want to design with Canadians, not just for them. So we were able to do that through the pandemic, and part of our success in that was built on, as I've said before, work that we've done in that space already. So we're already pretty good at working with Canadians and designing digital solutions with them. Our efforts to launch the Serve were another kind of reminder to us that by working with Canadians up front before we launched and designing the solution with them really set us up for success and really helped us to move more quickly towards our objectives. And I really think that being able to respond nimbly to the needs of Canadians in any situation, and as I've said, I hope we don't have to deliver in this type of situation ever again, but our ability to respond nimbly to the needs of Canadians in any given situation really relies on the investments that we've made and that we continue to make in our people, for sure, in making sure they have the skills and the technical know-how to be excellent at what they do, and also in our systems and our processes. And then maybe the last point I'll make is that, in the digital identification space, we really need to leverage the investments that individual departments and agencies have already been making towards a common Government of Canada solution that is going to simplify access for all Canadians. Because if there's one thing that the pandemic has underscored, it's that the ability to deliver high-quality digital services quickly, you need to have a way for Canadians to access those digital services reliably and securely. And it's fine for each department to have their own solution in that space, or at least I should say it has been fine for each department to have solutions in that space up until now. And now I think it's time that the whole of government needs to come together and have a unified approach to digital identification and allowing people in through the front door of the digital services offerings of the Government of Canada. So I will stop there, and thank you for your time and attention, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. That's an excellent presentation. Emily, I've got a couple here from the audience, but I'll leave the floor to you to get going on a couple of your questions, just to kind of get the audience thinking and whatnot, so that when you come back to me, I'll have a series of questions to ask Jeff in a row.
Yeah, Jeff, I'd love to know what role you see small and medium companies playing in your digital strategies.
Yeah, that's a good question, and certainly, small, medium-sized companies are playing a role in several areas. I mean, Ottawa is a great town because there are a lot of great tech companies right here in our neighborhood. Some of which we're working with. It's easy when people when you can well, not now, but when you can drive down the road and meet someone in person who's right in your backyard to talk about the solutions that they have on offer. I think the benefit, and maybe this is unfair to larger companies, but the benefit of small, medium-sized companies is they tend to be more in touch with the people that they're trying to serve and build solutions for. So, and as I said before, that's critical for us. We must design solutions with Canadians in order to be successful. And I think smaller businesses tend to be a little bit more grassroots and a little bit more in touch with the needs of their customers.
Excellent. And I guess a follow-up question to that, and it plays off of the being in touch with the customers, is what do you see personalization, what role do you see it playing in digital services?
Yeah, and that's a question that I kind of feel unqualified to answer, because it's not something we've asked Canadians yet, or at least maybe our public affairs branch would have a different answer. But as a DG in the information technology branch, we one of the major projects I'm responsible for is secure portal reengineering. So as I mentioned before, we have 3 portals. And the objective of the re-engineering effort, among others, is to merge those 3 portals into one and integrate more seamlessly into other government services across the Government of Canada. So in doing that, we also built what we call a beta factory. And the beta factory is really, it gives people who are using our portal services an A/B option to say, here's the way we've traditionally delivered this service through the portals, and here's another way that we think is better. But we want your feedback on it. We want you to tell us whether or not this new way of delivering the service is better, and then we'll listen to your feedback and adjust accordingly. So that's about as far down that road of customization as we've gone. But I do think there's a space we're working on chatbot developments to try and make sure that we're nimble in responding to Canadians' needs. And certainly in the space of the Secure Portal Reengineering project, we have talked about how interested are Canadians in customizing how their portal space looks for them. So we are starting down that road.
Sorry, I was muted there. Emily, let's go with a couple more from you, and then I'll go back to the audience here.
I just didn't want to take up too much airtime. But I do have a lot of questions. You gave a lot of interesting information, and so I have a lot of curiosity here. I think a big one that's on people's minds when it comes to services like this is, how do you balance good service delivery with respecting citizen privacy?
Yeah, it's a great question, because citizen privacy is, first and foremost, it's non-negotiable. We talk about we want to make digital services as frictionless as possible, but not at the expense of security, not at the expense of privacy. So we spend a lot of time working with Canadians, working with security experts within the government, in the private sector, to make sure that we are doing absolutely everything we can to protect the data that we have, and to ensure Canadians that that when they're interacting with us digitally, that their privacy is as well protected, if not better, as when they are dealing with us in other more traditional channels or formats, such as on the phone or in a paper-based format.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Emily, go ahead.
That's okay.
Okay, I'll jump in here with one of the questions from the audience. A lot of questions about talent. How do you plan to get the data science expertise needed to implement and leverage cloud? So I guess the question is, like, do you have the talent you need to get to the cloud and whatnot? And then, what's your plans to kind of, I guess, augment your skills in that area?
Yeah, it's it is a real area of focus for us, is making sure that we have the right people with the right skills at the right time, and the right time is all the time right now, right? There's no right time. It's just we are always hiring. We work very closely with universities, so they're really not the primary, but a significant source of hiring for us. So we have partnerships with not just universities, but with specific programs within universities, to ensure that we get to know we get to know the people delivering those programs. They get to know what we're looking for. We get to know how they deliver the program and what the components are. There's sometimes a bit of a back and forth between the people in the universities who deliver the programs and us. They fine tune their programs based on our needs, and we kind of sometimes we improve our understanding of what's available based on how university programs are evolving as well. So certainly partnership with the university is huge for talent recruitment, development, and maintaining that sort of talent funnel. Of course, we, like other large organizations or other organizations, period, we use recruiting tools like LinkedIn. sort of more traditional approaches to talent recruitment, and we look across the government of Canada. We have interchange agreements with other government departments to trade resources. We're a large organization. We have a very a large workforce of very skilled IT professionals, and we also do retraining when necessary. When people are interested, and if there's a fit between their career ambitions and our organizational needs, we're very happy to retrain people and upskill them in areas that are emerging.
And Jeff, like on that front, when you are retraining the staff within the CRA, are you guys leveraging the Canadian School for Public Service more often, or do you guys go or mix it up and engage like colleges, universities outside? Like, because what I found with not procurement, but like what I found with training with the government of Canada, it's like the vendors or the universities, colleges, and whatnot, they require like usually some kind of procurement vehicle to offer those kind of services. So do you find that like your inlet for that upskilling is driven through CSPS or through other means?
So yeah, the Canada School is terrific. So I've taken some leadership courses at the Canada School. I think it's exceptional. It's my experience with the school directly has been terrific. So for ITB, the school doesn't offer as many sort of technical courses. They have some really good courses on sort of intro to digital for leaders, and they are developing some technical digital development courses. So that is definitely part of how we're meeting the skills gap, and so the Canada School is part of the solution for us for sure on that front. In some of the more technical areas or deeper technical areas, we rely on third-party providers. We do a lot of in-house training too, but it's a mix.
Okay, all right. Another question from the audience is about RPA, that's robotic process automation. I guess they're asking, what do you see as like the future use for RPA in CRA? Like, do you see that being like a widespread tactic that you'll be using to, I guess, address internal and external services?
Absolutely. In fact, so that's one of the areas that I'm responsible for as well. So maybe I should have explained a bit more my role. So as the DG for Business and Enterprise Services, I'm responsible for a lot of our public-facing systems, our portals, mobile apps, our authentication and credential management services. Of course, all of our business-focused program areas, GST, etc. But I'm also responsible for projects like RPA. So we have a number of. I would say we're still emerging in the RPA space. We have a few projects under our belt where we're using robotic process automation to deliver on its promise. Really, is to take some of the low value added tasks off of the hands of human beings and let the computers take care of those things, and so humans can focus on more high value added activities. Even in terms of processing some of the work that comes out of the SERB applications, there's a lot of work on the back end that human beings have to do in terms of processing, validating, etc. And we're able to take some of that work, and we've created an RPA to manage it, to free up resources, human resources, so they can focus on higher value added efforts. So it's definitely a big part of the solution space for us. We in the information technology branch, it's interesting because we struggle a little bit with RPA because we tend to think of it a little bit of like macros on steroids, and we're not huge fans of macros in general because architecturally they're not very sustainable. If you just have people going off building macros without it being a coordinated effort and without visibility into who's doing what where and what the impacts are on the systems. So that's the benefit really of RPA, though, is that it's a much more coordinated way of getting at some of the low-hanging fruit, where you instead a more expensive sort of underlying system change, you can implement an RPA more quickly and more cost effectively. And with the engine that you're using to drive RPA, you've got a much better way of keeping track of the I'll call them macros within your organization. So it's a much more sustainable way of doing that work.
Yeah, I think
I rambled a little bit there, but I hope that covers it.
No, well, it's great, and I think ESDC is experimenting with RPA too, because they're another big service delivery organization, as you well know. Another question that came in is, and you kind of touched on this a bit, Jeff, and I know you can't tell the future here, but it says, Transport Canada has recently iterated their intention to lean into working from home. Do you see CRA taking a similar posture? Do you think that there's appetite within the department to make working from home a permanent solution?
So I can't speak for the rest of the department, but certainly for the information technology branch, I've long been an advocate of, we used to call it being co-located with your client. So any kind of significant project, so the portal reengineering would be a good example. Typically the ITB folks would be in their building, and your business partners, in this case it would be the Assessment and Benefit Services branch within the CRA, they'd be in another building and you'd talk on the phone or meet a few times a day or a week. Much better when you're co-located all in the same space. So it's just you can't work in an agile capacity unless you're co-located. There's just a ton of benefit for it. So when we went from being co-located to nobody being together, I was really surprised at how well that worked, because what it kind of effectively does, it co-locates everybody virtually, because it's really easy to get everyone together for meetings. It's really easy to communicate. Ironically, counterintuitively, by everyone working virtual, everyone becomes more accessible. I think it's proven to be more efficient in a lot of ways. And don't get me wrong, there's definitely downsides and negatives to it. I do miss the people I work with, but the benefits are very clear and very apparent to us now. So when we eventually do have the ability to go back into the office, I think what we will do, at least in terms of an information technology branch perspective, we'll certainly entertain people who want to work from home part of the time, being able to do that. I think the office environment that we will go back to eventually will prioritize activity-based workspaces where people may not have an assigned or won't have an assigned desk. They'll go to a space where that's available, or they'll go to a space where the people that they need to interact with in that phase of the project are currently located. So I see a much more dynamic and flexible working environment going forward, where people who want to be in the office more often can be, but people who would prefer to work remotely, some of the time or perhaps all of the time, also have that as an option. So I can't make any promises. I just think that that's clearly where we're headed based on some of the benefits that we've seen, working the way we have over the past 8 months.
Yeah, another question that came in relates to standardizing full-time work hours, or what is the definition of full-time work. But I'm going to save that one for Treasury Board, because I think Treasury Board would have a bigger stake in that. Thanks for the question, though. Appreciate the question. The other question I got was the cloud. Where's the CRA at to the journey to the cloud? What is the next step for you guys in that respect?
Yeah, so we're big proponents of moving towards the cloud as quickly as possible. The thing is that we need to be protected. Our work is, due to the nature of our work, we need to work in a protected environment that's fully hosted in Canada. So I think were it not for some of those, I won't call them challenges, they're just realities. We would probably be further ahead than we currently are. But we're moving as quickly as we can towards cloud-based solutions. The value of them is clear from our perspective. some of the telephony solutions that we're able to leverage for the pandemic through the IVR offering were cloud-based. So we're moving as fast as we can. We're working hard with Treasury Board and with SSC to make sure we have everything in place that needs to be in place for us to be able to do what we do securely in the cloud environment.
Yeah, you guys are, I think, doing a lot of workload migration at the moment, eh? Like moving to or working with SSC to consolidate your data centers.
Yeah. Not specifically my area of expertise, but yeah.
Okay. Emily, over to you. Do you have another one that you'd like to ask?
Yeah, I do. On another sort of technical note, I guess I have a question around open source versus off the shelf. In terms of, do you see a role, and if you do, what is that role that open source would play for the CRA going forward?
Yeah, we're not open source averse. I think a lot of we do have open source software within the agency that we use. Much like the cloud, there are huge advantages to using open source solutions. For example, in our secure portal reengineering project, we looked at a number of open source solutions that would help us with our portal reengineering efforts. In the end, we decided on building in-house. We're in the process of converting from Struts to Angular as a platform, but there are components within secure portal reengineering that on the sort of access management front where there are very good solutions that are open source that we will certainly consider just as well as right alongside any kind of COTS product.
Okay,
Thank you for that then.
Okay, so we're at about 5 to noon here. So Jeff, thank you very much to you for taking the time to prepare and to present today. It's excellent to have that kind of insight on CRA. And I know you guys are extremely busy now, so I really appreciate that. I was advocating for a national holiday for the public service earlier on because I'd like to give you guys a weekend off. So but yeah, thanks again to you and your team though for all the work you've done throughout this crisis and that you're going to do too, because it's not over yet. We're going to take a very quick break, folks, and then we're going to come back at noon EST for a presentation from Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Jeff, for participating.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
leave some time in the at the end of it for Q&A. So joining us from the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat is Denise Skinner, Executive Director of Digital Change at the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat. He holds a Bachelor of Engineering as well as a Master's in Business Administration, and is an experienced digital systems professional and an entrepreneur. Denise has successfully led a number of high-profile initiatives and major crown projects, including those for key Government of Canada departments, such as the Public Health Agency of Canada, Citizenship and Immigration Canada, and the Public Service Commission, where he was the Chief Information Officer. And when I was reading your bio last night, Denise, that was the one piece that I kind of pulled out. I was like, wow, he was the CIO over there. And I was talking to Paul Wagner, the CTO at Treasury Board. He said, you're one guy to watch. So I think you have a great future here in the federal public service. So Denis, we'll have your deck up here in a sec here, and you're ready to go.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and appreciate the kind introduction, and then the kind words from Paul Wagner, who's right now the acting Chief Technology Officer for Government of Canada, and a colleague of mine here at TBS. So I'll give you a little bit more just on my background, so you know where I'm coming from and what I've done in the past. So I have both private sector experience and public. And private started while I was in university, basically, and I had a lot of these side gigs going, like a lot of engineering computer science did at the time. So I had my own social media site going, a social networking site. I had my own advertising platform as well, similar to Google AdWords. And I had to make a choice. So do I quit school and go full time into that, or do I stay in school, stop all that side stuff, and get good grades? So I decided I should probably have good grades and have a good backup plan, and that's what I did. And I'm quite happy about it because public service opened up all sorts of opportunities to really influence change that matters to real people all across Canada, and when working in an organization like immigration all over the world. So it's quite the interesting area, and there's never-ending challenges and interesting problems to try to solve. So great for folks to undertake. So let's get into the presentation. I'll go to the next slide. And then, so we can stop at why digital. So I don't have to tell this group why digital, right? The room understands we're in the middle of the fourth industrial revolution. It's the digital revolutions that's arrived. The impacts are well spread across all the sectors, across borders, and that's because computers, smartphones are ubiquitous, right? We have real-time connectivity in a lot of areas, and it's driving expectation of service to be anytime, anywhere, any device. And you've heard the stat, right, where 90% of the data ever created in the world was generated in the past 2 years alone, and only and less than 1% analyzed. So it's a different world where every company is a technology company, and that includes government. So it's not just the Silicon Valley unicorns. It doesn't matter which industry you're in. Technology is not just the back office functions. It's critical to any business strategy, and that applies to government just as well, making the Government of Canada one of the biggest technology organizations, definitely in Canada, and on the world stage. Go to the next slide. So that famous tweet, right? We all saw it. There's different variations of it. I've seen one that has bullet digital transformation, and it had the name of a consulting firm. The CEO in the public sector is usually equivalent to the deputy head, CTO or CIO, you name it, Chief Transformation Officer. None of these people led digital transformation in the last year. It was COVID-19. So COVID-19 really it kicked the back of folks into, they didn't have a choice, had to accelerate. Things had to be different. What it did, though, is it set really clear priorities on what needed to be done. So projects that would have taken months or years took weeks. We had to rethink our base assumptions. So, like I remember just a year ago, and large organizations couldn't fathom executives teleworking full-time or almost full-time. It was just like, well, no, they have to be there to show their leadership. And then just a year later, it's just the norm. And I feel like it's working out quite well. And now in cloud, like putting citizen data in the cloud, like SIN numbers, Like you looked like you were from another planet if you suggested that at a meeting. And again, now it's the norm. And then we're doubling down and accelerating the move to public cloud with the large service providers. So it seems like that things are changing a lot, and 2020 has been just the accelerator for those digital changes. And we've seen the value of those basic building blocks and moving services online. You need digital ID. It's a foundation of government as a platform to enable even more services to be updated. Next slide. So often I see a lot of definitions on digital government, and my favorite one is definitely from Tom Loosemore in the UK. So he was the founder of the UK, or co-founder of UK's digital services. He talks a lot in public digital and other mediums. And his definition is applying the culture, processes, and business models and technologies of the internet era to respond to people's raised expectations. Right? So there's a lot to unpack there. First, it's not all tech-centric. Digital technology is just one part of the equation. They're the tools, they are the enabling components that help achieve the outcomes. It's a means to transforming, but without doing the rest, we'll fail. And the second part of there, responding to people's raised expectations. So not only is this not just a tech-centric definition, it's people-centric instead. Focus on the humans at the end of the service, putting their expectation needs, not the government, conveniences, the org structure, the assumptions of public servants. It's the user, right? And that's at the very heart of everything we do here. The final portion, a little bit trickier, and it's the culture, process, and business models. And that means a lot of rethink. Another quote from Public Digital is, we're not here to change government websites. We're here to change government. And that's what digital government is all about. It's a rethinking the way that we do business, the way that we ask for information. It's that tell us once concept, right? So if one department has the information, what do we need to do so we don't have to start asking again for another program, another benefit? And we see this when our friends or family consider us as the government here, and not this department or that department or this service. Even sometimes levels of government, it's like provincial, federal. We make a big distinction within the public service, but for Canadians, just like, I just want the service. It doesn't really matter. So it means rethink a lot of government operations, really soup to nuts, right? Basic policy, basic programs. I heard another really interesting quote from Ruth Mellon. That's the architecture of the system, and if the architecture of the organization are at odds, right? So if you have two different types of architecture, their departments and the programs and then the systems, it's the organization that wins. And there's a lot of research on this, so it led to, there's another famous researcher, there's Conway's Law was developed, where it's the same idea, where your org chart defines how your program gets rolled out, how your technology is designed, which means that a lot of what we're doing in digital government has nothing to do with technology. Go to the next slide. Thank you. So what does this mean for the government of Canada? So there is a vision, and it's a vision of an open and service-oriented organization that operates and delivers program services that people and businesses in simple, modern, effective ways, right? Optimized for digital delivery, and that famous saying, available anytime, anywhere, and from any device. And to do this, Government Canada has to operate as one organization to benefit all clients, citizens, residents, and visitors. That's going to mean we're going to have to blur the lines between the departmental structures, and that goes to what I was saying earlier, what our friends and family refer as the government, in a way that best serves the public. And we're not there yet. The vision's great. There's much to do. We got rid of a lot of paper in the last decade, but we replaced this paper with PDFs, PDF forms. Sometimes they're read-only, sometimes it's ambiguous, so it's supposed to fill in them. There's no automatic validation. And then they end up, instead of a big warehouse of paper, they go into the big warehouse of digital, aka the cloud. It's no better. So we can't just take the analog processes and digitize them. That's thinking of the third industrial revolution. We're in the fourth now, so we need to think soup to nuts, end to end. And next slide, please. So every public servant and, dare I say, service provider needs to work according to Government Canada's digital standards, which we have a little bit of an overview in the next slide. So the standards are the foundation for achieving a vision to a more agile, open, and client-focused government. And the digital standards for Government Canada, they were developed in the open, a lot of iterations, a lot of Twitter and LinkedIn engagement to get feedback from folks across the different departments, levels of government, public, industry, heavily borrowed from what other government organizations had done. So the UK, 18F, Ontario Digital Services, so heavily borrowed from those, and they're all quite similar across the world when you see digital standards, service standards, concepts like this. And some of the core tenets are designing the services with users. So often we design services with that happy path. And when everything is going well, the users will go through this workflow. Well, the world is a complex place, and it usually doesn't work out that way. It's messy. So designing with an edge case perspective is really the core to designing services. So look at what will be the all the exceptions, and really designing the personas around those exceptions will help define a really good, robust, and forward-thinking service. And working in the open by default. So that's using open standards and solutions as much as possible, imagining government services as building blocks that others can use and reinvent. Working open also means, like if you're working on the draft document, why does it have to be closed within a system, closed to your team, or just closed to you if you're in draft? So in a previous department, I had a team which worked 100% in the open. And at first it made me really uncomfortable. So all their drafts open. But you'd be surprised how much you can get away with putting on paper when you put a little draft, or this is a thought exercise, or not yet the official position, but we're working on options. You can put a lot on paper when you do that. And over time, when I realized that making the front page, I'm just proposing ideas, and the team was always working within the boundaries of that sandbox, which is values and ethics. So as long as they're within the values of ethics, you have tons of room to innovate, propose new ideas, new ways of working, and it worked out pretty well. Another concept that's really important is iterating and improving over time. So gone are the days of planning for years and then developing for years and then rolling out for years and then years later realizing that you're so far from the original outcome that were intended. So start small and scale from there, iterate. So imagine just for a moment, go back to November 2019, and then I'm here speaking and I'm saying 2020 gonna have list a handful of random events of 2020. Would anyone believe me? I don't think so. We have to stop trying to predict the future and planning 10 years ahead. No one expected 2020 in any way to occur the way it did. So plan for the unexpected, and the whole concept with agility is being able to adapt along the way. And you can't do that with big, long-standing plans. You need to iterate frequently because things will shift. And then one of the other key tenets that's seen throughout all the leaders in digital government is that wide collaboration. So that's not just within government organizations, but it's going as far and wide as possible across countries, across sectors, bringing in academia, bringing in nonprofits. The for-profit organizations have a role to play there. So it's really that collaborating widely is really taking an intersectional approach and systems thinking when trying to solve problems. All right. So we'll keep going on the slides. And we'll skip this one and go to the next one. want to make sure leave lots of room for discussion and questions, have a dynamic discussion. So what will be required, though, to get there? So I mentioned a few of the concepts, but there's some concrete actions that we can take. And the first question that's really important to ask ourselves is, what are we willing to give up in order to change the way we work? And it's moving away from the way it's been done, the way we've always ensured oversight, provided funding, for example, the existing policies, processes, acts, legislation. And sometimes it's hard to give up being part of the equation, part of the process, or giving up an accountability that's part of a policy. But that's what fundamentally it's going to take. It includes governance structures. So moving away from that command and control governance that kills agility. Agility is enabled by adapting and responding quickly. So that's moving to governance structures that looks at servant leadership. So what can that governance committee meeting do to remove the impediments of the team that's there trying to deliver? What restrictions in the way that the servant leaders can remove? It's moving from a show, from a tell model. So instead of producing PowerPoint after PowerPoint and long document, long reviews to describe what's been done with funds, for example, on an investment, it's showing it. So here it is. It's real. We iterated. We started small, and we can see the benefits. They're easy to measure against the outcomes initially intended. And that risk response. So it's so easy to go through paralysis from analysis, over-analyzing, being wary about taking action, but that risk of inaction often overweighs weighs the risk of action, the risk of actually doing it. And we focus more on what would happen, and then it's just, let's go out and try it instead. And to really innovate, you need to have psychological safety. It's a key tenet in the modern firms, and the concept comes from some of the leaders in Silicon Valley, now all over the world, that psychological safety. If your lead on the file, if that frontline worker, the person working with clients directly, doesn't feel safe being able to say, hey, I don't think this new thing will work because, and there's no one listening at the other end, then we're just not going to be able to get there. You have to question the why, make mistakes. It's okay. Try new things. Even if they were tried a few years ago, maybe it's time to try them again. Things change quite rapidly. And that leads to unleashing the internal potential. So I find that in government organizations, we tend to overvalue the external expertise compared to the internal expertise. And that goes back to what I was just saying about the folks in the front lines. So there's countless pockets of digitally minded people across government organization, especially working level folks. I'm not talking about executives here, want to deliver the best possible digital services. But we need to empower them, incentivize them to work differently, think differently, make decisions based on their expertise, on user feedback. And then that frees up executive management to make decisions based on strategic items, on what those outcomes are supposed to do instead of how those outcomes are going to be implemented. Go to the next slide. There's a lot to be said on funding models. So the current funding model relies on that upfront planning and the generation of outputs, right, to be able to show what was spent with X amount of millions. But we can't predict the future, but we sure can get better adapting to it. So cost estimates. Those used to work for manufacturing when you know the cost of parts, when there's standard construction protocols. You know, for building a bridge, you can estimate the materials, the labor, the design. But it won't work where in digital, where we're trying to run experiments to see how we can validate assumptions. And in a digital world, those assumptions used to be called business requirements. But we don't know, they're not facts until they're tested with real people. And then the value stream. So teams are going to be much more effective if they're mandated to deliver the entire service and along the value stream. And what do I mean by value stream? I mean outcomes. So if we're starting from a new investment, a new project, there's a certain outcome that the team that is responsible for delivering needs to have end-to-end control. There can't be handoffs to another team and then another team and then another team. So that end-to-end planning is critical. And the funding, often it's teams are trying to justify how many people will it take for an outcome to be realized. But it's almost impossible. And there's so much research on this, on different project cost estimation. When you end up landing a project within the budget, it's more luck than planning expertise. So product teams can be assigned a responsibility for an outcome, and then the amount of money they would get is based on how much that outcome is worth to the person making the decision, not the estimated cost. And it's really important to keep that funding stream constant, right? When we have shifts year over year, it's really hard to maintain stable teams, and stable teams who know the business will be able to deliver on that value. Those teams, if we go to the next slide, need to be multidisciplinary. So it's really important to reduce context switching. You assign something one day, in the middle of the day you assign them something else, and they have to switch contexts. It has a cognitive cost, and we want to reduce that as much as possible. Handoffs between teams, if it creates that moat in that wall, because once you hand it off, it's almost like, here you go, and then you run away. So every handoff is a dependency, and it increases lead times to delivering. But to have true multidisciplinary teams, you need to make sure that they're empowered to make decisions themselves and to go through a process end to end without having to go through different milestones and gate before proceeding. The next slide. So learning, so important. The goal is to create a learning organization. Because if we focus on a specific tool, a specific technology, or a specific best practice, a specific way of delivering digital government, we'll always be playing the catch-up game. And the key here is to have, you can't force someone to attend a course. You can't force someone to internalize something new. You can force someone to attend a course, but they won't necessarily learn anything, right, unless they want to. So creating a culture of learning, so it's something that's daily, at all levels. It's not a fixed point in time activity and then you walk away and you forget everything. It's an ongoing thing. Another portion of innovation is making sure we don't always shut down those bold ideas. So there's could be good work. So a team member may create something really great, and then even though it has all the right elements, it's good work considering how things have been done. This is an opportunity to say, hey, add in your blue sky in there. It's a great product, but how about you imagine in a perfect world with no limitation, what would you have proposed? And if we had to start over, what would it look like? And once you remove those mental blocks of I have to work within a certain frame, then you can get all sorts of new and interesting ideas. Now, the future holds quite a few interesting things. At TBS, we have that directive on automated decision-making. There's an assessment on algorithms to make sure that they're ethical. And we're actually a world leader in this space. A lot of countries are mimicking those tools from their own AI initiatives. There's a lot of potential there, and I see that as being a focus moving forward. So AI being guided by clear values, ethics, and laws in accordance to our human rights obligation. It's going to be a top priority in the next few years on top of those foundational elements like digital ID, right? You can't do much without knowing the ID of the users that you're serving. Go to the next slide. So I want to leave lots of time for questions. There's an annex slide of digital standards, and maybe we can just leave that with, because I could go over the digital standards one by one, but perhaps instead we can go over questions on those standards, and then we can have a good discussion here. And if ever I can keep talking a little bit about those standards and what they mean and how they're being implemented. How about Kevin? What do you think?
Denis, I'm going to suggest here that maybe provide a little bit more details on the standards, and then I'm going to encourage the audience to start submitting questions now. So I got them lined up here. So yeah, I'd say keep on briefing the attendees, and we'll come back to the questions.
Sure, and I believe you have the annex slide that's next. I can go over the digital standards. So there are 10 standards, and I've talked a little about some of the concepts, but I'll expand a little bit, and then it can help drive some of the questions. So designing with users. This is really important that we tend to look at proxies of users, so we'll get experts that represent the user group, but that's not the idea of this standard. It's the best way to engage is to go to the end user, not the proxies for that user. So you can imagine, let's say a process for paying employees, right? The users are people getting paid. It is the managers who have to approve things. It is the pay experts in the process. You really have to go to the end person receiving the service and ask them questions directly and test services directly with them. Otherwise, you're going to miss all of those edge cases, which are really just the daily life of a human these days. It's exceptions. Another one I want to discuss a little bit further is on addressing security and privacy risks. And that's part of that multidisciplinary teams. And the idea, which you may have heard before, is shifting left, is instead of waiting till the end to do something and submit, okay, I figured out a service, we've addressed all the issues, and here you go, here's a stack of document of proof that it's all good and ready to go. The key is making sure that privacy, security, accessibility, all those components are looked at from the very beginning. Another one that's useful to talk about is being good data stewards. So we know that so data is, ever heard the expression bite gold? So like the big companies, they're successful because of how they manage their data. These are better decisions, better systems, all enabled by data. So when designing services, we have to make sure that we're automating the flow, the streams of data that are going to the right systems that enable back through automation a way to feed back into the overall service. And then if one organization is collecting some data, as I mentioned before, we don't ask for it again, or even worse, again in a different format, different data standards. So critically important as a foundational piece of enabling digital government is becoming experts and being good data stewards. So at the Treasury Board Secretariat, we have the digital standards published on the Canada.ca website. Next step is providing additional guidance on what that means. And we've come up with effective and ineffective behaviors that give a next level of detail. Basically, the analysts leading this work worked in the open, posted on Twitter, hey, this is my draft document, any comments, folks? And I received hundreds of comments, made a lot of changes, and then with that new draft, we'll be going through our standard governance approach to getting more support, and then we can publish the next iteration of this document, likely on GitHub, just to be able to enable more iterative, more changes over time. The idea of those effective and ineffective behaviors list is to really guide people and to ask themselves, hey, am I following this digital standard or not? Working in the open. Is my document open? What does that document open mean? Can anyone view it? Where am I restricting it to? So with those, it'll be really concrete, really specific, and really good examples of what it means to do it or not do it. And then you can adjust your behaviors accordingly. and being something open to be published, other levels of government can use it, other countries. This is a piece that can keep improving over time. And then with a feedback loop based on different departments implementing the digital standards, we're able to see, did we get the right behaviors, the wrong ones? This project was successful and follow the digital standards, or this other project was not successful and follow the digital standards, why? And when we can keep improving the product over time with that feedback loop. That's just one means. And then the second portion, which we're really excited about, is we're going to provide an assessment tool. So an assessment tool to see if a new service, a new investment project is following the digital standards. And we want this to be not an assessment that goes to a central body that controls all of them, something distributed so you can self-assess or peer assess. I imagine a world where Department A would assess service of Department B and Department B would assess the service of Department A. A little bit like in the coding community, peer reviews. So it's the same idea, but at the service level. So these are some of the exciting things that are coming up with the Government of Canada in respect of digital government. There's a lot of activity. We're quite lucky to have a Minister of Digital Government, which are really driving things forward. The new policy on service and digital came in effect 2019. We have now new guidelines on service and digital that have been released just this week on the can.ca website. So there's a lot of activity, lots of guidance on what it means to be a digital government, and no better time than during the COVID response to go ahead and implement those. So ready for questions, and I hope you have some hard ones.
Okay, Denise. So we do have some questions here. One of them is about the policy on service and digital, and it's a question of whether, like, what is the purpose of the document? Like, is it more of a governance document of telling people like who's in charge of what, or is it more of a document or a policy that talks about like what departments can and cannot use?
Yeah. So the policy on service and digital is we had a session at the Canada School of Public Service on this yesterday where while I was talking, my alarm went off, my fire alarm went off. It is supposed to present an integrated approach. So it includes security, accessibility, information management, IT, and service, all into one policy. So before you had a policy on service that didn't take into consideration the IT components and vice versa. And so we rolled one into a single one. It has a lot of clarification on, for example, who's responsible for what, where the deputy head delegates an accountability and authority to whom in the organization and to what portion. At the same time, it sets some key rules that say, hey, you have to do things in an integrated approach. You can't do your service portion and then your IT portion separately and then realize a year later you forgot the data portion. It's all combined. And so a policy document is quite high level, a Treasury Board high level, and it has more details in other products from the Treasury Board Secretariat. For example, the directive. If you read the directive, you can get more detail. And now published this week, the guidelines. The guidelines are all of the details. A couple hundred pages, and it covers every policy requirement statement and explains what we mean by that. And the goal is not to restrict what departments can do. The goal is to make sure that departments are doing it in a way that will accelerate the adoption of digital government.
Yeah, okay, that kind of leads to this other question I got around like a centralized or decentralized approach. You know, we're talking about standards a lot, and Treasury Board's kind of driving the standards. Do you think that, you know, the Government of Canada is going into more of like an enterprise strategy where like there's going to be fewer vendors? Or do you think that it'll be kind of like not the old school, but the old way where departments are going to have flexibility to kind of experiment what they want around certain things? I guess they're asking like, how, like, are you going to centralize things under, you know, enterprise standards, or are you going to like decentralize like it used to be?
Yeah, that's a great question. So centralization versus decentralization, and there's a lot of components there. So from a just in being effective in government delivery, if everyone has their own digital ID, we're doing a disservice to Canadians, right? So if you want to do your taxes with one way to log in, and then you access parks and it's a completely different way to log in, and then you access employment social services and it's a completely different way to do it, or should it be one enterprise service on behalf of Government Canada? And that's the way it's going. So there's a lot of standardization that makes sense to make the service more user-friendly, easier to use, and to reduce duplication of work. So we're saving money, for example, not having to develop all these things separately on our own. And this goes to platform government. One organization it could be very good at address validations, like Canada Post. Perfect API, and I've seen their API on a for-profit website where it validates your address, making sure that you get your delivery to your home, and it's probably a Shopify website, and that's something. Why would departments want to recreate that service? Why should we have 500 address lookup services within all these bubbles? It makes perfect sense for centralization. Now, decentralization is important when it comes to services that have local affinity. And I think that the best example happened just last Friday with Whole Foods, right? So there was centralized decision making for a local for a local issue. Ask anyone in Canada, like, should anyone be allowed to wear their poppy at work, at any office, any work setting? And the answer is, like, unilaterally, yes, of course, like, no hesitation, please, right? But an executive somewhere in the US would never understand that. And so there's definitely value in decentralized decision making, and like the poppy example for me is like perfect. This is where it fails, and you need to be able to have that local knowledge to be able to effectively deliver a service, or there are huge repercussions. For example, a boycott of your product that you're trying to sell.
Yeah, okay.
And the question a little bit.
Yeah, actually, there's a follow-up to that too. So, like, in that policy and service and digital, I think there's a clause in there that talks about, like, departments should use existing solutions first, or something along those lines. So does that mean that, like, if SSC, or I guess it'd be SSC or another Treasury board, has like a existing solution, like an enterprise solution, does that mean that departments must use that first before they look at procuring their own solution or looking at other things, other technologies?
Without oversimplifying it, and generally, yes, when it's something that makes sense to be enterprise. So, and so I gave the address lookup example, the ID example. Why would, if one department is very good at delivering a specific service, then all the rest of us should all use that service instead of trying to recreate one. Although at the same time, it can be useful for someone to challenge the existing service and say, you know what, I think there's a better way to do it, and it'll be better for us all, and then it's a use case to go that route. And there's a governance body to make that call. It's the Enterprise Architecture Review Board, which meets weekly. So it meets weekly so it doesn't stand in the way of things moving forward. And it reviews those things and says, oh, you know what, let's put this one as a pathfinder, an evaluator for others, even though we have these services that exist. While at the same time being able to say, you know what, like, we know you're trying to do something here, but it's already built. Like, why go ahead? And we see that even at an international scale. So during the COVID response, there was a very effective service from Canadian Digital Services. It's called Notify. Well, it was an open source product from the UK. And then one of the provinces started using the service that from the code copy CDS that then implemented it themselves and Canadianized it and then made it available for provinces to use. Like, that's an enterprise way of doing things that's still very nimble, very effective, very quick, and very innovative. So there's a lot of value there. There was a question. The question was tied as well to procurement and vendors. So it's interesting because the idea is not to just be able to buy products that are enterprise, when we speak to, let's say, our communication software, so email, it doesn't make sense for us to have all these little email solutions. There could be some great open source products that do it very well, but it needs to be able to deliver at the scale of Government Canada, which is hundreds of thousands of accounts and service and uptime requirements, for example. So there's going to be those types of procurements that will continue. And then at the same time, when there's a way to innovate at something that is more of a local issue, then it's an opportunity to have kind of those startups and those medium-sized companies bid really interesting proposals that could really drive some innovation and even drive the economy, right, from those startups.
Yeah, okay, and we're talking. I think the centralized, decentralized thing has generated some interest here. So, sticking to that topic, if one has a new technology solution that would be applicable to multiple but not all government department and agencies, should one be pursuing department and agencies individually, or should one approach the digital group or a central body? So I guess that would be Treasury Board or SSC.
Yeah, and that's the challenge of we don't want to oversimplify things, right? So there are groups of government departments that have localized requirements that are similar. For example, science departments, right? And the science departments have a specific way that you need to analyze data and share it with each other and share it with universities and researchers all over the world. So they would have more of a specialized need that may not apply to other departments. And they would go, and so a grouping of departments get together and drive those requirements together. Versus, so it's not all centralized or all within one. There's all the permutations of groups together based on like the solution space that makes sense. For example, a specific science analysis need.
Okay, actually that kind of relates to this question I got about clusters, where it says there's some recent information about clusters being possibly introduced to Government of Canada, which is similar to the Ontario model. Can you please provide an update on this approach and whether it's a viable opportunity being pursued by the government?
I don't think we have the clusters that's grouped the same way as our provincial colleagues, but there's nothing preventing us from taking a cluster approach to, like I mentioned earlier, to certain solution spaces. So departments that are working on the social side, right? So with the CRA, ESDC versus like the security type departments or like the health related portfolio. These clusters make sense just naturally, and they I would argue they are already clustered in their interdepartmental governance structures and how they work with some other centralized organizations like PCO. Our Privy Council Office. So I don't think we want to adopt an all or nothing model anywhere, and that would reduce agility. It has to be what's appropriate for the specific solution space.
Okay. Another question. How important is it to the Government of Canada to employ and work with suppliers that are Canadian owned and operated?
Yeah, that one's a tricky question. So there are specific programs. Now, the name may have changed. It used to be called the Build in Canada Innovation Program, something similar. And there's a lot of value in investing in those to drive the startup economy, right? And there's a stat somewhere, I can't remember exactly what it is, but like small, medium-sized businesses drive X percentage of the economy of a country, and that percentage is quite high. Well, at the same time, there are trade agreements, right? So, and these trade agreements enable innovation competition across countries, and they're negotiated to take into consideration local requirements of individual countries versus the benefits derived with trade. So we, in the procurement space, we have to follow those trade agreements. They're quite high in the legal document authority levels. So trade agreements apply. We can't just go around them because we feel like it for one instance when these were negotiated at the international level.
Okay. Another question has to do with privacy. Before the pandemic, the Government of Canada iterated its intention to review the Privacy Act and PIPEDA. Are those consultations and priorities back on the table now, or I guess they're just asking for an update on that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very specific question. Absolutely, privacy considerations are part of what needs to be looked at for digital government. And one of the activities this summer I was able to be a part of was the Minister of Digital Government had a summer tour where virtually she met with different groups of stakeholders, grouped into themes basically. And one of them was on public trust and privacy. And it has some privacy experts from across Canada, from businesses, from nonprofit and universities, and very open roundtable format where folks openly shared where they think the government should go. And making updates was one of the recommendations that was made. And I believe there is work there. I just don't have those details of exactly where the Government of Canada is on that revision, so I can't really speak to it here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would assume that any changes on that front would require acts of parliament or legislation or whatnot. So in a minority situation, that's not as easy. Let's see what else I got here. Oh yeah, so this one's about RPA. So where do you see RPA provide the most value? That's robotic process automation within the Government of Canada.
Yeah, so I saw the tail end of the presentation from it was a CRA, I believe, before mine, and I think Kevin, you mentioned that ESEC had some pilots as well. So any department that has case processing of any sort, internal or external, so it could be immigration cases, it could be your internal HR or finance processing. There's an opportunity there for robot process automation. It could be licensing regulatory processes with Transport Canada, which I believe they also did some great work with RPA. So there's an opportunity, any type of where someone has to move a file from one area to another and do some thinking around it. There's an opportunity for RPA to be done there for a lot of standardized processes. And RPA is getting better and better, tying RPA with some APIs and some stuff with other systems to make more intelligent decisions. You can get into the realm of automated decision making, which gets quite exciting. So I see it as a really great opportunity to address processing for legacy software, while at the same time, like you wouldn't start a new project, a new system if it was like a blue sky, like greenfield with RPA, right? It would just be built in. But RPA is outstanding in a way to address like backlogs and very manual work, and it frees up people to do that higher value, more one-on-one, addressing all those unique aspects of human life, right? Where the system can process 95%, but that 5% is all complex, takes a lot of hands-on, one-on-one time to process, which is just perfect.
Okay, I got another one here. Under the previous CIO, Alex Benet, the Government of Canada really emphasized and proactively promoted open source solutions. Has that mindset changed within Treasury Board? And what is your opinion on open source in terms of where it should be leveraged most within government?
Yeah, that's a great point. I'd say, and we've spoken on this before, so the current Chief Technology Officer of Canada is the acting CIO, and he did an event where he was a moderator on open source that was hosted by the Canada School of Public Service, and he said, well, yeah, of course, that is Treasury Board's position, welcome open source solutions. It's actually part of the digital standards, open solutions. It's part of the questions for our Architecture Review Board on what is being considered in terms of open source, and you can't buy software even if it's not licensed out as open source, without it using open source. It's in every phone. It's foundational to how the internet works. Every single cloud provider, all their infrastructure is based on open source software. We're using it and buying it no matter what. And like it's not even a question. It's there. It's ubiquitous. It's everywhere. It's built into the fabric of the digital world. Now, I think the conversation is now shifting. So we use it, but now it's time to not just contribute back by publishing code of existing projects or new projects. So a lot of departments now are publishing what they do. For example, COVID Alert, right? Famous app. The code is all open source. It's all published. Anyone can go up and copy it. Another country can say, you know what, I like Canada's solution. I want it exactly the same. Perfect, go for it. And that, which is really great for collaboration because we can do the same, and we did. We took the Notify app from the UK, and we did the same thing here. The next level is contributing back deliberately, and I'd say even more strategically to existing open source products. So if we like the way that a specific project is going, it would be really interesting to invest in that initiative deliberately to help it along in a strategic direction that we're interested in. Another aspect that goes beyond just using open source is instead of just publishing code, it's driving the community, right? Because like just go on GitHub, you'll find unlimited projects published, but not many are actively maintained and set with direction, right? So there's a lot of one-offs. It's just the code was posted, and you look at the last update, and it was a year, 2 years, 3 years since the last update. Now that's not enterprise-ready software, but the opportunity is for Government Canada to take a position and say, like, we like this solution space. We're going to own it, lead it, and manage the whole community around it. So that's pretty exciting. And working with provinces, we're starting a working group on what are the opportunities there exactly. So a working group between the federal government and the provincial and territorial governments on open source and see what the opportunities are to potentially drive communities ourselves instead of being the user or like the copier of that code. We can be the leader of the initiative.
Okay. I got a couple more here. There's one about procurement, one around AI. So I'll ask you the AI one because I think that one is more in your wheelhouse. So Government of Canada introduced the AI source list to provide departments with a wider variety of AI solutions. Have you seen these AI solutions adopted within the Government of Canada? Are there some departments that are doing it better than others? Is Treasury Board pleased with how much these tools are being leveraged?
Yeah. I heard the CIO of Government Canada talk about AI just last week, where he made a really good point I want to share here, is that it's a good thing that we're out of that hype cycle, right? So it was like AI can do everything and for everyone, everywhere, and it's easy. You just click a button, install this product, and the AI is there for you, right? We're done that hype cycle. Now we can get back to solving specific problems. So there was a lot of energy, a lot of interest. I think there's still huge amounts of potential, and we tend, there's so many myths around AI, right? And like a lot of people are thinking generalized AI, but that's not what AI is. It's very specific to use cases. We take data sets, we train models to have outputs based on those data sets, and we can go into the details of the different learning methods and if you need data or not and all that. But essentially, what I see is not necessarily tack on AI solutions, but any product that we're going to be procuring will have some type of AI incorporated into it, which is basically saying it will leverage the data it generates and collects to help make with the workflow.
Okay, interesting. Okay. Let me see what else I got here. Oh yeah, procurement. So one of the questions, I guess, as a follow-up to the AI one is, I guess the AI source list is owned by shared services. I'm not entirely sure if that, I think maybe PSP is a role in there, but anyways, how do you see procurement being shared with shared services and PSPC? Do you see shared services taking on a greater role with procurement of information technology, or do you think that it will continue to be a shared role between PSPC and shared services?
Oh, interesting question. So I work at PSPC or shared services or in the group at Treasury Board that does procurement. But what I can say is that so yeah, like, and it's similar to all the discussion today is the lines are blurring, right? So can you really procure anything these days that is not technology? I'll give you an example. And even like beyond like some more complex and traditional procurements. So we need a building leased. Well, that building is a smart building. It has sensors, thousands and thousands of sensors. It has computer systems. It has interfaces to connect. It probably connects to a cloud service provider. It has metrics, dashboards. There's some decision making. There's probably a little bit of automated decision making on what valve to open, where, when, right? Is that an IT procurement? Well,
Right.
it's not, right? So we don't have to separate everything. If it's technology, it goes to SSC, and not necessarily. PSBC will continue to be the building owners and the building leasers and the authority on Government Canada procurement. It's just that technology is everywhere. So is it something that we've decided will be part of that centralized service? Otherwise, we're just going to see in anything you buy, how can you not have a piece of technology tied to it? And it doesn't matter if it's as traditional as a building or a bridge or any type of vehicle, they're always going to have embedded technology in them. So we're a technology company, whether we want to be or not.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny, I should have asked this as a follow-up, but like that, when you're talking about the hype around AI, like what was driving that hype, and like what kind of led to it being not diffused, but like not maybe played down a bit more than it should have been?
Yeah, well, some of the big consulting firms have those graphics that show the hype and then how it goes down. I think Gartner uses the trough of disillusionment, where people realize that whatever technology it is not delivering, and almost any technology goes through that cycle where it's like a blockchain, right? We went through that a couple of years ago where everything was going to be blockchain, and we realized, well, maybe we don't need a slow database for everything. Right? So I think there's a lot more potential to be used throughout almost any solution space that has some really good use of data. What drives it? That's a question mark. Like what market forces, vendors, media, bloggers, like what drives that hype? It's not unique to AI. Maybe the point I can make is every technology that seems exciting time and time again goes through that cycle. At one point, everything was on enterprise resource planning systems. At one point, it was the web, and which was like when back then it meant just static content was going to do everything that we need for us, and we wouldn't have calls at call center anymore because everything would just be on the website and answer everyone's question easily. Right? So we've gone through that hype on any technology you can imagine, and something else is going to come up. It might be the next hype will be quantum. Quantum will end all encryption and will solve all of our business problems. And then we realize, wait, it's a bit more complex than that, and implementation takes time, and it takes concerted investments. And then over the years, we'll see, and it won't be hype anymore. It'll just be another technology to work with.
Okay, yeah, you answered my follow-up. I was asking you. I was thinking about asking what the next trend was going to be. So, okay. Well, we're 5 to 1 o'clock, so we're going to take a quick intermission. Thank you very much, Denis, for joining us today. Denis Skinner with the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat. Great questions, guys. That was awesome. That brought us right to the hour. So thank you very much for your engagement. Denis, thanks again for participating. It was great to have you.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for the questions. They were great.
Okay, so we'll take a really quick intermission here, guys, and then we're back with SAS and Nova Pro. Okay, so we're starting our 1 p.m. session, and digital transformation is really all about the data, leveraging data to create insights and whatnot. So who better to talk about data than SAS Institute and NovaPro? So joining us today is Joël Simon from NovaPro, who's a solutions architect, Jerome Antoine Sauvé from NovaPro, an artificial intelligence specialist, and David Como, solutions architect with SAS Institute. And they'll be kind of walking through more kind of the technical side, more of the, a bit of a more in-depth analysis of the data, the AI and whatnot that's attributed with digital transformation. So with that, the floor is yours, folks.
Thanks very much, Kevin. Good afternoon, everyone. So before we dive into all the great stuff that NovaPro is doing, I just thought I'd talk a little bit about SAS, and we can advance to the next one. One more. Perfect. I'm going to presume that many people have always heard of Microsoft, but maybe SAS is a name that doesn't really come to mind right away. And so I thought I'd start our conversation there with a few reference points and some big news that I want to share about SAS and Microsoft. And so for starters, SAS is the largest privately held software company in the world. Gartner, Forrester, and IDC rank us as #1 in advanced analytics. We have over 400 offices worldwide in over 120 countries, and we have a workforce around 14,000 people. Now, if I focus a little bit closer to Ottawa or the federal government, we exist in 43 departments. There's some footprint of SAS. Some of the larger companies or departments we would look at would be Stats Canada. We've had a relationship with them for over 40 years. But some of the other notable ones would be Health Canada, CRA, ESDC, and we're also in all Crown corporations as well. Next slide. Now, on June 15th, we released our partnership strategy and details between SAS and Microsoft. And part of this was around a shared vision of helping customers accelerate their digital transformation initiatives. Both companies acknowledge it's about enrichment of data and improving lives through better decisions. Now, this partnership between the two of us was more than just a handshake. The partnership represents extensive technology integration, co-development between SAS and Microsoft, spanning Microsoft's entire cloud platform, as well as SAS's data management, analytics, AI, and industry solutions. Next. Now, some may ask, why did we go with Microsoft out of all the cloud providers that do exist? But when we looked at this, we found that our shared cultural vision was one of the reasons we stuck together. Now, we share ideals around democratizing analytics. We have a complementary data for good and data for AI programs. And even though Microsoft has been through its own digital transformation, we recognize that there was empathy for this journey that SAS has been on and for the customers that are about to do the same. Our vision around the partnership is about joining forces with Microsoft, the world's leading enterprise technology company, to shape the future of analytics and AI in the cloud across a complete set of activities and technologies. So this includes the platform, the tools, the solutions, cloud, software, services, training, education, and enablement. And it was here that we were sort of more in lockstep that felt it was a good fit. And then finally, the last piece I'll focus on was sort of the complementary technologies. Both companies recognize respective strengths and the power of enriching each other. We're going to work hard to integrate the power of SAS analytics within Microsoft's complete ecosystem with the cloud. So that includes Azure, Dynamic 365, Microsoft 365, and the Power Platform. Next. And so when I think about the benefits, there's benefits for SAS, there's benefits for the user, there's benefits for Microsoft as well, but I'm going to highlight a couple of them anyway. When I think about analytics running in the cloud, I think about how much easier it's going to be. Most users, that's the first thing they talk about. Removing any barriers of infrastructure or limitations with analytics-led innovation. When I think about the simplifying of analytics in your applications, your workflows, your business processes built on Azure, or even scaling more users to reap the benefits of analytics and to improve productivity. And one of the biggest ones I get out of modelers is that they often think about failing fast when they're looking at reducing the risk of prototyping and sandbox approaching to tackling new challenges. So the list is huge. Next. Now, when we talk about analytics a little bit more closely to home in terms of the federal government where I work in public sector, there has been a lot of talk about digital transformation. That's what this segment is called. And what's driving a lot of this is the hype around AI, which we just heard in the last presentation discuss a little bit about. But I would even say that the cloud has pushed for digital transformation, and in some ways even Corona, the pandemic that we're dealing with, has pushed us to work more from home, to have other solutions to accelerate what we're looking at. And some of these accelerated conversations are all tied to how we deal with the ecosystem of our analytics, the data management challenges that we are faced with, what does our cloud enablement strategy look like, and how do we move forward in terms of deploying all this to the cloud. And the one thing that I heard many customers and many departments speak about is that whatever choice or whatever topic they're challenging themselves to find a solution to, is that choice, the speed, agility, governance, and moving to production are all themes that are shared amongst every department that I'm speaking with. And these are a bit of the trends that we're seeing, but we also have great solutions and conversations to go off and manage some of this amongst all the other departments so they can find a solution that meets their requirements depending on where they are in the analytics maturity curve. Some folks are still wrestling with spreadsheets while others are automating their data flows and moving into the world of AI. Next. And so when I think about this partnership and the power that we gain from marrying SAS and Microsoft together, to really think about embedding analytics into operations, it's more than technology. There is a process and people necessary to make it happen. SAS believes that the best practice in analytics implementation requires a seamless transition and iteration through an analytics lifecycle. However, the value of that work is not realized until you deploy, monitor, and manage those insights that drive your decisions. It's these activation of these insights that could be as simple as a forecasting report, or perhaps automating an AI model that processes benefit payments, or even predicting equipment failure in a healthcare device. The important thing to remember here is that it's not just having the capabilities. That's not enough. It's the person or the system involved in each step that must be coordinated in a seamless, integrated way. So it really comes down to people, process, technology. They must be tied together and flow back and forth in an agile system. And as SAS and Microsoft deepen our technical integration, the faster, the more seamless users can move through these systems and generate value, and moving from the challenge to decision. So NoviPro is a premium partner of SAS. I'd like to welcome Jerome into the conversation to take over the lead and take us through the next portion.
Thanks, David. Next slide, please. So just to quickly introduce NoviPro, we're a Montreal-based company. We have been in business for over 25 years now. I think we're on our 27th year of business. And we are renowned for our technology and expertise. We are now over 130 employees. We are organized in 3 divisions, so NoviPro Business Solution, Technology Solution, and eSpace, which is our managed service division. On the technology solution side, we offer cutting-edge technology solution, particularly in the data protection, virtualization, networking, securities. We provide our clients with objective expertise in technological trends, such as solution design, solution integration and management, as I said, security, and really all technical aspects of a project. On the NoviPro Business Solutions division, which is the division for which I work, we offer solutions more directed to the business line, such as the process improvement and optimization, product lifecycle management, and ERP solution. We also offer solutions for data enhancement, data management, and decision-making support. As such, we have our own team of experts in analytics and artificial intelligence. And we have partnered with SAS, a renowned leader in those fields. So we are able to really, on the business side, understand the need for data management, artificial intelligence, and so on. And finally, there's our eSpace division, which is where we offer a customized cloud computing platform. We have our own cloud solution infrastructure, and to keep with the current trends of being able to offer cloud solution, we have acquired an expertise around Azure hosting and managed service. So we are able effectively to manage our client technology environment in the cloud and guarantee that our client services are hosted in Canadian territory. The fact that we have three divisions, we don't work in silo, we really work in synergy, and we are able to accompany our client and their transformation project. If we look at the analytics side of it, that means we can work with our customer on all aspects of the implementation, management, and use of SaaS analytic platform, leaving our customer with the peace of mind to really concentrate and focus on their core business and their value-added proposition. Just a final word on that. NaviPro, we are part of the SLSA and Pro Service agreement with the federal government. So just to present NaviPro and our partner ecosystem, we work with a lot of partners, and we are able to guide our client with their product. Our philosophy behind the partnership that we make is based around our own competency with those products. So we always have in-house expertise to support all their offering. Therefore, we are certified to deploy and work with SaaS technology. We have certified resources for Microsoft Azure as well, and for all the technology that we want to support. So Joëlle, I'll leave the board to Joëlle, one of our solution architects. She will present an overview of our taking charge process.
Yes, next slide, please. Thank you, Jérôme. Okay, so just we skipped this one, but just to give you an overview of the partnerships that we have at NaviPro. So please, next slide. So when we look at the different projects, we look at them on three axes. First, we consider the business processes. Then we look at the people who use them, and then we can align the technological aspects. All the points of intersection will ensure that we find the right solution. Next slide, please. So as Jérôme mentioned, we do manage services. We have a monitoring and operations team that can update environment and intervene in governance and security services. These are complementary services that we can add to the SaaS offer. Also, we do management consulting for the implementation of the management of the environment by the operations people. Next slide, please. So when we take on a new project, we do this in 6 main steps. First, we look at the business goals, the governance objectives, the business needs, the resources available to us, the staff, etc. And that brings us to look at the whole solution component. We make budget comparison, we do ROI studies and total cost of acquisition or total cost of ownership, depending. And once this step has been completed, once a solution has been targeted, we will design it in a much more detailed manner. At the architecture level, we define how it will be designed and what we want to bring into the cloud. Once we've designed the solution, there's the data and the application migration. Jérôme will come back to the SaaS migration aspect later in the presentation. Then we do a knowledge transfer and implementation at the management level. This can be transferred to the client's IT team or to a company like ours, which does managed services. All the operational management will be done by this team. Finally, at the governance level, we can set up a monitoring system, put in place KPIs to measure the benefits, the cost, or environmental performance, for example. So I'm going to hand over to Jérôme, who will introduce you to the VIA platform.
Next slide, please. So back to SaaS and particularly with VIA. So a lot of the analytics solution on the market really focus on data and data management. And of course, we can't argue that data is not important. It is. But ultimately, it's not data that drives your organization. It's the decision you are able to make based on that data. Decision key people are able to make correctly, and more importantly, in the environment we are now, make at the right time and communicate them efficaciously across the organization. So this is where the new SaaS VIA platform is all about. So it's an highly mature analytic platform that on one side simplify all data-related tasks like data acquisition, data cleaning, and on the business side address many challenges too, like collaboration, decision-making, governance, and auditability, while maintaining the ease of access. So there's 6 sides of the SaaS VIA platform that we will go quickly through them. So it's decision-focused. So it provides users and business with interface to manage their decision and know which decision have been used and applied in which case. It's also developer friendly, so it's not a standalone platform. It can integrate with many systems and many other. We've talked about open source earlier. Many other open source systems have API. It's also have a multiple interface that enable automation. It's mature on the governance side. So this is a question that every business almost come to me with is how do we manage who have access to data, who have access to functionality. On that side, SaaS provide highly granular security template and access template. And finally, it's continuously updated. So the new SaaS VIA platform bring in all the improvement and CI/CD, so continuous integration, continuous deployment, that enable to take advantage of all the new new feature that have been developed while reducing downtime to a maximum. And it is cloud native, so not only cloud enabled, that means everything can be built, integrated into cloud system. It's have a highly effective partner with Microsoft, and can integrate with the monitoring function and everything Microsoft related, Azure related. Next slide, please. So VIA, when we talk about VIA, it's not a single product. It's really an analytic platform, and which SaaS offer many products, many offerings. So you can, depending on the need of your organization, build many products on top of the SaaS VIA while keeping the same interface. It's the same look and feel, and you keep the same source of truth across your organization and you leverage the same compute power. So regardless of your configuration, all products are accessible and managed with the same web-based interface. If we go around those offerings, there's the main foundation offering, which is SaaS Visual Analytics, which is an interface that enables to build and distribute report across the organization, send periodical report as a PDF, and enable reports on the mobile platform, if we talk about iPad, tablets, people can access more dynamic report that enable filtering, that enable digging into report. There's the visual statistics, which is a set of tools built on top of visual analytics that enable more statistical functions that you can do on the data, see if there is statistical difference between one data set or another, and present them visually. And the rest of the base offering, like a tool that's enabled to do visual machine learning, which is an highly efficient and comprehensive way of doing machine learning, and the rest of the foundation tool. There's also more specific offering that will enable visual forecasting, that will enable text analytics or intelligent decisioning, which help effectively manage decision process based on the data, based on the same source of truth, and event stream processing that enable to process data as it flow into your organization. So it can be data that are constantly updated, can be treated with those products. And finally, more industry-oriented offering like econometrics, what you see on the top row, model manager that will help manage and deploy artificial intelligence model or machine learning model, and some that are even more industry related, like risk modeling and conformity offering for some industry. Next slide, please. So we've talked a lot about open source, not Win particular, but other conference. Open source is more widespread than ever. Lately, you can have a model on GitHub, and almost every organization have developed some competency to develop Python code, to develop R code. SAS is a proprietary language, but have developed like a philosophy around open source. So the new VIA platform is more an open platform that offer API to people to access the VIA data and the VIA functionality through Python programming, through R programming. So that enable large flexibility across organization while maintaining data lineage, data auditability of everything that is done in access and the VIA platform through those open source access. That means you don't have to build a system around managing each and every open source solution. They can all integrate with the SAS platform. Next slide, please. And finally, it's also, as I mentioned, continuously updated. So you can leverage latest innovation. It's remove the burden from your IT to do constant mise à jour, constant deployment of new versions. Next slide, please. So if we dig more in the migration aspect of the process of lifting your analytics to the cloud, there may be many questions that you are asking yourself, mainly starting by why to do it and where to start, and what are the benefits of leveraging and lifting my analytics environment to the cloud. Unfortunately, like a lot of things, there is no single answer to those questions. Of course, the cloud will enable you to be more flexible in the long run. You have more scalability options. But to be more specific of how to do it, how to leverage your own environment, there's many points that you have to look at. If you are not a SaaS user yourself, you certainly at least have heard the name, because SaaS have been around and an analytic provider for a few decades now. So that means that in some organization, SaaS is deeply integrated in a lot of business process. SaaS will access multiple data source, act as a data source for other system, and have a whole lot of security and control built around. So SaaS can also be present and used in a variety of ways, starting from desktop to a different client server architecture and in the cloud. So when we talk about what has been developed into legacy system around the years, some organizations still use standalone SaaS and PC to do some of their analytics, and now have questions around each part of their analytics environment. So they want to leverage what is possible with the cloud, with the new compute capacity, with the new via cloud. But of course, you don't want to lose what you've developed and what you've developed in the legacy solution in the past year. So we can help you address those questions and help you draft a plan on how to leverage the new capacity with the new technology while still preserving the asset already developed, and draft a plan how to migrate each data source, keep the same security, or review your security model around both your legacy solution and your cloud solution. So I'll leave David. I'll let David get the presentation back and maybe have a closing word.
Thanks, Jerome.
David?
Next slide. Thank you. So what's next? So we've covered off a little bit of the partnership. We've talked about some of the trends and analytics between the eyes that I've seen through SaaS, and we've introduced you to NoviPro, one of our premier partners. And so if you're sitting and wrestling with where to start, if you're thinking about your SaaS workloads that maybe span multiple versions, how to do an upgrade, what does a digital transformation look like in your organization, or if you were to look at an architecture or a migration or security model and you're scratching your head on where to start, there'll be links at the end of this website, this webinar, where you can contact the folks at NoviPro to help formulate a conversation, but also guide you through it, because they are unique. Every customer, every department has their own challenges when they start looking at different things and the processes and how to move data. As we know, data scientists, statisticians, econometrics generally have large sets of computational requirements from data analysis, different types of data sources that come from ETL systems, but also engineered data sets that they manufacture themselves. And so the footprint that SaaS lays down tends to be quite computational, but quite challenging with certain requirements as well. And as we move into this new world of the cloud, not all the questions are answered. We have to look at processes that may have been established maybe a decade ago, maybe some not so old, that may need to be revisited on how we do things if we decide to move to the cloud or adapt some of the newer technology from SaaS via working with a zero footprint as opposed to a desktop application. So with that, we're going to turn things over to questions, and I'll pause there and let Kevin help us out.
Okay, thanks, guys. So I've got a wingman for the Q&A period for this, Yelmer from DMZ. Yelmer, I know we had a couple of questions ready to go here, so I'm going to ask you to get the discussion going, and then I'll watch the Q&A here for incoming questions from the audience. Okay? Yelmer? All right, well, I'll kick off the questions, because one thing that I was thinking about was, like, you know, we talked a lot about the solutions and whatnot, but could you walk us through a bit of a case study of, like, of when you worked with a public sector agency? Like, we don't need to talk about who they were in particular, but like kind of where they started out and how you helped them achieve what they were trying to achieve.
I think you might be on mute, Jerome.
Yeah, well, David, do you have something to say regarding that?
Sure. I can start, and you can add your comments, Jerome, if you like. The first thing that I have often found, Kevin, and great question, by the way, is that there's this idea that most SaaS deployments have been in place for some period of time. SaaS releases new product every couple of years. It doesn't mean that legacy users stay N-1 in terms of a release. So I can think of one particular customer that probably has 5 or 6 different versions of SaaS running in their organization, which from a case on how to move them forward can be quite challenging, because the rules would be slightly different for each department or every business unit. And as you can imagine, when you have a number of programs written over a 40-year span of time, if you will, or 20 years, the type of code that is written could be less mature the older it is, or it may be inherited. And acquiring a benchmark or understanding what assets exist is probably the first part. Where is the data? Where is the code? What's being run? And getting your arms around it is typically one of the bigger challenges that organizations are faced with as stage one. Reaching out to their users that are on desktops, some even could be on a mainframe, and understanding what that means, and then finding out what versions are being used. Once that's done, then we can start looking at, okay, what version do we need to move to, and start considering that if processes exist that have been in place for a long period of time, this is a chance to modernize a lot of different pieces. It's not just a bolt-on, bolt-off technology, but do we want to automate certain data? Do we want to make sure that we don't have data duplication? Are we using metadata as an example to the best of our ability? What capabilities are we missing from a feature functionality point of view? And so going back to our user community and finding out what changes have taken place. And if I look at today's example of open source, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, SaaS would have seen open source as a competitor. And now we look at it as saying, well, bring your R programmers, bring your Java programmers, bring your Python programmers that do data manipulation and work with Git and other platforms. We'll embrace them and integrate that open source technology into the SaaS ecosystem so that you can put some guardrails around what's being done now. So you don't need to learn SaaS programming. You can still program in R, but you can take advantage of the platform to modernize, provide security, data governance around some of the activities that are being done that are popular. And that appeals to a lot of new graduates coming out of universities and trade schools that understand technology, but don't necessarily maybe want to learn SaaS programming languages.
Okay, that kind of leads to this next question I got, which was, and this is kind of a theme, this person must have attended the summit before, because like we noticed like in the Atlantic provinces in particular, and even in some of the other provinces, like there's skills, they're starving for talent, right? Mm-hmm. So like from a SaaS Nova Pro perspective, like how can you guys help out in those situations? Like you've got the skills, you've got the expertise, so like can a government just kind of look to you guys and be like, okay, here's our objectives, here's our problems. Can Nova Pro and SaaS like kind of collaborate to kind of help us out, in terms of the implementation from end to end?
Maybe I'll start with that, and then I'll let NovaPro comment. One of the big things that when people say, oh, I've heard of SaaS, I used it in university 30 years ago. SaaS has gone through a complete transformation where we have moved away from programming to we still have the programming aspects and interfaces, but we've moved into a very GUI approach where drag and drop enables not just programmers, but non-programmers alike to leverage the tool. And so we're attracting new users that might not have the background that a SaaS application might have been traditionally geared towards. So you could be an expert in human resources or marketing and still leverage the analytics from a right click of your mouse to do some activity. And for those that are more on the programming side, you still have a coding window to mash data sets together and do other activity. Where this makes life easier for those coming out of schools, they don't need to learn that programming language for starters. But those that are coming out of school, as I mentioned earlier, have the Python and R applications that they're very comfortable with. The platform lends itself to allowing them to work in their language of choice without being encumbered and using SAS as an administration tool to get them closer to their decisioning points. So rather than, I'll say, maybe coding an application to ingest data, a data management capability within SAS would offer that in a few clicks, and then saving the coding for the portion that you can't get done elsewhere, that you need to do because it's got intellectual property tied to it, or there's nothing out of the box that will serve you. And so we'd like to think that there's an ability for anyone to integrate with the applications and the tools within SAS that will leverage and make their life easier and move in sort of that hybrid role where you're a coder, but you also look at it as a tool of productivity that you can iterate through things more quickly, you can prototype, and take the heavy lifting away from maybe some of the coders that traditionally would write code, and let the application with the GUI do some of that, and reserve the programming for the true analytics or the more challenging problems that are trying to be solved. Maybe NoviPro would like to offer their thoughts.
Yeah, well, great explanation around everything SaaS-based and the different capacity that you need to work with SaaS. On the NoviPro side, what we can do, what we can offer is bring in additional resource, additional competency on either a case-by-case basis or on a project basis. So when an organization face some specific problem, let's say they have a trouble getting their data in the right shape to do their analysis, we can step in as on a workshop basis and work like around that specific problem and enable the organization to still leverage their data, still get insight from their data without necessarily having the capacity or the resource in-house to do it. And they can we can be implicated on a case-by-case basis like that. Likewise, if they need some competency to manage the platform or on a networking level to connect to the data, some people have data sources and different systems now. Some people have data sources and Google, Microsoft, Azure, Oracle. They want to interconnect between organizations sometime. We can help them set up those connections, set up those data transformation, and then they don't need to have those resources, those competency in-house.
Okay, so what else we got here? Well, there's like the differentiator question. You know, why SaaS NoviPro? Like, why? What makes? I mean, you kind of talked about your solution, and you kind of talked to this a little bit, but I guess they're asking for some elaboration, like what makes SaaS and NoviPro, you know, different compared to your competitors. I'm not entirely sure who your competitors would be, but perhaps you could address that question.
Okay, and so I guess the best way to handle that is that when we take on a partner, it's because we feel that there's a gap missing in our partner ecosystem, and NoviPro is strong in their certifications for SaaS and Microsoft and cloud technology. They understand architecture, they understand security, they understand all the pieces that anybody that would come to us and say, listen, we're short, who can you recommend? And when we point to NoviPro, it's because they've met certain requirements from competency level. So NoviPro has invested time, energy, resources, dollars to make sure that they're certified. They have access to our internal applications and documentation and help support and things of this nature, so that really when we consider steering a customer or a user to NoviPro, it's almost an extension of SaaS. And so they've met that minimum criteria, and not every partner wants to take on that journey or that commitment. And that's probably why I would say NoviPro is one of our, well, they are our preferred partner in many ways. Different partners could play in different segments, but we try to make sure that given our Canadian market, and certainly in the public sector, that regardless of your requirements, we have somebody that could provide a service to you outside of the walls of SaaS.
Okay, anyone, did you want to chime in on that, NoviPro?
Yes, maybe I can take this one. Actually, we're talking a lot about SaaS today, but we also have great expertise on the infrastructure part of the solutions and the management of all this, because it seems simple to just, you know, you cannot just apply patches to a SaaS server. You need to go deeper than that. It has to be integrated into the business processes. So that's what we do on a day-to-day basis for many clients. So that's the whole ecosystem that really brings value to our customers.
Okay, got another question here. Not necessarily public sector, but what industries are doing this really, really well? Is there one in particular that you look to for best practices?
You cut out for a second there, Kevin. Could you just repeat that again, please?
They're asking, like, what sectors, whether it's public sector or private sector, like who's doing this really well? Like who's kind of like the market leader here? And like what are they doing? I guess we could expand on that. And like what are they doing that makes them like really good? Maybe something around talent, I would think, you know, based on the themes that we've seen. But yeah, who's leading the charge here?
So if I think about the federal space for a minute, and I'll say Crown corporations have definitely gotten ahead of, I'll say maybe the more traditional departments in the federal space. I'd say they're probably anywhere from a year to 18 months ahead of certain departments. And many of those Crown Corps that are doing that come from a financial background. So they're looking at solutions that detect fraud, payment accuracy, insurance, things of that nature. And it's mainly because they've gone through this digital transformation a little bit differently, because Crowns do operate a little bit differently as well. For those that don't know, SaaS has generally been very successful in the finance industry, so we have strong solutions around certain compliance obligations that banks and insurance companies have to follow. And so anything that's in a Crown corporation that has compliance or a financial component, there have been mandated target dates that they have to meet certain obligations from a regulatory standpoint. And so they've adopted some of these solutions a bit more quickly because they've had deadlines. When I think about, I'll say the rest of the group, there's nobody really that's head and shoulders ahead of somebody. I would say many are working through the challenges of cloud because it's fairly new. And they could have dev sandboxes, they could have ongoing ideas about getting into production. So there's a few customers that are sort of in between development and production. And they're understanding what it's going to take to move forward. That's been my experience, which is positive. I like seeing change because this is coming, and getting in on it early means that you can start to learn some of the differences. And there is a change in a way of working, but it's not challenging. But as we often know, cultural change is the hardest thing to overcome. It's never the technology. And so the sooner you start with some of these challenges, whether it's just putting your pinky into it, at least it's a place for people to get exposure to it, and they can naturally become more comfortable, and then over time ramp up their solutions and their productivity and so on and so forth.
Okay, yeah, we did get a follow-up to that one. So on the Crown Corps, they are ahead of the line departments. What fruits have they bared from that? So like, I guess the objective of leveraging data is to create better insights to drive, I guess, business operations and whatnot. Could you point to an example, I guess, of like of a Crown Corp that's done all this, and now they're realizing benefits, like in terms of policy, maybe it's funding. What are they getting out of this now that they've been able to set it up?
Okay, so I can't give specifics because of confidentiality, and there's certain information I have to sort of keep private, but I'll discuss as much as I can to give a sense of it. So I'll give the example of, if you're providing a service in the government and or in a Crown Corp, and you feel that there may be some element of waste and abuse, narrowing that down certainly has been an area where we've seen improvements. The other side of it, to expand on that, is also around, if I only have so many folks to be able to investigate certain aspects of my business or the service that I provide, being able to target my investigations in one direction or another so that I could have a larger yield of return is where we're seeing benefits already. And so these applications are being deployed in such a way that the human eye could never catch certain details and data that now that we're using, I'll say, high compute or leveraging more compute to catch things and patterns in data, looking at outliers, segmenting data in a certain way that we've never considered before, is part of when we reinvest in technology, not just the software, but the infrastructure that allows us to do more data or more things more quickly. One aspect that we haven't spoken about around the VIA platform is that everything's done in memory. And so it's particularly agile and swift to crunch large volumes of data in a way that might have taken an hour, or, I'm aware of some programs that run in days. Under traditional hardware that would be more of a client-server application. So anything that we can do with VIA in memory certainly brings us more productivity more quickly.
See if I got any other one. There's one here about, I guess, lifting and shifting. So in terms of, we're talking about migration now. So wouldn't it be easier to do a lift and shift first and then migration? What are the advantages of migrating? So we kind of talked about that a little bit during the VMware one, but what do you guys think?
I'll let Jerome tackle that one.
Yeah, so the lift and shift approach might be good for some application when you already have like an application built in a Docker, then you can just, or you already have application running in a VM and on-prem on your organization, and you want to move to the cloud, it's quite easy. But as I've explained during the presentation, when it's come to an analytic environment, you might have some legacy products, you might have analysis running on desktop, and you have multiple interconnection between your SaaS environment and your data source. So you have to carefully plan around that to be sure that data sources are still accessible, security is maintained. So a simple lift and shift, while you might do some lift and shifts for some parts, some server if they are already running on VM, it's not the ideal or the simplest approach because you still have a lot of process around your analytic environment that you want to make sure continue working once you are in the cloud.
Also, maybe if I can comment on that, Jerome, on an infrastructure point of view, if you go into the cloud and you just bring the whole thing as it was on-prem, you're going to lose the game. I mean, there are some ways to optimize the monthly bill, and one of them is to leverage the services. So you can go serverless, you can go containers. There's many options that we can evaluate, and that's one of that's one of the things that a partner can bring into the table. That's all the guidance that you can get into your journey to the cloud.
Okay. Here's another one about, this is like a public sector focused one. So it's like considering how fast technology is evolving and how fast this is evolving in the private sector, what should the governments focus on? Do you think governments can keep up with the change going on in the private sector?
I'm going to presume that this is around AI, most likely, this question.
Yeah, it doesn't say specifically, but yeah, let's do the AI aspect first.
Right.
See if they clarify.
So it's a great question, and I was a part of a talk last week that talked about AI in government, and we were discussing the idea that we need to have some conversations around AI and technology at a policy level, because just implementing it without sort of careful consideration could have some consequences that maybe we don't see right up front. And the example that I heard last week that spoke to me was that every child has a cell phone now, and all of a sudden this is a great piece of technology. We can call them, we can find out where they are, but it also means that they're on that technology maybe more than we would like as parents. So there's this increase in technology that provides a lot of benefit. So let's equate that to AI. There could be huge benefit to it, but in the case of the children, maybe they're getting too much screen time now, or maybe there's other considerations around they're talking to their friends on different chat programs and social things, and maybe that isn't always in our best interest. So AI is a bit like that. It's come in very, very quickly, and everybody wants to use it, but the question remains, how do we use it, and under what circumstances should we use it, and are the policies, and when I think about pragmatic AI back in 2019 or 2018, we were always talking about the math and the algorithms that existed. Well, now we're talking about regulations, we're talking about ethics in AI, and we're talking about transparencies, that we don't have biases written into these applications that we're leveraging. And then if we do have biases, how do we detect them? And so how do we make sure that we don't include them? And that sets us up in a path that maybe isn't in our best interest. So there's a lot of conversation, I think, that has to sort of take a step back. There's the IOG and information on governance that has good webinars on this information that discuss this in terms of a policy level. And that's been my early part of it. AI means many things. I think if we can automate data as a starting point, and leveraging, I'll say, like Novia Pro to help us in that world, that's a great first step. Removing away some of the barriers of accessing data and getting to it. So, that's my view on it, but I'm still learning about it as well, because it is coming so fast. And how do we incorporate it into our systems? It's not widely understood yet either. If AI is the hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Denis kind of from Treasury Board kind of talked about that, where he said AI just started to be implemented in like the enterprise solutions, right? So when you go buy a piece of hardware or whatnot, there's already AI incorporated into it. You know what I mean? So it's just becoming part of the systems that are being sold. Maybe we can wrap up here. This is not a question from the audience, but just a quick fire between the three of you. It's like, where do you see this going? Like, where do you see the next 5 years going in terms of trends from an AI perspective?
Maybe I'll let Joël or Jérôme start. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Would you go regarding AI?
Yeah, well, regarding AI, David covered most of it. Of course, people will want to use it more and more to do everything. The thing is, AI might not always be the best solution, the best tool to attack each and every problem. There is still problem that will be best answered with rule-based technology. There's still problem that will still be best answered with decision managing technology. Of course, AI, and when we talk more about a specific algorithm like machine learning, Bayesian network, general adversarial network, not to go into too much detail into those, will be used to answer part of those workflow, will be integrated into the decision-making workflow. But by itself, it's not an all-answer technology. So I think we will see more technology that will be able to use AI or leverage AI and different workflow. And that we will see less and less the AI as an all-powerful tool that will by itself solve everything. There is also multiple challenge that people are working hard right now, as the explainability of AI model, that keeping AI model, keeping them unbiased, or that you can explain the decision making that AI models are doing. Joelle, do you have anything to add on it on your side?
You did a great job.
I guess I'll just add one quick thing then, and then turn it over to you, Kevin. When there's no negative consequence to AI, I think we're more accepting of it. So, meaning that if we use AI to determine who received social payments for whatever reason, if there's a mistake in that, it impacts thousands of people, perhaps negatively. And so that's the part that's not proven out yet or tested. When the risks are low, the impact is small as well if we get it wrong. And so depending on how we implement it, I don't think we can afford to use it blindly to make significant decisions where Canadians are impacted potentially in a negative way. And that's where I would say that we need to gently adopt it and bring it in so that we have those safeguards in place, and rather than just come at it with a machete, if you will.
And I think the government of Canada has incorporated some frameworks in that regard too. At least they were doing it. It was a couple of years ago when Alex Benet was still around. They were looking at ethical AI, and there were frameworks around that. And I think, in order to get on the AI source list, you have to meet certain ethical aspects to it, to your point. So that's already kind of happening at the federal level, at least. Okay, well, we're at 2 to the hour here, so we went right to the end. I want to thank all of you for your time today, David, Joelle, and Jerome. Sorry, lots of J's. So we'll be back. We're going to take a very, very quick intermission here. There was a radical change in the agenda in terms of Immigration Canada was coming up next. The province of Alberta has stepped in to fill the spot because there was an urgent thing that IRCC had to address. So that's been switched, and the province of Alberta is on standby to start at 2 o'clock instead. So thank you very much, SAS and Nova Pro, for participating, and look forward to having you guys the next time, hopefully.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, folks, as discussed, there was a bit of a change in schedule, so we have the province of Alberta presenting here at 2 o'clock EST, and joining me from the province of Alberta is James McKee, Director of Research at the Digital Innovation Office. James McKee is the Director of Research and Government of Director of Research at the Government of Alberta's Digital Innovation Office, with a professional background in user research as well as public opinion research and an academic background in political philosophy. His work focuses not only on how to improve government services, but more broadly on why we ought to offer these services. James, I noticed that political philosophy background that you got, and I thought that was very enticing, very interesting, a big differentiator for you. So I'm curious of how you implement that in your thinkings and policy and whatnot, but I'll watch your presentation and I'll follow up with any questions I might have.
Sure thing.
So,
well, thanks very much, Kevin, for the introduction, and hello to all the viewers. As indicated, my name is James McKee, and I'm the Director of Research with the Digital Innovation Office. So if we go to the next slide, I can tell you a little bit about who we are. This is actually one of the very first drawings that a former colleague of ours put together, just as a way to kind of capture the work that we think we're hoping to do. The Digital Innovation Office has been around for, so we're, I don't know, approaching 2.5 years. We picked Bastille Day as our birth date. And we're created, I think, I don't know the genesis story, but we were created in effect as a response to the fact that there are a lot of other orders of government and national governments sort of beginning to turn towards this notion of digital government. And so we were created as a response to that. I'm going to flip to the next slide again. These are some of the principles that we have kind of kept near and dear to our heart. And the reason really is to allow us to kind of simplify the work that we do, keep it in our minds, but also make it easier for us to kind of socialize and normalize work that maybe isn't always front of mind in certainly in our government and probably other provincial governments as well. And really, it's a combination of like really to simply improve experiences for all. We can do so by saving money. We can do so by helping people do their jobs. But fundamentally, it rests us at the kind of public-facing part of government. So go to the next slide. I want to talk a little bit about how we do that. It's pretty simple. We start by starting. That is a mantra. I actually have it tattooed on my shoulder. And the point of that is to say we really have been thinking or moving our efforts away from a kind of traditional government IT vision and a little bit more towards a focus on delivery, right? And we do that by maybe common or many of your viewers may already have this ideas in mind, but I'll run through them very quickly. Is we try to take a very holistic or whole service approach, and that's new in this government at least. And we do that under the broad banner of what we're just calling a digital readiness review or a service review. And we do that by bringing together kind of like what should have been obvious to us at the outset, sort of policy people, frontline service delivery people, the kind of IT and software people, the DevOps people, and kind of bring them together to form little teams that work on small things. And we find that actually helps us when we really have to kind of dig down to the kind of problem spaces that we're working on, and I'll tell you more about those, to think about what's actually going wrong with the services that we deliver. So you're focusing on delivery, you're focusing on service, and you're focusing on, in this case, on Albertans. And it sort of prompts us to think about failure demand. Why is it that we have hundreds of thousands of phone calls into call centers when we should be able to answer a lot of those questions or deliver those services online? We have people who are, as a result, going into service centers. We have 77, one of the projects I'm working on has 77 service centers around the province of Alberta, very rural province. So we make those services available in lots of small towns. Those are expensive and they're difficult to maintain. And particularly under pandemic conditions, we can't even keep them open. So there's been this sort of natural progression that's a kind of concern for government expenditure, concern for the ability or sometimes the inability to deliver good services to people that want them. And we wrap that up in this statement about start by start. So if we go one more slide forward. As I sort of said, right, this is common to probably every government. We are already, particularly here in Alberta, facing a kind of economic crunch, right? The decline in the price of oil has wreaked havoc on our bottom line. And then pandemic conditions just make it worse. And so the we often say within our shop, never let a good crisis go to waste. And so we've begun to sort of get a more comprehensive buy-in from our ministry partners around the government to really begin to think about how are we going to deliver better services. How are we actually and significantly going to do that for less money? And our approach has been to do so using agile methodologies, to bring teams together that don't typically normally work together. As I said at the outset, to begin to kind of socialize a different way of thinking. And so that's underway here in Alberta. Next slide. As a nod to our federal friends, is what does it mean for us to actually build back better? So there's good ways probably and better ways to do that. And so some of what we're thinking about out here, probably again familiar to some of you, if we go to the next slide, really boils down to just the ability to deliver the services look like wherever you are now. It has been with some mixed reaction, I would say. We talk about, imagine if people who might line up outside an Apple store waiting for the newest phone or the newest MacBook or the newest watch to be released. What if people lined up outside the government of Alberta waiting for the latest web application to drop? It's not going to happen, obviously, like that, but we are really trying to get a cultural mindset to shift towards that view. How is it that people, the average citizen, who typically can't and don't care to distinguish between municipal, provincial, or federal orders of government, they see us as government, and they see us as the place where I go to get services. And I get good service on my phone when I call up Uber or order something from Canada Post or whatever it is, and they're not necessarily able to get that right now from. So we've been able in the short term, as provinces around the country have done, and countries around the world, sort of delivering services online as a response to the pandemic, but they have been in large measure sort of like they're patches, they're temporary solutions to a broader problem. And so it seems like the Digital Innovation Office, the DIO, has come along at just about the right time, so that our message that was rather abstract about, yes, we really need to move towards digital, make government services look more like where the citizen actually is in the rest of their life, has come up against the requirements of the pandemic. And so that's given us a fair bit of room to do the work that we're doing. And it's not just the DIO, there are other elements of the government that are also doing this work. We just happen to have been the first and the one that lived in Exec Council when we first started to be able to get this work underway. So if we can go on to the next slide. One of the things we're trying not to do, and we borrowed this from Sean Boots, Canadian Digital Service, is to launch large IT projects. Something that I think Sean put together that describes the typical scheduling problems that large IT projects have. It's really not meant as a dig at anybody. It's really just to say the DIO has very expressly decided we want to focus on the right scope and the right scale. So our projects are not large and enterprise level. These are, we're not redesigning networks. We're not designing broadband systems. That's another part of the ministry in which we now live. But it is to say that if it's small, public-facing, it has a high need. It's been identified previously as a project that has a certain, typically the projects that we're working on right now are benefit application programs. So people who are already relatively marginalized, people who are already be less likely to have a $1,000 phone and maybe don't have ready access to the internet. We want to find ways to deliver better services. So it's all to say that this work does go on, of course, inside of our government and every other government. And we have big systems and small systems. And so this is the domain or the space in which the DIO. So if we can go to the next slide. There's 6 things that we think in terms of how we work and the things that we're thinking about as reasons for our ongoing and hopefully future success. These 6 things are not all yet realized within the government. As I say, we've only been around for 2 years. We're not an immature organization or an immature shop, but we're certainly not mature by any stretch of the imagination. So I thought it might be helpful just to let you know as I report from Alberta, the kinds of things that we are thinking about, the kinds of things that we want to do, the kind of things that are underway in various stages of development for us. So if we go to number 1, the next slide. This is both obvious and difficult, and perhaps sometimes not obvious to people. So we really want to begin to have our colleagues across the government of Alberta, there's 27,000 people that work in the government, to begin to think about ourselves as people that deliver services. And that is not an easy leap necessarily to make. We have this idea in mind that about 85% of the cost of service delivery is in fact, the cost of government is actually the delivery of service. So if we are thinking about where we allocate our resources, where we put our people, and where it is we think we can achieve some of the savings that it really does require this shift in mindset. It really does begin to demand of us that we get better at measuring. And so this is kind of what we think, right, is we spend an awful lot of time, to use the Agile phrase, in discovery. So we spend an awful lot of time at the outset of any of the projects that we work on. Even before we work on those projects, we sort of keep a list of exemplar project candidates kind of at the ready. And what we're really interested in is sort of fine-grained analysis of how it is that those programs are delivered currently. I mentioned a little bit earlier that we conduct a kind of service review. So this is kind of what we're talking about, is there's sort of parallel streams of work once we're engaged with line ministry or with a business area within a ministry, is to be able to say, okay, let's have a very wide-ranging look at all of the business areas. Let's deep dive in some of the ones that we think are going to be the most problematic or the most likely to benefit from some of our intervention, and really begin to see, how are you spending the money now? Why are you spending the money the way you are? And to really come up with a list of where, there's a lot of failure demand over here. We're spending an awful lot of money keeping phone centers start when they don't need to be. We're spending an awful lot of time processing paper applications, all the things that we probably all know about. And then it is to begin having a clearer sense of what it is we're looking at, and having done so through very robust measurement. We really need to look under the hood at all the projects that we're working on. Not everybody wants to do that, right? So government, in its most stereotypical form, is highly siloed, and people kind of look at us askance a little bit. It's like, where are you? Who are you? Where are you coming from? No, you can't see our numbers. We're not here to make people look bad. We're here to sort of say and assess, you're doing this kind of work. There are policy changes that are imminent. How can we address policy change, the requirement to save money, the fact that you don't have enough people to fill all your FTE requests? Like, there's a whole suite of metrics that we use. And then we try to time box everything, right? Because we don't want this, I guess the positive way to say it is that we want to demonstrate that you can deliver these kinds of significant changes, these kinds of significant cost savings very, very quickly. And so that's one of the things that we really try to focus on is find the data. It's not always there or available. It's sometimes imperfect. I can remember giving a briefing to one of our ministers where we showed him a picture of the current file system, which was all just paper stored in an endless rows in a warehouse, because we really are interested in converting everything to digital. And right now we're just not there. So that's part of the work that the government of Alberta is also undertaking, is a more comprehensive data strategy. So how to get us from paper systems and the antiquated legacy mainframe system. So next slide, their second kind of principle, which is to invest in teams. This is, again, another kind of obvious, almost truism, and yet it's one that we are not really comfortable with, right? There's a certain comfort in governments, particularly large enterprise-level organizations, in thinking about the project that we're going to work on. Refer back to the slide we showed earlier about Sean Booth's the sort of the failure to keep a schedule for large IT projects. Instead, we don't want to stick with that framework, which says, write a business case, get the money, go through an intake, maybe something changes, a new government, new minister, etc. So that 2 or 3 years later, we're finally beginning to work on the project. It's to actually build these cross-functional teams. And these are all of a piece, right? So there's notion that we can build small teams. We steal obviously from Jeff Bezos this notion of the 2 pizza lunch. I manage a bunch of teams and a bunch of projects who, if I can't feed my team lunch with 2 small pizzas, my team's too big. Doesn't always apply. Some of the work we're doing is a little bit larger in scope, so we have a few more people, but we really are trying to run with teams that are smallish, completely independent, able to deliver at the cadence of a 2-week sprint typically, and we bring in the right kinds of people. So as I said, we stereotypically again we tend to live in silos. So there's a kind of policy silo, there's a kind of IT silo, there's a program delivery silo, and those silos typically speak to each other, but maybe not in the most effective way. So we found some great success in actually bringing in a policy person, bringing in some frontline delivery people. We bring in the privacy and the security people as needed. And these cross-functional teams can then actually begin to pick up the work and pick up the pace, deliver a whole lot faster. So that's a lot of what we've really been, let's say, we're new, we're not mature yet. We haven't been able to do all of this work ourselves. And it's still a kind of learning curve for us. It's a learning curve for the government more broadly. It's a learning curve for our ministerial partners. But it really is important to us that we bring into government terms that are pretty common in other parts of the world, right? So DevOps platform that we're working on, we want full stack developers, we want QA automation people, all the stuff that is pretty commonplace elsewhere that is not really new to us, rather that is not really sort of in our language or in our kind of mental map of how to do software delivery. We're beginning to sort of see some gains. So both at our level and at the larger enterprise level, we've seen a turn or an acknowledgement that this is the way to proceed. And just as a quick little example, one of the things that we have been struggling with is actually our ability to procure and bring in resources into the government of Alberta. In part because 2 years ago, nobody knew what a full stack developer necessarily was. Nobody knew what a QA automation or a DevOps. Those are not at least job descriptions that we can hire against. So we've been sort of pushing against the procurement side of things to allow them, let us do the work that we need and to procure the people that we need. And so we call it investing in teams, but it actually kind of reaches much further into the rest of government. And it's sort of like, as we make our demands, we need to be able to hire QA people. Well, we don't have a job role that meets that. Well, then we have to come up with a new procurement system that allows us to do that. And we've had some success so far. It's still a work in progress, as much of the stuff I'll be describing to you is. But we'll go to the next slide. So you see here this idea of a digital standard. It's not, again, something that has not been seen in other places, certainly in Ontario. I think at the federal level, 18F down in the States, Gov.uk, these are all things that are kind of components that we don't think that we should be reinventing the wheel. And so this is one of the components or one of the principles that we are still working towards here in Alberta, is to really begin to gate funding for IT projects against a digital service standard. Now, we're not even sure what the digital service standard should look like. I'll be completely frank about that. But it really is to begin to sort of say, there are some fundamental principles, cloud by default, sort of time boxing and budget boxing, the projects that we work on. We've gone some way towards design system, sort of the basic building blocks of how you operate. And so that's a fundamental kind of approach. We look to the UK, and in fact, we've had some talks with them as well about their successes. Part of the success of Gov.uk that we take to be North Star in our approach is when they adopted a digital standard, they were quickly able to realize significant budgetary. Said earlier, this is one of the things that has come sort of center focus for all governments and particularly for the Alberta government. And so we think a digital standard is both abstractly or conceptually a nice thing to have, but equally so an essential part of building out a digital government. The next slide gives us, I think, why we're number 4. Is to work in the open. Now, this is a new thing, I think, for Alberta. I don't know about any other province, so I won't speak to them. But we typically tend to be, very conservative and sort of risk management focused in our approach. And so the very first project that we worked on, which released in the fall of 2019, it took quite a bit of work for us to actually do, as I say here on the slide, right? Get an MVP released into production, get it in the citizens' hands, slap beta sticker on it, and explain what beta means. If you are unfamiliar with the term, it really is just a way for us to say, we think we built a minimum viable product, it's not going to work for all of you, and there may be errors in code. The very first thing that we launched, which was a new application for a low-income subsidy for families to apply to help pay for the cost of childcare. We launched it in fall of 2019. It crashed within 1 second. And so we figured out that there was a JavaScript library somewhere that had been taken offline, and that was what had caused it. 5 minutes later of me screaming down the phone at a bunch of people, we managed to get it up and running. And we put a sticker, literally a sticker that said, "This is a beta launch." Just so you know what beta means, there's a little tag that describes that in case you're uncomfortable, you can use the classic version of this old application, which was download some PDF forms and mail them in, which might take 6 weeks, or take your luck with an online system that didn't work in 74% of the browsers that people came to the website in. Put analytic tags on both just to make sure that it was working. Set up a kind of high priority email address that went to my inbox, what I call it inbox. But if something actually did go wrong and something perilous to something, we didn't want people having to wait for their subsidy to arrive. We could address it really quickly, so we had all kind of hotfixes upon release. But it was all in the open. I mean, if this could go wrong, is what we said. And that's the thing that government, particularly our government, does not want to talk about. It lasted in beta for 3 weeks, maybe longer, maybe 4 weeks, because our analytics tags told us that nobody wanted to use the old beta version. They all wanted a new thing, and it worked. Sometimes it crashed. Sometimes we had to fix things. That project has been. Oh, I'm getting some issue problems. Please hear me. That service has been deploying updates every 2 weeks. Right, we've expanded the scope of that work to include what should be pretty commonplace in all government digital things like document uploads. Right, take a picture of your pay stub if you don't have tax records. Notifications like you do with Canada Post. Order received. Order is in the warehouse in Dorval, Quebec. Order is on its way on a plane. It'll be here any second. Same thing with your subsidy application for childcare. And then the success and failures of that kind of iterative and repetitive process of continuous deployment has allowed us very slowly and in small measure to begin to build up our code, like our repos, right? So we have templates for integrating with the notification system. We sort of pilot them and see if they work and figure out what goes wrong. Thankfully, a lot of this work has been done elsewhere, so we're not reinventing the wheel. We're simply cutting and pasting from what they do in Australia or in Ottawa or in the UK, and really just sort of reusing as much of the componentry as we can and making it available to anybody that wants to work on it. Again, that makes it more difficult almost in a sense because we're not used to that way of thinking. And to celebrate both our success and failure, it's a pretty common trope, but it really does go a long way towards helping us demonstrate to our partners around government that this is actually a real way to work. That's something that we had, I think, a pretty decent success with. On to the next slide. So it's obviously using the right tools, right? And I caught the very last bit of the last panel discussion that talked about AI, blockchain, and that's something that is obviously where governments are going. Our government is just recently finally moving into cloud. We're also talking about machine learning and using AI tools to detect fraud and benefit. Like there's a million usage cases to use some of these tools. But we, almost prior to using tools, we want to spend a lot of time thinking about just smart design. Making sure we do an awful lot of discovery, a big lift on the research that tells us, should we even be using blockchain? What is blockchain? Why would we use it? Right? These are kind of buzzwords that everybody hears and people want to feel like they're engaged in. But it's really to say, is a machine learning tool a solution in search of a problem? We do a lot of the research up front that allows us to sort of say, that probably isn't a place where we would want to use machine learning. There's no real benefit to that. It's not to say we don't do that sort of stuff. It really is more just a kind of principle that we try to keep close or keep in our minds. Even just talking about cloud, I'm very eager to get all of my projects up in the cloud. One of our enterprise architects, of course, says, well, really why. Like there's a lot of integration with old legacy mainframe systems that really suggest maybe we shouldn't go into cloud. So it's a constant reminder for us to kind of use the tools, but to be thoughtful about how we use the tools. Next step forward. And the sort of stuff here, right? The DevOps approach, using open source, fundamentally thinking about our users and doing a lot of discovery user testing. Those are the kind of, they're part of the tool set for us as well. And we're really trying to socialize that as well. Last principle, number 6 on our list. Next slide. Is to avoid silver bullets, right? We don't think we found any. It has been a great benefit to talk to friends in British Columbia and Nova Scotia and Ontario and in the UK and around the world who have learned the same thing, that this kind of work is very difficult. It takes an awful lot of uphill kind of climbing. And one of the things that we remain wary of is just, we get pitched, all of our IT colleagues get pitched all the time by people kind of promising, oh, I've got the platform that will solve all your problems. And we just don't see that that's the case. And so that's one of the things that we just sort of, not a way of working so much as a reminder. Sort of work that we're doing is down in the trenches. Right before my presentation, I was on a call with a bunch of people talking about, like, how am I going to get access to the API hooks that are going to allow me to connect an old system to an old system so we can deprecate it later. And, you know, that's blogging through the trenches, as it were. And there's no easy way to do this kind of work. So those are the 6 principles that we kind of keep closest to mind, and they're the ones that we sort of share with everybody as best we can. If we just pop forward to one more slide, trying to get myself to the end of the hour, of the half hour. So the next slide is really the stuff that we are trying not to do. Right. So when I first entered government, I've only been in government for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years now. Very normal for us to spend an awful lot of time writing long business cases. It's big procurements. We have a reliance on the large kind of corporate 3-letter vendors, IT vendors, lots and lots of very rigid project management requirements. We tend to shy away from talking to our users. I've been in meetings where I've said, okay, well, you know, when's the last time you spoke to your user base? Well, never. Why would I? Lots of reporting that we have tried to kind of trim down, and, you know, layers of governance, right? There's a lot of government committee work. There's a lot of, you know, and all of that is appropriate and responsible, but sometimes it is done in the absence of or as a replacement for the kind of making and doing that we at the DIO are really interested in promoting. And so, you know, it's not to say we shouldn't do this kind of work, and I'm not trying to make to lean too heavily on this point, but it really is to say it's been the experience of those who've come before us, and it's the experience. It has been our experience in the last couple of years that an over-reliance on kind of all of these things are meant to reduce risk, right? And so a focus on risk kind of stifles innovation. Right? We're spending more time and more resources and more of our mental space managing risk, and we're not actually making small bets trying to sort of see, does this work, does that work, does that work? And if not, we can stop. It is, and I'm here as a pale replacement for our Chief Digital Officer, Dominic Bond, who personally couldn't join us today. Were she here, she would be the one screaming at the top of her lungs, respectfully, of course. We've got to stop managing IT like the internet didn't ever happen, doesn't exist, right? It's not about, we should be aiming ourselves more towards looking and feeling like the Ubers and the Amazons and the Apples of the world, and less about the sort of traditional, here is the process. It takes 2 years before we can get anything done because we've got to manage all the risk and go through all the paperwork. We meet all of the requirements, of course, that we are obliged to, but it is to say that, again, it's a way of working. It's a way of working that's new to the government of Alberta, relatively speaking, and so we are trying to demonstrate to as many of the people that you can actually work in a new way, and the sun will still rise. To the next slide. I've been talking for 31 minutes, it seems, about a bunch of the principles and about the kinds of things that occupy our mind. And I wanted very quickly, just in the last couple of minutes before there's any questions, to be able to show you some of what we've done. So we're going to quickly scroll through the next couple of slides. This first one is just, I took a screenshot last night. This is the very first web application that we worked on. It's a child care subsidy application. to get from the old to this current state took us a significant amount of work. That work was a combination of socializing people into not having, 280 item list of requirements that we had to meet before we were allowed to launch. It had to do with how we present web content. It had to do with, using analytics to show people that this is where the public is. This is how the public uses these websites. This is where they come, and they're not coming for lookup tools or any other stuff that we thought when we began. And we actually used this childcare subsidy project as an example of exactly that, right? We started with 2 core hypotheses. I was the product owner for this project. Was we were going to build a new application, and we were going to build a lookup tool. That we had a budget to do both. So we did a bunch of research, and we realized very quickly that not a single person we interviewed, whether they be a parent or a daycare operator or any of the other stakeholders that we talked to, had ever thought to use and didn't even know that we had a government lookup tool. People need to know: is this the kind of childcare that I can have my kids stay late, or they have kosher food, or whatever the question may be? Nobody's going to go to a government website. There's no Yelp for childcare that we should be making anyway. And so it allowed us to quickly say we don't need to actually build that, and we were able to iterate very rapidly this subsidy application page. And then I'll show you obviously from the screenshot, but every 2 weeks we've been able to add different functionality. So there are things like, you get subsidy for a certain period of time. And if your conditions remain the same, then we can help you auto-renew. So you can log in below and auto-renew. You get all the things that are really, really common, we didn't make common for people. We had something like, $1.13 million a year spent by people calling in saying, did you get my paper application? Should I send another application? When will I hear about the status of my application? And so that was one of the things that we were very quick to kind of demonstrate was we can get people away from paper, away from the call centers. Call centers can't always actually access the systems to be able to say, yeah, your application is received, it's on its way. So subsidy has been one of the kind of biggest sort of test cases of iterating through user experience to be able to come up with a better platform. On the next page is the second stage that we worked on, which was if you want to work in a childcare in Alberta, you have to be certified to do so. That was, until we came along, an entirely paper process. And I actually, with a shock value of it, went and took a picture of the mail slot on the 6th floor of one of the government buildings down in the Legislative Annex, downtown Edmonton, which was our intake, right? And people would come and cram a big folder full of all their documentation through the door into a chute, and it would get picked up and sort of transcribed manually out of paper. So certification became a thing that we were really focused on because it was tied to the same old legacy systems as the subsidy project was, and it was a way for us to quickly replace a difficult paper-based process and make it all digital. Not to say that it isn't still, there aren't components of digital still. If you want to work in a childcare in Alberta, you have to demonstrate that you have a certain degree of, certain level of education, and that kind of assessment process happens. And so people that are applying still have to send in paper transcripts, for example. So that's, we had our MVP. We're working towards iterating out so that we can actually capture that as well. Next slide gives you just a quick look at some of the work that we're doing in the justice space. So we're actually working on 5 different projects kind of at the same time. So everything from traffic tickets, we started with an online traffic tickets system. There already was one. It didn't always work very well, but we were interested in the research that sort of began that project actually showed that there was a lot more at stake. And so we used, to great effect, a video of people lined up at one of the traffic courts just outside of Calgary. A traffic court that actually gets shut down by the fire department because there are so many people lining up trying to pay their traffic tickets. And it turned out the reasons that they were there were actually really simple and could be addressed by a kind of end-to-end digital version. So you can see here, this is just one of the projects. So it's an adjournment request form. The next next slide, will show us. The point here is just to show that these are all built to a common standard. So there's a kind of design system that we use. Next slide. This is a project that I'm working on right now. This is a wireframe. It hasn't built in code yet. And we are redesigning intake and eligibility engines for people who typically, sometimes it takes up to 7.5 months for people to apply for these employment support programs. In part because it's all done on paper, it's all done by fax, it's all done by ways of delivering services. And it doesn't take a whole lot of work because here you see we've got the same kind of visual approach, the same design standards, all the radio buttons look the same, all the fonts, all the styling is done. So we're just sort of reusing the same code over and over. Sort of emergent consequence and benefit of making the government actually look like the government, so you know what you're getting, and it renders well on mobile, and it renders well on every kind of browser, and all very simple stuff. And I think that's it for me. I will stop now because it's already 12 or 2:40 your time. The last slide is just me saying thanks very much, and it has a name of my colleague Blair, who could not join.
Alrighty, thanks very much, James. So I did get a couple questions here from the audience that I'll shoot at you.
Sure.
So one of the questions has to do with, I guess, observability to your transformation. So I guess checking like your milestones and benchmarks and whatnot. And what platforms are you using to, I guess, track your journey and track your success in achieving milestones?
It's a great question, and it's one I was literally on a phone call with our ADM this morning, sort of talking about the fact that we don't do that very well. Our shop has been really small, and until recently there were only 5 or 6 of us, sort of relying on vendor support and sort of borrowing and seconding staff from other parts of the government. We tried at one point to kind of trumpet our successes by very limited medium blog posts, right? Here's a new thing we're doing. And so as we've gotten bigger and as we're working on it, I think we were up to well over 14 projects or something like that. And the idea being that we're going to continue to grow and expand. I think our ability to make clear to other people that this is the sort of work that we're interested in doing and that we want people inside of government and across other provinces to join us is something that we got to think a lot more carefully about. So, full disclosure, it's a big problem for us. We don't have the resources or the time, the capacity to sort of share out in the way that, I wistfully look at Canadian Digital Service, Ontario Digital Service, others around the world, is that they're so much further ahead of us. And that's sort of like that sort of next step in our natural development as an organization, is the ability to report out what it is we've done, what we think has worked, what hasn't worked. I spend a lot of time taking part in conferences like this to be able to say, we're here. We're small, but we're here. So hopefully that's enough of an answer.
Yeah, I like to use Monday.com, but I think the province might need something more sophisticated than that. Let's see, another one would be, I want to share my admiration for the great work you're doing with the reduced resources. It's amazing. Is any chance you consider to fill the lack of resources by creating internship programs for students from other provinces or hackathons to get applications created with open data? So they're wondering if you have thought about different ways to get, I guess, other people engaged to kind of attract more talent to the province.
Yes, we have had. I've actually sort of gone out cap in hand looking to all of the universities and colleges that I can get access to and who'll talk to me. So we had a summer intern join us this past summer, and in fact, we've been able to convert her into a semi-permanent position with the University of Alberta. There's a new public policy school there. I get a lot of pitches from people, so you can always come find me on LinkedIn if you want to, or just find me on the GOA website. And that really is part of our sort of transition model, right? Is to be able to, and I, at the very outset of my presentation, there's sort of 4 or 5 key things that we want to think about and we kind of keep in the back of our mind. One of them is that we're trying to develop a kind of non-corporate IT cloud around us, right? We think we can do it here in Alberta, but we certainly want to work with partners from around the country. And so, yes, it's nascent, right? It's still difficult for us, like the kind of fiscal pressure in the provincial government is just immense, right? So price of oil is approaching 1/3 of what it was even 10 years ago. So just the resources that we could typically say, yeah, we can bring in some interns. A whole lot harder to do that, but it's a model that we think is it's a good question, and it's a really important part of the work that we do. And I've actually gone to, U of A has a great design program. Not this year, but most years they have a kind of like, 4th year honor students are graduating my colleague Blair, who was going to join me today, and I go to every one of those demonstrations and just like hand out our business cards, like, please come work for us. We'll find some way to bring you in. Right? It may be unpaid for the first month, but we're going to find a way to. These are really smart kids that we want them to stay. Want to stay in Alberta, and we want to sort of expand out our digital economy. But a partner, I've been doing some work with a bunch of the colleges here as well to sort of say they want to know what it is that you are going to hire for. So I'm actually like auditing some of the courses that they're doing on executive digital leadership. Anywhere that I can interject myself in it's a very ill-defined broad domain, but anywhere that I can interject myself, it is to let people know that we exist and to let them know that we want them to come work with us.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got another question here. Someone wants some nitty-gritty details. So I think they're talking about how did you determine what caused your crash in your beta application for health funding you mentioned in the work in the open section? So how did you track that down?
Well, I mean, I forget the exact time, but it was sort of like at 8:45 a.m. on a Monday we are going to go live, and so we all logged on and we all obviously tried to see if it would work. And at 8:46 we got 4 or 4 errors or whatever they were. At which point I got on 2 phones, screaming to my dev teams. I won't repeat the words I use, but pray tell, what is happening now? And is this a thing that we can fix in 2 minutes, or is this a thing that we're going to have to put up some temporary web content that says, like, Search and Shovel still working on it, the kind of thing, right? And it ended up taking us about 45 minutes to fix. At which point I was just praying that the minister, who was going to log on the first morning as well, had been occupied in cabinet or something else to keep her busy. And it all worked out okay, right? Like it was also, I like to think I thought of this ahead of time. It was a soft launch. We didn't have any kind of formal communications about it. We wanted just to get it up and running. Hello world kind of thing. It's a beta launch. And we knew that traffic would be relatively low on a Monday morning at 8 o'clock or 8:45 or whatever it was. But, it's the first thing we told the minister. Hey, it crashed. And one of the devs finally figured out what it was, and it was just a JavaScript library somewhere, and they found a replacement, and it was all fine. And we launched at 9 o'clock or whatever the time was, an hour later. And, 2 days later, something else broke. And, it's just, that was okay, right? It was a panic, and I think a lot of people are kind of watching, like, we don't usually launch things like that. Like, we usually they sit in UET forever. We're smoke testing them, we're performance testing them, we're load testing them, all that stuff. Yeah, and we did all of that. But because we're integrating a new thing that we built with some kind of old stuff on the back end, of course things were going to fail. And we knew that they were, and we thought we tested to cover about 85% of the common use cases. So we figured 85% of people would be okay. The other 15%, we can kind of give them a bespoke customer service, right? All the emails landed in my inbox. People started phoning the phone number we'd set up, and we heard about it. This thing doesn't work. You wiped out my file. A lot of scrambling behind the scenes, and we told people that's exactly what we did. That's how it worked. And that, of course, taught us and taught the teams that we had to work with, get ready for the next time, because we're going to launch something else, or we're going to deploy in two more weeks. So we've gotten a whole lot better at kind of getting this stuff dealt with. Hopefully that's nitty-gritty enough.
Yeah, it's perfect. Thanks, James. So it was interesting because when you were going through the presentation, a lot of like the themes that you talked about were themes that were obviously covered by some of the other provinces and the federal government, for instance. But Alberta have taken like a different approach to certain things. And one that stuck out for me were the digital standards with teeth, where I guess, so can you talk a little bit about that? Because I believe at the federal level, they have digital standards too, but they might not necessarily have the teeth that Alberta has.
Well,
and on that, what has been the reaction of like the ministries or departments in Alberta with like having some enforcement or some, having to meet some requirements in that respect?
Well, I will answer your question by reminding you that I said that was a work in progress. So we don't have a digital standard with teeth yet, right? And in part, we see exactly the experience of our partners and friends and colleagues in other provinces and at the federal level, because that is exactly the thing that sort of stops this digital transformation in its tracks, is that, people will sort of say, yes, we're totally on board with you and we totally support the idea of working in a very specific way. But, until something better comes along, and then we're going to go and do that, right? Or I'm just waiting for my own IT shop to be repatriated back into my ministry, and then our deputy wants us to do things his or her way. we don't think that's a recipe for success, right? And so there will be a long-term negotiation for us, I think, to get to the DIO is not the office to work with everybody, obviously, and as I said in my presentation, we're working on relatively right size, right scope, right scale kind of projects, sort of smaller public-facing applications, and that will, I'm sure, as we mature, become our kind of bread and butter, as it were. But to do that and to work with us, that's the part that we really think it matters. Like you have to understand what it means to have a product owner. That product owner has to come from your ministry, and that product owner can't just be a kind of off the side of their desk sort of role. It has to be a significant investment on the part of that ministry. It has to say it's got to be in cloud, right? So cloud by default, right? So if you want to work with us, we've got to figure out if you've got some particular security issues that you need to figure out, if you've got some particular legacy integrations with an old mainframe. That's a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of time, but we're going to do that work before we get underway. So it's a bit of a, like I say, it's one of the 6 things that we like to think about, and they're not things that are always, they're not fully fledged, right? We're not even entirely sure what the final shape and domain we're going to have access to. Like, we're just a small shop. We can't dictate to large ministries, thou shalt do it this way, and all a bit of a negotiation stuff.
Yeah, I believe Ontario went the legislative route where they actually have a piece of
They
legislation.
did indeed.
Yeah, but it was very general.
We saw that release, and that morning we were all reading it. Okay, how much of this can we steal?
James, you mentioned something interesting around cloud, and you said you're looking at a Made in Alberta cloud. What does that mean, Made in Alberta cloud?
I'll respond by saying, I said that? What?
I caught it because maybe it was just by accident, because I wrote it down here because I was like, huh, that's interesting.
I mean, all we're trying to do is, it's been, and probably the experience of governments across the country, I've read white papers about going to cloud that were written in 2009 or something. Like, we've been sort of thinking and talking about it for a very long time. There have been lots of attempts, and I think we're only finally now at the point where we have a kind of enterprise. Like, the government has to, we're trying to come up with the kind of reasonable cloud enterprise solution so that anybody across government can access it. So we're just using all the same big vendors that everybody else would. I don't think I must have tripped over my tongue, as I often do. Nothing unique about our approach anyway.
Okay. Let me see what else I got, or if there's any other questions from the audience. Yeah, I think there's someone in the RPA business here. They're asking, what is Alberta leveraging RPA at the moment to make that's robotic process automation, by the way. Are you using any of that stuff currently? Is that something you're looking at?
I have, with great glee, about to receive a report from one of our enterprise architects on using RPA as a kind of, I don't know, permanent or maybe a temporary solution, but we've got a bunch of newer systems that talk to a bunch of older systems, and those systems talk to each other right now by literally manually keystroking information from one into the other. Seems to me that RPA is like, that's what it was designed for. Right? And there's a bunch of open source RPA solutions that one of our architects has been looking through. Those seem like, the perfect fit in some. Certainly, one of the projects I'm running now is just in 2 or 3 places. We think the time savings would just get people like, you shouldn't be keystroking 7.5 hours a day. You should be doing something more useful, right? Like more value-added work. Human being, we can get the robot to do it for us. So yes is the answer.
Okay. And actually, a follow-up to that, James, is like, from an RPA perspective, like, how would Alberta go about like procuring that? Is that something that, you're looking at, you're against not against, but like, you're trying to avoid the large projects and whatnot. Like, how would you go about procuring the RPA technology?
I think that there is maybe, and if not on the street, it soon will be. It's not my domain, so I don't want to speak incorrectly, but that's the model for us, is to sort of set out a kind of enterprise domain service, right? So an RPA service, there'll be a number of vendors that we can access. So small shops like mine or small teams like mine who then come to know that they actually need some kind of RPA integration that solves a quick problem for them, and we can access it through this enterprise layer. Right? So the procurement is at the order of enterprise, and we work out the details of how we access it internally.
Okay. Understood. Another question came in around cloud. So it says that at the federal level, they've introduced new cloud frameworks, which includes 6 cloud vendors. So that's like Google, Amazon, Azure, ThinkOn, and whatnot. Do you this framework enables provinces and other jurisdictions in Canada to leverage those vehicles to procure software as a solutions, for example. Do you envision Alberta leveraging other vehicles like that, like the Government of Canada vehicles, or do you envision you guys kind of building out your own suite?
No, very much our interest lies in exactly that, right? So there's, how shall I put this delicately, putting aside our typical provincial disdain for the federal government, there are lots of reasons why there should not be a unique set of provincial cloud tools. There should be a centralized federal government. And I used the example probably a year and a half ago. I wrote to, I don't think he works there anymore, but we wrote to some people at Canadian Digital Service sort of saying like, I know you're using a notification tool, you've got it up in beta, any chance we could use it? And at the time, it was just sort of like, well, we don't really know, there's probably some paperwork involved. And it really came down to like, you could use it, but then you'd have to kind of cover the cost of, you know, the SMS messaging or whatever it was. And we have no way to do that yet. Like we're still too early in the game. Fast forward, I don't know, 6 months or 8 months later, and some conversations between our chief officer and Aaron Snow from the CDS. It was kind of like, yeah, duh, we should probably make this notification tool available to anybody that wants to. We haven't used it, but I know that other provinces have. In part because we just, you know, sort of, the need was too great, we started building our own anyway. I'm very, very much interested in not, like if there's access to, you know, Azure or AWS, Google, whatever, if we can access it and it can be done, you know, easily, then we'd much rather go that route.
And actually, a follow-up to that too, James, is like the providers that are in the marketplaces of these cloud providers, for instance. Like my understanding is they can get whitelisted to be on there either by the vendor or I think the Government of Canada has a process to whitelist these SaaS providers. Is that something that the Government of Alberta is looking at, or like how if I'm a software company, I want to sell via the cloud to the province of Alberta?
Yeah.
Does the province of Alberta have your own mechanisms to do that, or do I need to go through the vendor?
That I would say I don't know, and I don't want to answer because it's probably stuff that's being done elsewhere. Like there's other parts of Service Alberta in which I work that will have. So I unfortunately can't really say much. Probably.
Okay. Let's see if I can get one more question in. At the federal level, the GCERAB governs, I guess, like the major projects within the Government of Canada. I guess they give the green light or red light to the projects. Does a similar committee exist in the province of Alberta, and what is that composed of, or who composes that committee?
I don't think it necessarily has the same scope, but there is a relatively robust governance structure in place as well, right? So there are, as I say, we don't deal with enterprise level stuff, so I can't really speak to what they do. But it is for us both a kind of budgetary ask, right? We think this project's going to cost this much money, and we'd like to build a team that we think, you know, we can run for 2 years at this burn rate. I think we have tried to shift the energy of approving projects away from the kind of formality of it, committee must approve it, into let's go find the willing partners, find the kind of executive champions at the ADM level or the deputy level, even sometimes down at the executive director level, people that know their business really well, right? So it's a stereotypical tragic tale that IT builds you the thing and says, there, it's the best thing that you could possibly get. You're going to love it. Mm-hmm. And it turns out that I didn't want it, and I don't know how to use it, and I can't train my staff to. So we kind of subvert that, right? Again, it's not a total stereotype, but we've experienced versions of that in our work, right? Instead, it's to spend a lot of time up front with people kind of saying, hey, you know, we offer, like we just ran a certified Scrum Master course, right? We brought in people from some of our partner ministries so that people begin to become accustomed to, like, what is a Scrum Master, right? We actually want to send people back to their home ministries with a Scrum Alliance certificate that allows them to at least, maybe they're not going to run a project, but they're going to at least have some sensitivity to why you would work Agile, why you need a Scrum Master, or why that's a thing that you have to hire for. So there's a kind of executive leadership kind of getting buy-in. And then it really is us just sort of saying, we actually think this is a good partnership, right? This is a good IT partnership. I think people have thought about the DIO as sort of like an IT shop, but nice. And we're trying to be a whole lot more than that. We certainly have the software capacity, but it really is trying, and we're far from mature in that regard. It really is bringing in the policy people, really is bringing in the frontline service people, and then at the other level, it's bringing in the ADMs to sort of say, this is how you actually deliver a whole lot better, a whole lot faster, and you do so under a real fiscal constraint. And so it's far from done, but certainly it's a model that we like to keep in mind. Procurement can be opened up in a very different way.
Mm-hmm. Okay, James. Well, we're at 3 to the hour here.
Oh, okay.
But thank you very much for coming in and sharing your story and sharing what's going on with the province of Alberta. It's absolutely a pleasure to have you. I know our audience were extremely excited to hear about what the province was working on. So thank you very much for taking the time to prepare and to attend, and for the last minute change. So yeah, thank you very much. Makes my life a lot easier. Okay, thank you very much, James.
Bye.
Okay, we're right back at it here at 3 o'clock with Benchmark and Red Hat. From Benchmark, we have Shlomo Bilak, Chief Technology Officer. Shlomo's is the CTO and is building expertise to shift global markets and understanding how to make transformational initiatives scale without heroics. His experience and thought leadership, coupled with his talented engineering effectiveness department, are creating never-before-seen solutions for multi-cloud, DevOps, DevSecOps, and enabling continuous deployment to production for the enterprise. A rich and responsive customer service experience is the outcome, so that should be interesting. And Todd Wilson, Chief Strategist for Canada at Red Hat. Todd has worked with leading-edge technology and leveraging his skills as a change agent to deliver success through partnership and innovation for over 20 years. Prior to joining Red Hat Canada as Chief Strategist, Todd was instrumental in helping government agencies in British Columbia increase public value through the rapid creation of digital services using modern technologies and DevOps principles. So my understanding is you gentlemen have done some excellent work recently in BC as well, but I'll leave you to include that in your presentation. So gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin. Cheers.
Okay, so today We'd like to focus on earth-shattering insights, as everybody really wants to see those, and then take the context of today, which is, we need a resurgence. Obviously, we have vaccines coming, but in reality, we have budgets that are over-allocated. We have the requirements for shrinking some efforts, and we want to see the Canadian public sector have a resurgence. I'm Shlomo Bilak, CTO at Benchmark Corp. To you, Todd.
Hi there, Todd Wilson, Chief Strategist with Red Hat, and I agree 100% with Shlomo that what we've seen over the last 8-10 months with the response to COVID-19 is the public sector is at a pivot point. And I think it's a great opportunity at this pivot point, but there's a fork in the road and it could go either way. So what Shlomo and I want to see is we want to see it go down the right road. So that's what we're here to talk about today.
Next slide. Can we make it full? Can we add it as the central? Okay, I'll go small. So I wanted to touch on a few things here. Basically, we need to cover improve operating income. These are all the considerations of a downturn, right? So you need to improve your operating income. You need to retain and attract your talent pool. This is really difficult within Canada considering our talent constraints. And then also target growth, right? Or target customer experience, which is technically the growth within the public sector. So you have cost-cutting initiatives, you have budget constraints, you have potentially mandated reductions of spend. With refresh budgets, sometimes they're flat. In some respects, there are also reductions. So leaders have to find these efficiencies, and our earth-shattering insights that we're going to show you is how to do it with this mandate. You've already spent, or you've overspent, so why again, right? We're going to talk into that, and then obviously there's all the regulatory pieces. The retaining talent, that's extremely hard. The reason being is you have heavy burden on existing staff. The heavy burden on existing staff is because of anti-patterns that we're doing, and we'll talk about those. And it's very hard to attract top talent when you have a mandate to improve your operating income, right? Because in many respects, what's drawing them to you, right? So you also have target growth, you have cloud, you have containers, you have all of these aspects that are actually widening your technology sprawl and burden for the workforce. So these are not things that are really great to mandate. It's more very concerning to many organizations. So how do we achieve that? How do we do that with these requirements? Next slide. So we want to forget the industry's rearview mirror. I don't want to target tech. We need to focus on the data, and I'm going to share with you data and then share with you data that shows the truth. So the risks are very clear. Digital transformation globally is 70 to 75, depending on 2019 or 2020, are stalled or failed, right? These are projects that are heavily spent, overspent, don't go where they want. And the argument is it's vision. Right? Many say it's vision. It's entirely not. It's not thought leadership. It's not vision. It's that we're not targeting the source of sustainable transformation, which is actually engineering talent constraints and the removal of toil. So if we create, and we're going to show you how to do that, if we create methods that remove toil, not reduce it, automation will reduce toil, orchestration removes toil, we'll get into that, and then remove heroics, we'll actually have time to do these digital transformation efforts. You can't do them if your talent is focused on what's burdening them today. We'll also show you a solution that incorporates cost-effective methods to protect the talent, meaning how do I operate? What do I use? How do I do it with a minimal budget, right? And then we'll define how that enablement occurs. The repeatability of process, not SOWs. This is a very, very big piece with respect to the public sector. I find, having provided services to the public sector, unless an RFP is written in a way that actually prevents the repeatability need of SOW itself, you don't get sustainability. You get, again, I need it again, come back, come back. This is not what we want to achieve. We want the applicability to say, if I use your systems, and it's mentioned by previous speakers, if I have a system, I need live code on it. The target isn't having a live system, it's having live code on it in any data center. Our own data centers or public cloud data centers, 2 of them, 4 of them, it's irrelevant. Next slide.
Actually, before we jump to the next one, Shlomo, I just want to reinforce something that I'm picking up on from you. So I agree 100% about the failures of digital transformation efforts because they're not focusing enough on the people that are actually delivering the services. And the way I frame that when I talk to people is, if we're wanting to, be participating in a digital transformation, re-envisioning how the organization is delivering to the customers, you need to make sure that the pipeline that's delivering those things is effective. And then how to get people's mind around that is I say, what if you treated your dev teams like customers? And what if their productivity was the currency that you're measuring on? And the platforms that they're using, those are your products. And if you start to shift your mindset a little bit on focusing on delivery, focusing on your teams, and focusing on the processes that they use and the tools that they have at hand, all of a sudden you start to realize that these digital transformations really aren't, it's not magical. It's not that hard to get your head around. It's all about making sure that your people are set up for success.
Agreed. So you're also coming back to the engineering talent. If we build it for the engineering talent needs, then you're going to see sustain and scale occur.
Exactly.
So there's a little cross off there, and we'll need to actually press again. Essentially, I'm suggesting that even if you don't have the budget, you still need to do it. And the reality is, I've heard from so many different places, this is one of the earth-shattering insights, stating that COVID has accelerated digital transformation. I'd love to see that considering our spends are down across the board, globally as well in Canada. So like Canada has a little more drastic than the global average. But in reality, the spends are down, and if the spends are down, digital transformation, I'm still suggesting, can occur. It just won't be done in the traditional fashion, which is buy it. And I'm not a believer, and I know Todd's not a believer, you buy digital transformation. I know that's the norm in many respects, where we think buying tools will solve challenges. Buying tools fill some needs, but really what we need to focus on is, again, what we said, the developer experience, those that are consuming the platform, delivering value on these platforms. How do they get them to the customers? How do you make reliable and resilient systems?
Yeah, I think also it highlighted, you take a look at, because of the way, the pandemic has forced people to work from home, and you look at some more traditional organizations that were really struggling with the digital transformation, all of a sudden their entire workforce had to work remote. And typically, developers were treated like administrators, like privileged access resources. They were behind firewalls, they were in secure buildings, and they were locked away. And all of a sudden, they realized that that was a very expensive way to do business. Having, the devs using, all of these expensive connections, direct connections to servers, all of the network infrastructure that was necessary to support that was very expensive to maintain. Really, when your developers don't need that, and in fact it actually impedes their productivity. So again, there's sort of this develop low, deploy high kind of concept that people have been talking about, and use your low fidelity, low tech and fast cycles on the development side, and you will save an immeasurable amount of money on infrastructure and dev environments and network firewalls and all of these things that are typically actually quite expensive to provision, quite time consuming to manage, and just another piece of equipment that is sort of a bit left over from a bygone era, when now we're talking about sort of the digital era and the cloud reality, is developers are far more productive when they're using the machine and they're using cloud services. So cheaper, better, faster.
I'll add to it. Having gone down this path, I kind of see that while cloud does remove some of these requirements, you can kind of build the same public cloud experience on premise by using some of the capabilities we'll talk about with toil as code and what toil as code is, meaning infrastructure and configuration. We'll get to it. I do believe that there are capabilities that you enhance for people who consume services in public cloud, but I'm also a very strong proponent for leveraging the assets you have and operating them exactly the same way as we'll go there. Next slide. Okay, so I'm going to, not myself, Todd and I are going to touch on what we consider to be the anti-patterns and the current state of IT, and this is going to be really painful. You're going to find a lot of items here that you're going to relate to, and you should. I've been there myself before. This is a common practice within all IT-related organizations or development or software organizations. You have two types of requirements. One is day two, which is generally unplanned. Right, operate, we kind of got down, but when things break, we need to deal with it. And then on the other side is either unplanned or planned day one activities. I want to touch on very, very sensitive item here, which is when bad things happen and the team's working very hard on an item. They do triage or they have to hand over between a vendor or support teams. What essentially is happening is escalations that will impact other initiatives occur. It impacts life. Right? For many people, you might not eat dinner when you want, you might have a delivery on the weekend that hurts quite badly, or you only do changes at 4 in the morning on Wednesday. I'm only bringing this up because we are accepting those heroics. We're accepting those staff constraints, and we'll explain how we can remove them, and then recognize that the same staff then has to actually do the digital transformation pieces. And how are they going to do that when they have the day one activities, either planned or unplanned, when you have an escalation? So let's walk through day one. Change is wanted. The resource, is he available or not? It might be on an escalation, it might be on a fire. The talented people are focused on bringing things back up. Again, you go back to handover because you can't see what's going on. And then all the incidents are interrupted so you can work on day one. And based on statistics and all the studies out there, if you interrupt someone's work, it impacts their motivation, it impacts their want to stay at an organization. It's actually extremely frustrating. And it's, again, you're impacting the talent pool. They're the same staff. So I've had many customers that say, how do we do this then? How do you do the digital transformation? Where do I start? I'm overburdened. I don't have the budget. So next slide.
Yeah, just let me throw in 2 cents, Shmuel, before we run. So I agree 100% that the anti-patterns there are pervasive and very familiar probably to everybody on this call. One of the ways I like to sort of unpack these things when I'm thinking about them is again, just to kind of tease out a bit of why. Why is it this way? Why is this so common? Why is this experience so ubiquitous? And what I've found when talking to people, it's because this is considered the best way to handle risk. There's risk and uncertainty with delivering these services. There's risk and uncertainty around breakages and outages. And so by having these processes in place, they feel that it's a good way to manage the risk. What they've missed, though, is the risk is actually a symptom of the problem in the first place. And so that process and that risk around it is actually creating more process and more risk around it. And so it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy in many ways that these very processes that get put in place to handle risk actually increase your risk in failing.
I have a very similar perspective. The only difference is I kind of find it's more of we haven't separated our value from the efforts that we do. Rather, we should be creating value, and the value itself is inherent. It's not related to how many hours I work. So there's a big confidence thing where you need to be comfortable in your role, produce the value even if it didn't take as long, and let processes do it for you. So it's separating ourselves from our efficacy in a role and what we do, and then making processes do it for us so we can work on something else. That's a huge leap for most people. And that's why I kind of find SOPs and MOPs still exist. So you still have your standard operating procedure, you still have your maintenance operating procedures. They're very laden with human elements, meaning people are just orchestrating, which kind of leads to the next slide, which is if you adopt open source, and I'm going to explain why you can. Did we switch slides back? Can we go to the next one? I think we've skipped ahead.
There we go.
Thanks. So essentially what we're proposing here is if we handle the infrastructure creation and the configuration of set infrastructure or applications, it's not respective to just infrastructure, we can turn these SOPs and MOPs into actual things that can be consumed and repeated. Whatever context it is, it's an independent pipeline or it's a pipeline that delivers software, put them in there and join them so you can have a singular function. The point is the removing of the toil. So we call it toil as code. Remove the things you do to make infrastructure, remove the things that you do to configure it, so you can actually start stepping away from day 2 or day 1 challenges so you can start improvements. Here, the most important piece that I always bring up, and then Todd, it's over to you, is it's more about understanding you don't need enterprise support for everything. So do you have enterprise support for a SOP? Do you have enterprise support for a mob? Do we have enterprise support for any of the handcrafted things that we do? The answer is no. So my suggestion here is create a consistent outcome for infrastructure and configuration, which is a very large burden on organizations today when you're adopting complex infrastructure, multi-cloud. Think of it, if I build the process to build it, 1 cloud, 2 cloud, 3 cloud, I'm not burdening my team anymore. I'm just updating the components that build it for me. So getting technology to work for you rather than you working for technology. That's what we're targeting open source. I'm not saying put platforms as open source. You could start that way, and then when you have budget, move towards paid versions. But I actually think you should never have a paid version for infrastructure as code or config as code in many respects. You can if you need to do some very, very rigorous requirements, but start with open source, because in reality you have a risk right now, and it's burdening those that talent pool that's actually pushing that forward.
Yep, I agree that there is a lot of broken support models, especially with large software vendors that will remain nameless. One of the things that I think is critical, especially in the public sector, and Shlomo, you picked up on it, starting with open source tools and starting in the open, and also adapting those ways of working, right? Working in a collaborative way, sharing your scripts, having things be, have multiple eyes on them, and working in the open is critical. And then once you get into that mode and once you're working in this way, your barriers to entry are very low on a whole entire stack of tools that you can start working with very quickly and start leveraging very quickly. And then once you see what's working, and then also once you see what skill sets you have in your shop, ones you're missing, where you would need some extra help, that's where an enterprise support model starts to come in, and it starts to be a value proposition at that point, right? You could start to say, hey, if we had, support on releases and updates of that component of our stack, that would take a whole bunch of toil off of my team, and it would be something that we would leverage, and that's worth paying for. That's worth investing in. And so it's an investment conversation as opposed to a procurement conversation, and making sure that those investments that you're making in software are freeing up money so that you can invest more in your team and more in your people.
Or freeing up the team so that people can do other things, which is really your starting point. So I do make one suggestion before we go into other areas. I've had discussions on this point before, so where do you start when things are actually in a shape, which is generally the case? Surprisingly, it's your mental health. Go for a walk. If you're going to take on digital transformation, you're going to learn at the start that going for a walk is going to keep you stable while you take on additional hurdles to actually release the toil that's there. Because there'll be extra work, there'll be extra challenges, there'll be extra pushes that you need to help your team with. So I just put that as a side note for most organizations. Don't forget your mental health. Don't forget to get yourself outside, because your body needs to sustain you through that transformation. I'll move to 2 other pieces, which is very, very key. You need to be able to change how day 2 operates. Day 2 is going to require some SLIs. What I mean by that is like service level indicators to tell you if things are going well or not. And based on those, engage resources proactively if something goes wrong. This is not a large or difficult task. It's more of how do you do it, what are the options. We'll actually show you some open source options out there so that when an issue occurs, and it is distinguished, meaning it is a type of an incident. It knows who to go to and who to engage so that you don't have to watch dashboards. You don't have to have a center of excellence for application operations. You just need observability and metrics, which is probably in some of the previous chats and talks, where you are engaging resources so that they can focus on the innovation requirements and removal of toil rather than focus on alerts and validating that alerts need to be actioned and who needs to action them. The other piece of it is day 1, which is very, very important, is there's two types of methods. One is a ITSM business process, which also includes sometimes RPA. That's more about completing, onboarding, offboarding, managing assets, things like that. But then there's also the commit code pipeline, which is if someone who wants to consume or deliver services into our cloud, on-premise, public cloud, or multi-cloud, they can commit code and that's all they do, right? From there, the pipeline does the rest of the work for them. Again, removal of toil, right? Removal of heroics. I don't need to be the one that's the only guy who can do this job. It needs to be the process is the only thing that can do it, and I shouldn't need access. So you will also need to create orchestration artifacts. What I mean by that is that's automation. When people say I've done wicked automation, that's great. Until you orchestrate it, all you've done is reduce your total, not remove it. Todd?
Yeah, for sure. And I think I really do want to pick up on sort of that division between day one and day two. And I agree 100% that changing your perception of day two is critical. One of the things that I've always harped on is if you can blur that line between dev, day one, day two, low-level ops, sysadmin level ops, the more blurry you can make that line, the more you're on the right track. And I think there is a whole bunch of shared learning, collaboration in those spaces. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't specialist roles and specialist skills that are necessary at those very levels, but if those folks are in silos, they don't have open communication channels between teams, they aren't able to access knowledge at varying levels of the stack, they aren't able to access folks at varying levels of the life cycle, then you're already setting yourself up for failure. Those teams need to have ready access to the right people at the right time and a single, point of communication, a single communication channel for folks to be able to chime in. Because that way you've successfully started to blur the line so that if a problem happens, you have more eyes on it than just the day two people. You have folks across the entire life cycle of that application who have knowledge of the entire application at varying levels, and you can get to the root of things pretty quickly in a collaborative way. So the handoffs of tickets and sort of that, Team A takes it first and they escalate to Team B and then Team B escalates to Team C. That's where a lot of the friction is inherent in the system. And if you can eliminate that handoff friction and have people work in a more collaborative, more sort of product focused way, you're going to end up ahead. So, whether that's looking at your roles, thinking about, the site reliability engineer role, how that would fit into your team, figuring out how ops automation and some of the robotic automation that we're talking about, how do those fit in? Who's responsible for those scripts? Who updates them? How do we talk about them when they're broken? And those are the things that I think are critical to setting yourself up for being able to be responsive, but also be able to move quickly.
Agreed. I've seen it in many organizations where until you've profiled things that you haven't seen or things that you have seen, it's very difficult for the team to change mode of operation. So very important to profile and categorize incidences so that you can reduce triage. And every time something comes through, it's not so much about the post-mortem report, or our RCA report. It's more about, did I quantify that risk? Did I categorize that risk so the next time it occurs, rather than blame, when it happens again, it goes to the right person, it goes to the right team to work on it, right? Things break, right? Or things self-heal, hopefully, as you progress. But in reality, you need to categorize those so you have a proactive model. Next slide. Okay, so let's kind of walk through what each of these are. And then we'll actually show the model that we're suggesting to actually do this. So look, the gaps that we have currently in Canada, it doesn't matter which sector you are, is there are doer gaps. So that is why we partnered up with Red Hat. Red Hat has a very advanced stack with regards to digital transformation, container platforms, automation, resiliency. So we're on the do side. I just wanted to share that. So for organizations that are trying to do this, I generally find you'll need to do a model and we'll show you what that is. But at the same time, we need to build out a training model that creates doers, not thought leaders. I kind of fall into the category of both because I think thought leadership's needed so they know to create the doers. But the reality is if we create a training model where if you take a person through this process, either the day one or the day two, are they able to take someone else through it? So we call it inner source training. It's not very common today, but it needs to be used more, which is a process and a completed RFP is only successful, not from the business success criteria, but from the change agent criteria, i.e. the systems we put in place, the person or teams and stakeholders we took through this are able then to take other customers or other stakeholders through it, and then they are successful. So you get a growing body for sustaining and scaling, because your challenge isn't the technology, it is process, because obviously the talent pool is having anti-patterns, but you need to have a training process that's focused on the success of those that are trained to become the trainer. That's key. And then on the efficient patterns of IT, let's say you've built them. Let's just walk through them for day two. Let's say I set service levels. Most organizations, if they ask me, where do you start when I don't have good, efficient patterns of IT? Set the service levels, measure yourself, right? It's not so much the observability, it's more of, does the business have service levels that they consider to be representative of a good experience? Then build out the observability capabilities. It could be user experience, it could be application performance, infrastructure monitoring, network performance, whatever you want it to be, they become your observability metrics. When I say dashboard, it's not to look at them, they're just there if you need to present. And then if something happens, no one's marking it. It identifies the service level that's breached based on the profile that you've chosen for it. We talked about profiling incidences. Assign it to the SME that actually needs to work on this. There should not be handover, triage. It should be, this service level is impacted by this service. This person's the SME for this service. Go and work on it. And then track your service levels, right? And then make sure that you reward people not for their heroics. If you reward someone for fixing it by hand, you've done this wrong. If you reward them for fixing it so other people can benefit from it, reward the repeatability, the repeatability value of the fix, so that ticket gets resolved and you don't see it again, right? Comments, Todd?
Yeah, for sure. And, I couldn't agree more. And a lot of the things I think that you're talking about, when I take a step back and bring it up a level, right, a lot of these things are sort of inherent components of working in an open source community, right? So making sure that it's clear on how you contribute, making sure it's clear on the process of how things get changed, how things get brought in, how things get evaluated, how the value of a particular fixed feature or enhancement gets described. And then also making sure that that is a repeatable exercise for any of the organization to pick it up and do it again. So what ends up happening, I find, when you adopt these principles, and also, the metrics that you're talking about, Shlomo, are key, right? Making sure that you're measuring things and making sure that you're moving those numbers in the right direction, right? Are we continually improving this? Are we doing it better? And if there is friction, why is there friction? Start to, talk about it. It isn't just necessarily because that SME doesn't know what they're doing. That SME might be, a victim of some other problem that is happening in the organization. So then making sure that you're looking at things holistically and not just from a technology point of view. Because one of the things that's surprising is if you come up with really poor metrics, you're going to come up with really poor output. And I've been in organizations where we had SLAs that were very, aggressive, but not well aligned to the business. So even though we were working really hard to hit these numbers, that wasn't seen as valuable on the business delivery side of the can. And so making sure that whatever you're measuring, whatever outcomes you're measuring, what KPIs you're using, and what outcomes you're driving towards, making sure that those are tightly connected to business value is critical.
So I'll touch on that before we go to the next one, which is day one. I would say there's two pieces that you need to highlight there. Having been a CISO previously in the US, I found that state is irrelevant. Deltas are the key. So you're tracking progress. Don't care so much about where you are today, because when you measure it, it's not going to look good. And looking good is, look, we want to, but in reality, that's not the indicator you want. You want the delta. So if you, over 5 months, improve 4%, fantastic. If you degrade, that delta is risk. Why are you degrading? right? If you're degrading from where you were, that's something to catch up on. And then if you are improving, that's what you need to promote and find out what they're doing so others do it. So I'd say delta, and then I'll also touch a unique perspective. Velocity in respect to public sector, in many areas where velocity isn't always a customer requirement, chosen velocity should be your outcome. I want to be able to choose the speed that I go at based on the business or customer's ask. So today, the customer may ask every month, and if I do a month, that's fine, because that's what the customer wants. So I'm able to meet the customer requirements. If they ask in a month from now to go a week faster, do I have the abilities to go faster? So it's chosen velocity, managing the deltas that you have. They're very, very key, rather than what's the state and how fast can I go. Neither of those are KPIs you should be tracking. It's more of where are you going. Day one, I think the greatest risk to the public sector is ad hoc requests. The reason being is that process then doesn't become part of self-service, and that process then doesn't become part of a code commit. So any organization that I go into and they say they have very poor ITSM intake processes, it is the catalyst to prevent change. The reason being is that you can't track when it came in, you get no KPIs, you don't know what's breaking or what they're asking for, it's not structured. So I do put requests up here, not to promote that people put in requests, but to make sure your intake pipeline is structured, and then offer two methods. Self-service, right, i.e. catalog potentially, for things that make sense for catalog, and then also code commit, which is, I also need to provide services that are software-based that get created and delivered. I need a pipeline that does that. I'm a proponent for orchestration. I do believe that automation is important, but I actually find automation based on implementation. It was the catalyst for us. It prevented us from advancing where we want to. We had an epic failure in digital transformation because we focused on tools that automated rather than orchestrating those tools. So what happened was we had people working on the automation and running the automation rather than running orchestration that runs the automation for us. So our team was then managing and maintaining automation rather than improving the orchestration itself. Don't forget security as you do this. I do highlight that. Security, infrastructure, and app. And then build those delivery pipelines, build those ITSM pipelines, so you can get to the same result, which is you get auto-resolve tickets, right? I released, great. It should be a non-event, right? A released application should be a non-event. A request should be a non-event. A self-service should be a non-event. Improvements, raising your delta, that is an event that you should focus on.
Yeah, and I would agree with your orchestration observation. And I think one of the things that, you know, in my past that we didn't use the word orchestration when we were talking about things like that, but we were always talking about making sure that the platform was purpose-built and fit for purpose. And so we were always adding to the platform to avoid repetitive tasks or things that were very complex. And so if we were able to use a platform approach to abstract away complexity and abstract away toil, and I think that's sort of what you're getting towards with orchestration as well, is like using an abstraction layer so that we're not focusing too tightly on the weeds. Then we're also making sure that, not everybody needs to know exactly how all of those things work. They just need to know how to use them. And if they can use them and use them effectively, these tools will work great for them. So, using abstraction, using platform approaches to pipelines, to processes and things like that is key to having that, both that day one and that day two story be as efficient as possible.
Next slide. Okay, so this one's the most important one, which is the context. I've had so many discussions with clients, public sector, private. I always respond to them in saying VMware is entirely enough to create a public cloud customer experience. You need to add some things to it, right? Because it's not natively going to cover all aspects of a modern technology stack. So we put some components here that make up what I consider to be essentially DevOps enablement, delivery enablement. This is not only a platform this will be day one, day two experience. And we put some open source capabilities here too. So those that want to achieve this when they don't have budget can work on a journey. And when that budget opens up, they can buy the support that they need. They can implement additional bells and whistles that you require, but you have a starting point. And the starting point basically says, I either have a posture within the cloud, choose what it is. From my perspective, it doesn't really matter. It could be public, it could be private, it could be containerized, it may not be containerized, it could be hybrid, multi, your choice. The unleashing components for this to create day one and day two, and you'll see the arrows that draw down into the automation pipeline, which is actually an orchestrator. You need 4 components to remove toil. Infrastructure as code. Again, this is everything as code. Config as code, and that's by the way, everything as code is a Todd addition, which I agree with. Config as code, again, you need this so that you don't handcraft. Infrastructure, so that you don't have to spend time building it. Again, this is on-premise. Or public. I'm not distinguishing between them because the public cloud was built for a use case. On-premise, unless you fix your on-premise capabilities and you try to go cloud without these processes in place, it's a disaster. I've been through it. You can't just do greenfield capabilities in public cloud. The reason being is unless you fix your house in itself, right? Your house is in order. You're going to build bad practices in an area that's going to burn you more, and you're going to blow out your budgets. The reason being is somewhere that charges you the more mistakes you make is not a great place to practice, right? So my thought here is build out your on-premise capabilities, processes, using these 4 components, and then adopt public cloud once you've actually solved it for private cloud. Private cloud, in my world, is just another data center that can become part of the customer experience that public cloud provides. It's just, we haven't built out those capabilities. We're kind of looking at the green field and go, okay, go down that way. That was a little soapbox from my side. Then you have measurement. Again, measurement isn't infrastructure only. It's now synthetic testing. It's now application performance. It's transactional. It's chaos load, right? So when I say measurements, it's more of when I create chaos, do I know when things are breaking? So that when I put it into production, it doesn't happen. I heard some comments in earlier talks that were about when bad things happen in prod, but in reality, I've run without incident for multiple months. The reason being is we just destroyed the previous environments. We put 10x loads randomly as scheduled jobs into lower level environments, and then prod looked like a cakewalk. You know what I mean? It's just enjoy. Like it's nowhere near what the other systems have seen or gone through. So you have stability. You have stability by producing instability in the lower levels. And measuring them. The key is measuring them. Putting instability without measurement and doing these components, you would just add environments that would require rebuild. You need to be able to rebuild with ease. And then change in incident management. And then I put like open duty there where you can actually do what PagerDuty does similarly at a starting point. It doesn't have all the capabilities, but it's enough to get started from a proactive model. The most important piece is the stuff that connect to the automation pipeline. The automation pipeline is key. Look, training training is obviously key, documentation is key, but the orchestration layer is the goal that you can reproduce and give to someone else. i.e., the faster you get someone towards their goal, the faster you can give that to someone else because it's entirely code. Look what they did. Okay, adopt it. It's not a piece of automation, it's the entire end-to-end process that they can adopt. We have a unique pipeline governor, which we call security fitness. I kind of find when you start doing this, and I know public sector's earlier stages, when you do 1,000 of these, let's say you make 1,000 pipelines, the first 100 is not going to be as good as the last 100, right? So you need to set a way to baseline measure all of the automation, which is static, technically, unless you put a fitness capability above it that says the last 100 are 4 times better than the first 100. Here's the components you're missing, so that you can then move the last 100 to the newest 100. So this is like a sum of all delivery model.
Yeah, and the thing I'd sort of want to highlight here from my perspective, and again, just sort of reiterate, some of the points from earlier where, we're reducing toil, we're increasing everything as code, and also an abstraction layer. And so this is where, in my experience, OpenShift was a critical component in this stack. So it was able to be, a developer-focused Kubernetes cluster that had all of the necessary components for developers to be able to build and deploy quickly and have their work be production ready, compliant, and ready to go without necessarily having to be an expert on all of those lower level tasks. Because one of the things I think is, gets a little bit swept under the rug is that not all dev teams are created equal, and many of them are mere mortals. And there is a lot of moving parts involved, with Terraform, Ansible, VMware. All of these components are quite complex and require a fair amount of expertise. If they're working under the covers, under a platform like OpenShift, you can successfully abstract away a lot of that complexity and a lot of that operational complexity so that the dev teams can focus on what they should be focusing on, delivering features for their app. That's really what you want them to focus on.
Agreed. So I think building out a robust operational model, OpenShift's capabilities, and if you focus on really what people want rather than just throwing everything to the devs. I kind of find the world is shifting towards devs do everything. They don't want to. They don't want to be the DevOps guys. They don't want to be the security guys. Shift left security, they don't want it. The reality is we need to build a process and operating model that incorporates those business requirements, governance requirements, and then let them just commit. And then the technology should be capable of saying, these are the things we want to test. This is how we promote. It should orchestrate it for them and include all those requirements. That model that we just presented is really the underpinning for creating that SRE operating model for an organization so that when a developer comes and says, look, I'm not really good at this, they can go to the onboarding process documentation and from there build the changes that they need so they can release code on the platform that's ready for them. Do they need to do all this testing? It'll say you might need a test Docker image. Okay, fantastic. Here it is. Put it over here. The system will pull it and use it. So while they're bringing artifacts in, they're not actually the ones owning. They're more fulfilling the process's requirements so that they can deliver consistently and reliably into whatever system they're doing. I had the same experience with OpenShift. It was our starting point for modern technologies, immutable infrastructure. Things that don't need to be fixed are destroyed. That mindset where things don't live forever, that was the biggest change for us, where OpenShift was our starting point, where we said, okay, what happens when a container, we actually added it to an interview question. What happens when you have something like a container and has errors? And they start telling me, oh, well, look at the logs. I said, stop, destroy it. Figure out what's wrong with the release, make a new one. Destroy it. A new one will come up in 3 to 5 seconds? Who cares, right? You don't need it up. The other ones are serving. So hopefully with that, next slide, hopefully with that, we've covered a lot of items that you can use regardless of what, press space again, that I thought was there. That you thought you can use when the budget's not there. Go for a walk to keep yourself stable during an extra lift to take away the toil. You can't take away toil unless you take on more toil at first, and then at some point the walks are less needed, but focus on helping your talent pool do what they need to. Open source is a great starting point to advance. Both Todd and I have had those experiences where we've had great success with multiple teams adopting modern technologies on-premise and cloud with governance. And it just comes down to focus on fixing the model, focus on fixing the process. Don't focus just on buying things. The reason being is you're going to be working for them and they're not going to be working for you.
Absolutely. And ditto. And thanks, Shlomo, for letting me have the opportunity to join you here today. And I hope we have a little time for questions. So let's maybe see what's happening out there in the chat channel.
Yeah, we have a couple questions here, gentlemen, and then Emily, I'll get you to chime in too with some questions in addition. So one question we got had to do with like the HR changes within the public sector. As you gentlemen know, often you see like a shifting of resources and whatnot in departments and ministries. And the question is like, could you walk through, and you kind of talked about it a little bit, but like how this approach would avoid any challenges or any issues of like HR changes. So when you're in the middle of a project and then suddenly the project lead or some key people leave, how does your methodology or whatnot kind of address that particular challenge the public sector often faces?
For sure, right? Losing folks through attrition or because they're contractors and their contract has expired, or there's all a varying amount of reasons why that can happen. One of the things that we've seen be very successful is if you have codified your onboarding process and your documentation and everything as code, you're well set up for reducing that onboarding curve, and just accept the fact that people are going to move on and accept the fact that change is the norm. And so one of the things that's available in OpenShift now is a tool called Code Ready Workspaces, which is basically a developer environment in a container. So if you have a new developer show up and they need their environment set up, they need all of the varying bips, bobs, widgets, tools, and workflows, it's actually living in a container, and they can access that through a web browser. They don't need to download anything. They don't need to install anything. They can just go to an IDE that's running in a container in the cluster. And so that is a massive accelerator to start addressing some of that churn. And if these containers are fairly standardized and fairly regularized across your organization, as people move from team to team, these are things that become much less invasive. Shlomo, any thoughts there?
I say it's a thing we hate doing most. It's the documentation, and the documentation in a method or medium that wants to be consumed by the stakeholders. So devs want READMEs in Git. Operations generally will want SharePoint or Confluence. Again, so if you build out the documentation, and that documentation is actually not a static page that's not being updated regularly, I kind of find when people go, it happens, we all have it. What I kind of find is if you're operating in a day 1, day 2 mode where you still have talent heroics, when that talent hero goes, 2 things will happen. 1, you'll be burned really badly. And then 2, you'll stop using heroes. Because the moment a hero leaves, the organization goes into shock because they can't deliver. And then at that point they go, this is really bad. Why are we in this circumstance? We love that person. But we just recognized all their, self-efficacy based on heroism actually undermined our project. Both can happen. What I'm suggesting is some organizations are laden with talent heroics, and when they leave, as you're suggesting, you will go through shock and bad things will happen. And then process will be built out, the onboarding process, the operating model. Those are the 2 pieces. As long as they're well documented and followed by all members, how do I run this environment? How do I bring people through? When you lose one person, it doesn't become irrelevant, but it becomes a non-event. But if you're hero laden right now and a hero leaves, you will be burned significantly. And you will learn from there that the process, the documentation that we hate so much to do, meaning it's a last minute thing, should have actually been part of the RFP. Or it should have been part of the stage 1, which is what should it look like for who and who's building it and responsible. We kind of always add it after the fact, and it's the most important part for resilience.
Okay, thank you very much. What else we got here? I think, there's another question. So this one has to do with, you were talking about like the importance of like consolidation before moving to the public cloud or whatnot. And I think they're looking for a little bit more flavor, a little bit more details around like, your experience in watching people do that, like make those mistakes. Because I think from a government of Canada and the provincial perspective, like they're on the cups of cloud, so they're making these very important decisions now. So like, what should organizations keep in mind during the consolidation process, or before they move to the public cloud, to avoid those like costly mistakes? So maybe you could walk us through a bit of a case study, maybe without mentioning any specific.
I won't mention one RFPs, but to be honest, I've bid on those RFPs and won. So context. I am one of few that believe that on-premise can operate as a public cloud experience. But it is extremely important. The reason being is those assets are a static spend for you. And to be honest, our budgets, when they go over, we don't recover very well, to be honest. No one's going to give you another chance once you've blown a budget. it's kind of like, why did we do that? And that project, it was a waste. And it's not that, it's just sometimes we make decisions where, let's say we go public cloud, but we don't have the process, we don't have the operating model, we don't have the documentation, and then we're hoping that we're going to figure it out somewhere else. That from a finance perspective, from a CFO perspective, it's dangerous unless you're ready for it. So open source, good starting point. Todd's done the same thing. Do it within your data centers. And when you talk about consolidation, I do believe consolidation on a common platform is great. The reason being is you're minimizing or normalizing all the technologies you're using so that you can put them into an operating model. You can have an onboarding process. It's quite hard to do that when you have 50 different technologies, right? Because each one's going to need a different onboarding process, different operating model. So consolidate into common platforms, but you can do on-premise capabilities exactly the same as public cloud. You can even do, nowadays, even OEM vendors allow you to do, what do you call it, expandable capacity. So now you don't have lead time for gear. So they're there, we're not. Our organization really focuses on this, where you've spent billions of dollars across Canada on data center assets. Those assets can operate just like cloud. It's not as if cloud's just going to be this magic silver line. The case studies, take them with a grain of salt. Everybody wants to present a strong case. You don't know their talent pool. You don't know their spend. You don't know what was actually successful if those KPIs were supposed to be presented the way they were. And then you take the risk by reading a case study. But you're unique. So build it where it's safe. Build it where you have it. Consolidate, because I actually find consolidation is very good from a management overhead or technical sprawl for talent. And then look at public cloud as something to unleash your process and onboarding, your operating model, or an extension of what you've already achieved. But do not take the plunge directly greenfield to cloud. It is very dangerous. Lift and shift also, even with tweaks, is extremely dangerous because you don't have the resilience. You can't manage the chaos. And it's not within the realm of your governance, so it's a challenge.
Amen and hallelujah. I actually agree 100% with Shlomo on all of that. At the risk of being like a cloud denier, what we did in BC, and I'll really use our own history as the use case, is 5 years ago we had our data center consolidated. To Shlomo's point, billions of dollars was spent doing that effort, and it was a good move, right? It was the right move. What happened was it got very difficult to interface with it. Teams had a hard time onboarding. Access to resources was very difficult. These weren't problems with the data center itself. These were problems with the process around the data center. And by alleviating that friction, we were able to create a platform. We used OpenShift as our cloud platform for the on-prem data center. We were able to create an experience for the developers in BC that they stopped talking about public cloud because we removed the barriers to the resources. They were able to get at what they needed. They were able to deploy their applications. They were able to go to production, and they were able to do it using modern tools, open source technology, and modern methods. What that now has led to 5 years later, now BC is looking at public cloud, but they're looking at it very differently. They're not talking about a wholesale lift and shift. They're not talking about just push everything into VMs in the cloud. They're taking a look at, we've actually got a pretty decent cloud native footprint in our own data center. How are we going to augment our apps with services from the cloud? So they're looking at things that are very, interesting, but stuff you wouldn't necessarily build on-prem, like, IoT frameworks or, giant, big data processing, things like this that make sense to use the hyperscale of the public cloud, where you just wouldn't build that at home.
Agreed.
And so having that capability to say, where do we want to deploy this app? Because where does it make sense for it to leverage the services that it needs? And then having a common platform for that deployment. And so, using, containers, using Kubernetes, and in BC's case, it was OpenShift in Azure and OpenShift on-prem that allowed them to kind of start to live that dream of being able to pick and choose where they wanted to deploy things to where it made sense and where it was cost effective. And so the analogy I use for people who are non-techie, right? It's like, okay, when you're buying cars, you have choices, right? You can buy the car outright. you can lease a car, you can rent a car, you can take a taxi. And all of them will get you places. And it's the same way when you're talking about servers, right? Are you going to buy the servers? Are you going to lease the servers? Are you going to, just rent them once in a while? Or are you just going to use them like public cloud? And I analogy for public cloud is they're the taxis, right? Are they the quick purpose-built things that you need for a very particular case? And there's cases that are great, but it doesn't necessarily mean you pump everything into the taxi.
I just don't distinguish between public and private. I think we have that mistake where you can't do it, but I kind of follow them all. Everybody says crawl, walk, run. Why do we presume that when we're laying down, which is in many respects the state that many are in, we're not crawling, that we can just run in the cloud? And I'm like, greenfield running in the cloud when you're laying down in your own data center isn't what we need to do. We need to be running in our own data center, operate the same way as the cloud, and then if we want, for use cases, I adopt it where it makes sense. As Todd was saying, look, there's a lot. I'm not against public cloud. I use public cloud for all our services today, and there's reasons for it. And we do multi-cloud. Fantastic. But our operating model and onboarding process is extremely advanced, i.e. we're not impacted by picking another cloud. So I would ask one question, and if you can answer this question, yes, then do whatever you want. If someone tells you to switch public cloud providers and you say, yeah, that's easy, then you're ready for public cloud.
Absolutely.
Okay, I've got one more question, gents, and we're right at the end here, so it's going to be a bit rapid fire. So you kind of talked a little bit about it a lot about it in your presentation, but what's the first steps towards helping a client that is trying to accelerate their digital transformation on a restricted or mostly deployed budget?
I'll start it. We talked about the open source, target the toil. And again, everybody says, oh, I need enterprise support. It's production. I told you that Johnny that does it at 4 a.m. on Wednesday doesn't have enterprise support. He's doing it by hand, and he's guessing what he needs to do based on experience. Build it in code. Use open source capabilities to start. Build out the process. It's going to cost you nothing more than fixing what's wrong with the system, what's wrong with the anti-patterns of IT today. And look, go for a walk if he's taking a little extra time to get things going, right? That's why I was saying it's always come back to go for a walk, because at the beginning, you're going to have to do a little extra work. No one wants to do the extra work, but you need to do the extra work to codify those changes so someone else can repeat that process rather than relying on Johnny at 3 a.m. So that's my take.
Yeah, I would add to that too. When taking a look at sort of the holistic view of a digital transformation, there's a lot of things that you can change for little or no dollars that make the biggest impact. For example, what's causing friction inside your organization are often, processes that are sort of old and antiquated and out of date. Those processes don't cost any money to change. They may take a little time and a little horsepower and some analysis to figure out exactly where you should go. But, if you're looking in the public sector, you don't have to look far, right? There's procurement processes, audit processes, STRAs, PIAs, all sorts of things that are just ripe for process improvement. And they're free to improve because you own those processes. You don't actually buy them, and you can turn them into fit for purpose processes that are geared to accelerate the delivery of your teams.
I can only imagine what happens when you get a laptop delivered. You know what I mean? You get your laptop and you're like, now what? Well, it's just a box. So what do I do, right? That needs to be solved. I tell you right now, I don't know how many times I've worked at places, your laptop arrives in the mail and there's nothing. Like, how do I even log into it?
Okay, well, we're right at the hour here, gentlemen. But thank you very much. That was a very interesting perspective on cloud. That it was quite welcome, actually, I'm sure, to the public sector who are deliberating their options here. But I'm sure the VMware folks and then Dean Hashi at ThinkOn would agree with you that the best cloud you have might be the one you already own, kind of thing. So appreciate you folks, Red Hat Benchmark, for sponsoring the event. Shlomo and Todd, great to have you. Hope to have you back next time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kevin.
Kevin.
Okay, we're back here for our 4 p.m. session with Dennis Batacan, from the Chief Digital Officer, actually, from the Digital Enablement Group, Business Transformation and Technology at Central Services, Province of Manitoba. So Dennis is the Chief Digital Officer for the Province of Manitoba. I'm super pumped about this session because I'm super keen to learn more about what Manitoba is up to in the digital realm. So without wasting any more time, Dennis, I'll leave the floor to you. I'll get your deck up here in a sec.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. It's Dennis Batacan. My official title really is Executive Director for Digital Transformation. Our division is called Business Transformation and Technology under the Department of Central Services here at the Government of Manitoba. Business Transformation Technology, we are responsible for all things IT, from procurement to delivery to maintaining the systems that we have, from all of the business applications to desktop, including security. That's basically the breadth of our responsibility for the government. As for my portfolio, I have 3 major portfolios under my responsibility. I run the SAP program, our ERP. We use SAP. So that's one of my major portfolios. A couple of months ago, I was asked to look after our security group as well. And the third portfolio would be the digital transformation, which I will be talking to you about today. As for the digital transformation, our major things is to look at the new technologies and do some proof of concept, proof of value, see if any of these new technologies or innovations can bring some value to Manitobans in general. Next slide, please. So in Manitoba, we have been in the midst of transformation for a couple of years now. Our marching orders really comes from what the government wants for Manitobans in general. Couple of things that what drives us is value for money and working smarter. Basically, the Premier, what he said last year at the throne speech is he wants more money for at Manitobans' kitchen table. And so all of our innovation and transformation are geared towards finding those efficiency, increasing the effectiveness on how we deliver the programs to Manitobans. I say not unfortunately, but COVID-19 accelerated most of these changes. And to support our pandemic response, we were forced to support working remotely for most of the government employees. Next slide, please. Now, to advance our digital transformation, a team was created late last year, around fall last year, under the Central Services, as I said, of Business Transformation and Technology, led by our provincial CIO, Muna Zaman, and I was asked to lead that transformation team. At the moment, my digital transformation team is leading the development of a 5-year digital action plan and a 1-year delivery plan to guide Manitoba's digital transformation. So what we are planning to create is a 5-year horizon with a rolling 1 year of multiple projects that we can deliver on short iterative process. In the next few slides, I will highlight some of the things that we are, or initiatives that we are embarking on at the moment. Next slide, please. Digital identity. In February, I and my CIO are pretty much actively working with other jurisdictions. So we are part of the joint councils for public service. And so we've been talking with, in particular with British Columbia, the province of British Columbia, and they help us out in developing our own prototype for digital ID. I am also in the process of securing funding so that we can implement digital ID. We believe that this is the future of service delivery in Manitoba. My team and I, we are also working with other public sectors like MPI, which is our auto insurance here. At the same time, Shared Health, which is the provincial health service provider. We believe that, and also by Vital Statistics of Manitoba. So with these partnerships, we are looking at potentially doing something not quite similar to what British Columbia did, but towards implementing digital ID. We are also active in DIAC and Pan-Canadian framework as we develop our digital identity capabilities. Next slide, please. We are also modernizing our enterprise resource planning system, which is SAP. We believe that SAP as our core financial, HR, asset management, later on even procurement, for procurement as well, to support our procurement modernization program, is one of the key pillars of our digital transformation. While we are looking at improving our websites and those kind of things, or system of innovation, we believe in Manitoba that the core systems needs to be a key part of our digital transformation. And that's why we are also embarking on a big program, a multi-year program, to enhance our SAP system, as well as introduce new capabilities related to procurement and HR and other back office processes, which we believe will bring efficiencies and that will drive transformation to support the Manitoba's Digital Action Plan. Next slide, please. As most organizations, we also believe that the future is moving to the cloud. And so we've adopted recently a cloud-first approach, and we are in the process of transitioning Manitoba's IT infrastructure. It's good that the previous speaker talked about what's the best way of moving to the cloud. And I agree on most of the points that they made. And so we're moving in that too. Earlier this year, Manitoba, in support to working remotely due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we implemented Microsoft Teams, and we are in the process of implementing Microsoft 365 as well. And so this is our first few steps in moving our systems to the cloud. When we implement new systems, we also, based on the business case and total cost of ownership, we assess, we will be on premise or should it be in the cloud when we buy systems now. The cloud is the future, even for our SAP, where we are seriously looking at potentially moving to the cloud. Next steps, please. Next slide, sorry. Also, in October of last year, we implemented at least three use cases to use robotic process automation, which is what I'm going to be talking to you later today or later in the slides. A service also has been established that will allow Manitoba to further expand its RPA offering across government and potentially other public sector. Actually, as we speak, in the last 2 weeks, I've been asked to help our health or public health in looking at implementing some of our bots or robots to improve the turnaround time of COVID testing in the lab. And so one of our prized achievement right now that we're proud of is being able to implement robotics process automation and establishing a service so that if a department or a program area comes to us, we can implement with them this new technology that will help them out. Next slide, please. In the next couple of slides, I will present to you what was the problem we faced, what RPA or robotics process automation is, what are we doing with RPA, and what other what's in the future for us. The next slide, please. So today, or at least last year, government service delivery involves 1,000 of staff filling out thousands of forms, manually entering and retrieving data from computer systems, and doing some time-consuming manual processes. We know we need new thinking to solve this age-old problem. Next slide, please. Here comes the robots. Okay, robotics process automation is a computer software that allows software developers to build robots that can do predictable, manual, routine, and repetitive tasks that people are doing or staff are doing right now. It basically replaces the work that staff do that make them feel robots. RPA does this task by mimicking what people do with a computer, which include clicking on buttons, launching applications, typing keys, reviewing information, entering in data, etc., etc., etc. There's a popular, I say popular because I've seen this a lot when somebody talks about robotics, and it's a video of this person who's typing a data entry or 60 data entries from Excel sheet to a register, okay? And side by side, a person doing this as opposed to a robot program through RPA. And the person can do 4 while the robot can do 60 in 1 minute. So that gives you a sense on how the bots can make a difference in terms of operations. Next slide, please. So in October of last year, we implemented 3 use cases using RPA software. We ended up going with UiPath. There are 3 popular RPA software products in the market: Automation Anywhere, UiPath, and Blue Prism. we ended up going with UiPath, and we're happy with our choice. We automated certain processes with partnership with our vital statistic agency, as well as the Department of Families. We spent approximately $829,000 in capital, and we anticipate that we will need $130,000 in operating to operate these bots, with benefits of approximately $437,000 annual in labor savings. So which means in a little over 2 years, we will be on a positive ROI. Okay. In 2018, the Manitoba government introduced a program called, at the time, Transformation Capital Fund, now called the IDEA Fund, where any group or program areas can submit a project proposal to the government. And as long as there is a positive ROI, the government is going to provide you the funding for that project. And so we did this project by submitting an IDEA fund to the government. That's how we got the money for this. Next slide, please. One of the applications that we use the bots for is for Manitoba families. So this is a high-level representation of that process where we use the bots for. Okay. So one of the program areas in families, they provide dental funds for those people that are under social assistance. Okay. Before, a citizen submits an e-form. Okay. A data is read from that form. A clerk enters that data, and a payment is submitted for processing. Okay. It usually takes them 3 weeks, and sometimes months before they cut the check to the dental office. After implementing RPA, that process takes 1 to 2 days. So it's not just that we found efficiencies within this program area within the government. It also added some value to the dental offices that provided the service to the citizen, because before they get paid after 3 weeks at the least, now they get paid after just a couple of days. Next slide, please. This program area from families are so excited about their bot that they created. They came up with a contest within families to name the bot that helps them process these dental claims, and they ended up naming the bot Bite. Next slide, please. There are other things too that you can use RPA for. It's not just the manual data entry. Okay? You can also use it in logging into any application, moving files and folders, read and write to databases, scrape data from the web, connect to system APIs, make calculations, sometimes even as simple as just creating an email. Okay? If you look at this list, these are background processes, let's say in an IT environment. And so in IT operations or running a data center, you can use bots for that too. Okay, next slide, please. What processes are a good fit for RPA? Definitely those highly manual and repetitive processes. Okay, those with low exception rate. Okay, high volumes, rule-based, and where people spend significant time acting as robots. When I spoke with Alina Lux, Alina is the Chief Operating Officer of Vital Statistic Agency in Manitoba. When you talk to her about the value of RPA, when we implemented RPA in some of their processes, she will speak about the savings that it brought to her agency. But she will also talk about how, instead of her staff spending their time 3 hours or 3.5 hours daily, doing mundane tasks before, but now they are more concentrating on a more complex problem that the staff are working on instead of those mundane tasks. That was the value for her. Next slide, please. There are also some RPA low-hanging fruit. I'm not going to go over them one by one, but as I said, like in the data center, you can use RPA. You can use it in customer service. You can use it in supply chain. I have some ongoing projects right now where we're looking at, invoice processing with use of OCR. Have the machine read the invoice instead of entering it in SAP, like those kind of things. Okay. Next slide, please. There are a lot of benefits. Okay. Of course, you're going to be more efficient. There can be reduced cost. There's higher quality, and it's scalable. Okay. And as I said, with the vital statistics experience, it did not only improve productivity, it also improved the morale of the group, because now the staff are concentrating on doing more meaningful work rather than those mundane tasks. Okay. Next slide, please. I went through this. More efficient, to reduce cost, higher quality. And what's next? As I said, we do have RPA as a service, and we are in the process of partnering with a vendor so that we can scale our RPA service to more program areas. We have several projects right now with families. I'm working with health to implement some bots that will help our COVID testing in Manitoba, the turnaround time to improve. Next slide, please. Questions?
Thank you very much for that. So I got a couple of, Emily, I'm going to get you to come in here too, because I know we had a couple that we wanted to pose Dennis to kind of expand the frame of some of the focuses for the province. But I'll start with just the Q&A from the audience here so I can address them right away. So this one's about skills and training. So implementation is one hurdle, but how do you get over the adoption hurdle and learning curve by public servants or other staff? So I guess it's like, how's that going so far? So you got RPA and you're experimenting with that, and how are staff getting used to using this technology?
So what we did is I created a small team. I have at least 3 or maybe even 4 staff. They are certified, actually. They are certified on UiPath, so they can actually develop bots. But at the same time, we have vendor partners where when there's a new project or a new request that comes in that we need to rapidly deploy, we can tap into these vendor partners without issuing an RFP anymore, because it's a vendor partner, right? And then they help us out in implementing these new bots for other program areas.
Okay, and so a kind of follow-up question to that is, you know how you're talking about like RPA as a service that you would be offering? Like when you talk about that, is that like central services offering that service to the broader Manitoba public sector? And a follow-up to that would be, are there other technologies that you're looking at that could have the potential to offer that same kind of solution to your departments?
Okay, so right now, when I say RPA as a service, we're offering it mostly for the government, core government. Okay, core government, not quite yet on the wider public sector organizations. However, as like 2 weeks ago, Shared Health, which is a totally separate organization outside of core government, they needed some help, and so now I'm working with them to use RPA as well for them. And so there's a there's no limitation on how we can implement the service or provide the service. Now, as for the other technologies, this is what I envision our digital transformation team is gonna operate moving forward. It'll be choose a technology, see if there's a true proof of concept, see if there's a value for the government to adopt that technology. Once we have proven that there's value in adopting that technology, we create a service out of that technology, so that every time there is a program area where they come to us with a business problem, and now this technology is just one of the tools in our toolkit that we can easily provide and implement, again, depending on the business problem that is presented to us.
Understood. Okay. I got another one here from the audience, and this was actually one that I was going to ask you. Can you expand on your digital identity plans? What is your priority, citizen, business, or IoT?
Right now, we're thinking about citizen. Okay. We're still in the early stages. We did a prototype, so we have proof of concept made already. I submitted through the Idea Fund channel to ask for funding, and that funding that I'm looking for or requesting for is to identify particular use case where we can use digital identity that can provide savings for the government. I do not have specific use cases at the moment, but we know based on Saskatchewan's and British Columbia's experience that there are potential through vital statistics, health, and auto insurance. That's why those are the three main sectors and organizations that I reach out to. I do not have at the moment specific use cases that we will tackle, but we know that those partnerships are going to be critical for us to identify which specific use case we will use digital identity for.
Okay. Emily, I'll let you ask a couple questions, and I'll go back to the audience.
Yeah, absolutely. So to expand a little bit and sort of shift focus to get some more insight on what else the government of Manitoba is sort of working on, I think a big thing that everyone has experienced and clearly we're experiencing via this conference right now is that practically everyone in the public sector is working from home. Was work from home ever part of the Manitoba government's digital strategy? And did the pandemic inadvertently speed that up for you?
So to be honest, in October of last year, there were some talks about potentially working from home, but we never expected that it'll come this soon. Okay, so definitely it going to Office 365 and going to the cloud has always been part of our strategy. But to think of, oh yeah, it's because of working remotely, no. I would be lying if I said, oh yeah, we foresaw this. No. What COVID did to us was, oh, I cannot wait 6 months anymore. We're gonna do this in 6 weeks, which is what we did in Manitoba. I think we did the Microsoft Teams, the rollout of Microsoft Teams, for example, in less than 6 weeks. The working remotely was really something that was a surprise for us. Like even the VPN, as simple as a VPN token, we needed to buy new licenses for those things to make sure that we have enough bandwidth. Those kind of things. Even the procedures, with help working with Civil Service Commission. Yeah, it kind of surprised us too.
Yeah. Do you think that people have really enjoyed working from home? Do you think that's something that you'll stick with going forward, or in part?
I think so. I think so. At least I can speak for our division. Like even my own staff, I have about 60. Most of them, they enjoy working from home. Me personally, I'm kind of. There are times when I enjoy it, but you can see I'm in my office right now. I just have to go to the office from time to time. Now, the good thing is, the government of Manitoba told the department that this is our opportunity. When this happened, so back in, I'd say around July or even June, as early as June, the government realized that could be an opportunity for us to redefine how we provide service. And so the challenge that the government gave to us now is, okay, think about your short-term, mid-term, and long-term service delivery plans. If it makes sense for us to continue working remotely, if we have proven that we are still effective delivering services to Manitobans, regardless of where our location is, then that's where we're going. So to answer your question, now we are seriously considering those things because it could be a savings too, if you think about it now, right? So now you don't need big offices or desk space for people. So we're taking this opportunity to look at those opportunities.
Excellent.
Okay, we'll take one from the audience. So this one's about RPA. Do you have an audit and quality check mechanism for RPA to ensure that the work that was completed meet audit and quality requirements?
Yeah, so great question. I love this question. So I love this question. I get excited when I am asking this question because here's the great thing about the bot. The RPA, you can create an organizational structure actually using bots. Okay, so right now we have worker bots. Okay. Who does the audit and reconciliation is humans at the moment. But we are also exploring developing bots that will do quality assurance from the output that those worker bots have produced. So you can actually create a factory where it's run by bots. So yes, right now, there is definitely quality assurance being done. In our dental processing, our success rate is really high. We're about 97%. And so only those 3% that needs manual intervention at the moment. So there is you need to think about those things too, by the way, to make sure your success rate is high. Because if it's not, then the bot is not effective.
Stacking layers of bots on top of bots. You got to watch out for a class war between the bots, I guess. Emily, I'll give you another chance to ask another question.
Yeah, absolutely. So following up just on the same topic of RPA, I think you gave a lot of interesting insights on sort of what's going on in the space and what you folks are working on specifically. But I'd like to ask what you see as the greatest untapped opportunity still for the province of Manitoba in relation to RPA.
So there's still a lot of manual processes for us, and so that for me is the untapped opportunity. Now, I should mention that there's two schools of thought in using or applying RPA. Okay, like in business process engineering, the ideal approach always is you fix the process before you automate it, because if you automate a bad process, then you're just basically doubling the products of a bad process. That's the good approach, right? But because RPA or implementing bots can be relatively quick and cheap, you can apply or automate using bots some of these bad processes. Because if you think about it, if you end up still saving something, let's say by automating a bad process, you still are able to save an hour daily of a 1 FTE. That is still a saving. right? So the way we look at things in Manitoba the last couple of years really is positive ROI. I'm not saying that we're not working towards perfecting or improving the overall process, but you can apply bots on like 2 steps out of a 50-step process, and it can still yield you efficiency, right? So that's how we look at things.
Okay. Got another one from the audience here. This is a really important question too. So, so of course, like as you implement the RPA and the bots, I mean, that's taking jobs technically from some folks. So what about if those folks that they're replacing don't necessarily have the skills to do other things? So what's Manitoba's plan in that respect so that no one's left behind and that there's upskilling opportunities available so that they can do other things?
Oh yeah, so that's the other thing too. Right now, what we're experiencing, we haven't come to a point where we're at that. Right now, most of the program areas that we are talking to or has come to us, they have 24 hours worth of work, but they only have 7.5 hours in a day. That's the situation we are in. Most of us have more work than we have the time of the day. And so we haven't come to a point where that's a challenge for us at the moment.
Okay. Emily?
Yeah, so I think on sort of another branch of that is in terms of efficiency and making things better is procurement. I think we've been talking about that sort of all day. Is Manitoba doing something unique or innovative to make that procurement process better?
So Manitoba, because I work for Central Services, and so I'm aware the last 2.5 years, actually, I believe we are on the 3rd phase. The government of Manitoba went through a big procurement modernization program. We brought in, I believe, a partner to help us go through this procurement modernizations process, where they restructure the whole procurement area. I think from 10 people, now they have about 80 staff, led by an assistant deputy minister. They've started doing category management. We also have been mandated that every time we buy something, let's say if I'm buying something, a system, let's say a case management system. Before I issue an RFP now, I have to talk to Manitoba Hydro, MPI, Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, City of Winnipeg, so that we have the economy of scale. So these are some, if you think about simple things, but that's one of the things that we are doing in Manitoba. Again, this all comes from value for money for Manitobans, and so those are the one of the or several of the things that we're doing in our area to improve our turnaround time in terms of procurement. What we've started doing is creating a vendor of records or a short list of vendors on specific services that we know we need over and over again. So that instead of issuing an RFP that takes us about 3 months turnaround time, we can just send this to this list of vendors, and then they can provide us, hey, this is how much it is, so it's faster for us to buy things, goods and services.
And as a follow-up to that, Dennis, like with cloud, perhaps you could talk a little bit more. I mean, you kind of touched on it a bit, but a little bit more about like where you're at with the cloud journey. And the reason I'm asking is because do you see like the SaaS marketplaces that are going to be made available through cloud services as a means to address like procurement challenges, wherein you can complement your VORs with cloud catalogs?
Oh yeah, that's part of our strategy as well. But again, for us, where it makes sense. When we look at things, we know that we want to the cloud because it's cheaper. And so, but at the end of the day, it's the total cost of ownership that matters to us. We don't go to the cloud just for the sake of going to the cloud. We go through the on a business case basis. But yeah, that's one of our intent is to look at SaaS where it makes sense. But again, the classic things for us that I have experienced so far, I'd say in the last 18 months, every time we go to the cloud, is where the data is, or where the service provider, where is their data center. As soon as you hear that out there the data is going to be within Canada, then it's always easier to go to the cloud. But then when somebody says, "Oh yeah, the data is going to be in Germany," so it kind of gives you a pause for a bit, because now is this data that's something that we can store outside of Canada? So those are some of the factors that we consider as well.
I have another one here from the audience around, you called it, it's the IDEA Fund, eh, Dennis?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So how long has that been around? Is that a new initiative? And can industry put in unsolicited proposals wherein they would make the same kind of arguments?
So it started in 2018. The government set aside a bucket of money, again, with the objective of positive ROI. If I ask for $1 million, I need to show that, let's say, after a year or 2 years or 3 years, that the $1 million that the government invested is gonna come back with at least $1 million in one. Yeah, so you have your positive ROI. Right now, I don't think it's open for private or outside organization to apply for it. It started with core government. It has started expanding to other public sector agencies. I can't remember which specific one the government expanded it on early this year, but right now it's mostly for government, for different program areas and departments to submit proposals to.
Okay, gotcha. And the follow-up to that would be, like, on the subject of unsolicited proposals. I know it's different for every jurisdiction in Canada, but does Manitoba have a process to look at those if they do come from industry?
Unsolicited proposal, no. Right now, no, I don't think we have. Our process is, once we have the funding, then we issue an RFP so that the vendor community can have equal opportunity. No, yeah. So that's my response to that. I have not experienced any unsolicited, and then we just partner with them. No, nothing. I'm not familiar with any initiative where we went through that route.
Okay, Emily.
Yeah, so I'm curious, and I guess this is a bit of a follow-up to my question around RPA and sort of, you mentioned that these folks all have 24 hours worth of work and only 7.5 hours in the day, which I think everyone on this call can relate to. But in addition to that, I think I would then ask, like, how are you pushing for digital and encouraging digital transformation amongst the ministries?
So sounds corny, but it's the buy-in from the top. Like, I remember being in a room with our clerk, my deputy minister, the commissioner of Civil Service Commission, and the secretary of Treasury Board Secretariat, and where we presented, hey, this is our plan. And so it has to come from the top. Okay? The government needs to want it. And again, for us, it's simple. We don't innovate just for the sake of innovation. We don't transform just for the sake of transformation. It is driven by ROI. If it's going to save us money, if it's going to bring more money to the kitchen table, as our premier would say, for Manitobans, then we're gonna do it. Now, among the ministries, what we did early this year or late last year is we sent out a call for all of the ministries or departments, that's what we call them here in Manitoba, on who wants to be part of our assistant deputy committee. And so we ended up receiving 16 volunteers. And so we created a committee of the willing, which is great. 16 out of, there's 12 departments within the government, and we have 16 different ADMs that we're willing to give their time so we can develop with them our digital action plan. So that's how we did it, or how we're doing it here in Manitoba.
Okay, got another question here about open source. So like within the provinces, Government of Canada, obviously the policy on open source is differently. I mean, we heard from Alberta earlier, which was open source first. I think at the Government of Canada level, they used to have an open source first policy. I think that might have changed, not entirely sure, but from a Manitoba perspective, like what's your perspective on open source?
Yeah, so similar to what I said about the cloud, total cost of ownership is our guiding principle. Where it makes sense, we'll do it. Where it is cheaper and safe, of course, given those factors all the time. Like I lead the security as well for the government, so I need to bring that in. So for us, it's a business case basis. Really, there's no such thing for us as open first policy. It will be on a business case by business case basis for us. Whatever is cheaper for us long term, including the operational costs and things like that.
Okay, and a follow-up to that would be, you mentioned a case-by-case basis. So, like, who are the decision makers within the province who look at the projects that are being proposed and make those decisions? Like, is that a committee, and who would make up that committee if it is?
Yeah, there is a committee at the Treasury Board Secretariat that looks at it. And in the first wave of projects, I was in that committee, but my role is not to judge the merit of the project, but rather, hey, does it make sense on the overall strategy, IT strategy? Because the thing here as well is you don't want to have 10 case management system at the end of the day too, right? So we ended up my role in the committee is to look at the synergies in terms of the proposals, and at the same time which proposal makes sense to group together, because you don't, like say, all departments will need case management system, but we don't want 12 case management system, right? So it's just, if we can create a program where we can create, 1 or 2 case management system that can serve those different departments, that's how we should do it. And maybe it'll be even way cheaper than what we expected. So that's how we do it. There is a committee chaired by the Secretary of the Treasury Board Secretariat that reviews and validate the proposals based on whether there's a positive ROI and when is the payback period for each of these proposals.
Okay, Emily, I think we got time for one more question for each of us, so I'll let you go first.
So I think something that we've all kind of felt the tug of is a lack of access to excellent and useful talent when it comes to especially like digital. How is Manitoba looking at solving for the problem of finding the right talent that has the correct digital skills to make these projects come to life?
Multiple things for us. I'm smiling because I just hired somebody from Montreal. So he's moving here in November 30th. But it's the SAP. SAP is one of those technology that is really hard to find, and so I ended up hiring somebody from the province of Quebec. Anyway, so multifaceted. Okay. The beauty of the multifaceted for us now. I've been in constant communication, for example, with Shared Health, and we're looking at some potential collaboration on creating a service of excellence. For example, hey, can we create an operating model where we can support both organizations? So that's one approach for us. The Civil Service Commission Manitoba has always have a great program where we call it secondment. Actually, I just had two secondment for my digital transformation team from different departments. All right? So for a year, I had them. Gave me tons of unbelievable work. So that's another thing for us. We are in the process of sending people to trainings as well. The government allotted a pool of money for the training and professional development, so that our staff can, pick and choose what interest them. That's another one, another good approach for us. The other one as well that we saw, I saw this last year when I was in Ottawa on Forward 50 Thinking, where the federal government, or one of the sectors in the federal government, they had a pool of people. Hey, it's like a jump, like a bank almost. Hey, these are the people that has this skill set, and so the Civil Service Commission here in Manitoba is exploring that approach as well, so we can help each other out. Especially when the pandemic happened as well, right? Dennis can do this, so maybe he can help. Shared Health, so those kind of things. So those are the at least five things that we're doing here to address that particular challenge.
Yeah, it seems to me like there was a presentation earlier. I think it was Ian Rush from BMC that was talking about like the UK having this digital transformation team that could be drawn from amongst all the ministries or whatnot. The final question, Dennis, so clearly you've got a lot of passion for RPA. You see a ton of opportunity for its usage in government to achieve cost savings. Do you have, are there any other particular technologies, areas where you see the same kind of potential? Like it could be as simple as e-signatures or digital forms, for instance. Are there any other areas where you see, the same kind of potential?
Yeah, we're playing around with chatbot right now. Actually, I did not include it here because we're not yet ready. But my team. By the way, I'm gonna just relate this. So another thing for us that we maximize is students. Okay, because I have two great students in my team. They're doing the chatbot POC for us right now. In particular, it's a digital receptionist. So we're exploring the possibility of use of a chatbot technology, in particular as a digital receptionist, so that when you come to a building, you do not have to talk to a person because of the pandemic. So you can just have an iPad or a console where you can say, hey, I'm meeting with Dennis, and so it's something like that. So chatbot is the next thing that we're looking at. We're exploring a lot on digital analytics as well.
Okay. No, that's what about like digital forms and that kind of stuff, Dennis, or like e-signatures where like citizens can access and get services online end to end. They don't need to engage with government. Like, where are you guys at with that kind of stuff?
So on the e-signature, I have a pilot ongoing right now, but I only have a couple of departments using it. It's it's not e-signature. It's a business card, e-business card. I do not have e-signatures, but in the digital forms, I'm working with our communication service management group. We are trying to secure funding to modernize our web technology platform. So that's where we're going to start, because we like what we saw with the federal government. Like, if you look at Service Canada, for example, their website, how it flows, it looks all the same, right? So we are aspiring to come to that point where we can have something similar, but we are starting that journey by modernizing our web technology first, and that's the goal for us for next year.
Okay. Dennis, great to have you. That was fantastic. That was a lot of fun. And
Thank you.
I think it was fantastic for the audience too. I think we learned a ton about what the province is up to, and I'm sure there'll be lots of follow-ups from industry trying to get your attention in terms of how they can help you after this session. So thank you very much, Dennis. Appreciate it. Hope to have you back for our next summit. And we're going to take a very short break here before our next session with NetApp. And Emily, I think this is your last session, so thank you very much for being my wing woman for the day. It was really fun, and thanks to DMZ for providing some assistance with the co-moderators. Thank you very much.
In business, boring is good. It means expected, things going according to plan, fully predictable, which is just so 2019. But what happens when the world becomes fully unpredictable? defined by disruption, upheaval, and change. Those who can quickly adapt thrive and rise above. Those who simply can't, well, there's that. With our latest launch, NetApp is announcing new solutions to help with that. Now, we make your enterprise apps run better, on-prem and in the cloud. We make it easy to see and control all your data from one place. And we give your developers storage and compute resources that manage themselves. We do all that to help you instantly respond to an unpredictable world. Because we're the specialists, relentlessly focused on putting you in control. Boring is no longer an option. NetApp.
Okay, we're back here at 5 p.m. with NetApp, which is actually our final industry presentation ahead of the one from Public Service Procurement Canada at 5:30 p.m. And I'm with Satish Tarajaran, Senior Technology Marketing Engineer at NetApp, who's going to walk us through some applicable ways, or not applicable ways, but practical case studies of the application of AI in the public sector. Satish, the floor is yours. The deck will appear once I turn my video off here.
Thank you, Kevin, and so great to be here. I appreciate the opportunity. It is exciting, and hopefully you all can hear me loud and clear and see me fine as well in the slides. All right, I'll take that as an S. Good morning or good afternoon, good evening, folks, mostly folks in the East Coast. So my name is Satish Tyagarajan, and I'm the Senior Technical Marketing Engineer with NetApp's AI Solutions team. I also have one of my colleague, team member, Rick Huang, who's available on the chat as a chat responder if you have any questions. So what we have here is for the agenda. Here's primarily what I have to cover for topics today. One is to talk about AI in general from a public sector perspective, and the landscape of AI with some example use cases that we come across working with our customers in the public sector. And then from there, going from a generic view to a very specific focus on one particular customer that NetApp has been engaged with is the U.S. Department of Defense. And after speaking for that, I will go to further drill into two use cases that I have here that I'll try to cover in the 20-minute session here, and then after which we'll summarize the key takeaways and wrap up. Next slide, please. So in the recent years, we all know that AI, has transitioned from a movie screen concept to reality, and and that that applies to not just private sector. Public sector is no exception to what we are witnessing. I mean, public sector has been facing many challenges in the quest for better services and new technologies and innovative services. And to add to that, globalization and the democratization of new technologies have extended the expectations of an average citizen in how they consume these services, and therefore the use cases that apply to various different organizations within public sector. Like I've just called out a few of those departments within public sector. These are not all of them, as we know, but to just highlight on education, for example, cybersecurity is a very crucial element in in our higher secondary school districts, where artificial intelligence is being leveraged to meet a variety of compliance requirements enforced by the local governments. Such as, for example, we have Children's Internet Protection Act, and also another one called Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, the COPPA and CIPA in the United States. So AI is being used to leverage to monitor the privacy and security components in school districts. AI is also being rapidly used by educators to offer personalized learning, meaning being able to give each student a personalized experience that he or she needs to be able to better perform in their education. Another thing is AI-enabled teaching assistants are helping educators to meet that challenge using input from the students and therefore adjust or redesign the course materials and syllabus. So AI's role in education, just to give an example. Moving on to courts and public safety, AI is already deployed in some of the court systems, like in the United States and California as an example. Visitors to the court website can interact with the conversational AI to pay traffic tickets, register for traffic school, schedule court dates, and or bail hearings for that matter. So AI is used to help with some of these mundane activities to help the judicial process be more effective for the citizens. It is also helping with document management, especially with cases and legal documents. So AI is being used there. AI's predictive algorithms are also used by the police department, to be able to better, strategically position and send their patrols to, curb crime, and facial recognition is used to help identify suspects. So these are some of the common, use cases just to expand on public sector. And moving into agriculture, AI-enabled drones are being used today, with IoT sensors and computer vision technology, is being enabled as smart machines to, detect and control pest and, weed control for our farmers. So to effectively manage these weed control challenges faced by the farmers community, and therefore increase crop yield. So these are, there are, firms, technologies that are being used by these companies that are helping farmers to achieve those kind of results by using AI. For defense, you see on the right-hand side is the Thunderbird, and that's primarily where I'm going to talk about specific use cases in defense for the next couple of minutes. So could we move on to the next slide, please? So in this section, I will talk about AI, particularly in the Department of Defense, the U.S. Department of Defense. And this quote is something I just borrowed from one of my colleagues. So this is something we co-presented at NetApp Insight 2 weeks ago. And he's actually a retired colonel from the U.S. Air Force. And I was not trained in warfare, but this is a warfare educational quote, as Clausewitz calls it, that the nature of wars don't change, it's only its character. So I kind of like that, so I borrowed that into the slide. So next slide, please. So historically, what you see here is the revolution in military affairs comes down to based on this triangle of innovation. If you could hit the next button, that'll be great. And one more, please. So to give an example, basically, what we have here is the people, technology, and the process, or the doctrine-driven. And there are some examples like what happened in the 1940s with the war between Germany and the French. The French had better tanks, but the Germans had better doctrine, so they were able to win the war. So more and more we see this triangle becoming, insufficient. Things continue to change, and one of the most important crucial aspect of this is the data. How that plays a role to underpin this triangle of innovation. Next slide, please. So we here at NetApp are very proud of our role in as being the principal storage provider, both for the federal government and the U.S. Department of Defense. So we deliver the right data at the right time, at the right pace, and definitely very proud of that part we play for both these departments with the government. Next slide, please. So I just want to help take a look at Department of Defense budget priorities here. And if you can click the next, I just want to highlight the areas that that are of importance here, while looking into the budget priorities. If you could click the next, please. So one more, next. So the two areas that we want to highlight in the budget priorities for FY20 is, the innovative technologies and how the priority for helping the defense to strengthen areas such as AI to be able to be more competitive with with the enemies to keep the citizens more better protected. So that's just to highlight where the budget priorities stand with the U.S. Department of Defense. Next slide, please. So if we can go hit next 2 more times, that'll be great. So the federal government, I just wanted to, just again to show where the spending is and the funding is. If you can look at the federal government AI budget is $209 million for in the year 2020. And if we were to look at the Department of Defense budget allocation for 2019 was $1.4 billion, and it has grown threefold, in 2020, which is from 1.4 to 4 billion. And the reason, if we were to ask the why aspect, why do we want so much spending increase we see? If we go to the next slide, you'll see that how competitive we are facing with in this AI race. The Defense Secretary has been very clear about U.S. having to win this race, for instance, with China, which is a big threat from the U.S. Military perspective with this whole AI race that's happening here. So moving on to the next slide. So from an execution perspective, this was the DoD has put together a document, execution document, from which I gathered this information from 2018, where the particular thing I would like to highlight here is, if you can hit the next, just one more time. So it's, if you can go back, sorry about that. Yeah, so the one thing I just wanted to highlight is the key part of this document is to, the common foundation on to enable a decentralized development and experimentation platform that DoD, and that's something I just wanted to highlight as part of this strategy execution document that was put together by the Department of Defense. So next slide, please. And to execute that, DoD has a joint AI center, the JAKE, which operates with 3 fundamental principles. Hit the next. The 3 principles, number 1 being, the joint common foundation, and being the first, as we saw, to establish those common foundation. The second being the national mission initiatives, part of the JAKE. And the third being the component mission initiatives that are specific to the DoD component or the agency. So this is putting together a strategy, but also an execution plan. The role of JAKE within AI and all innovative technologies that the planning that goes in. So the next slide, please. So historically, I mean, there has been, use of some condition-based maintenance, for which, speaking from a digital transformation perspective, simply for example, monitoring the sensors in the aircrafts or the submarines, gathering the data and consolidating using technologies like Hadoop has been in place. I mean, the architectures like the big data lake or big data analytics using Hadoop have been in the process of development, but somehow those have been quite useful, but still they serve to be insufficient. So to address those, and the reason being is, as I have here, there are certain challenges that pose for us to go to being reactive versus proactive measures that can be taken. So with on the left-hand side, the blue box that you guys can see, some of these challenges that are called out here, like poor utilization of the compute, too many data copies, inefficient tiering and replication of the data, and so forth. That we hear a lot from our customer who have undergone such like the Hadoop and data lake implementations. So next slide. We will, wanted to highlight on another level of challenge, which is we're not dealing with one specific type of personas. There are, three various personas we have here for AI and machine learning. You have data scientists who need the right set of tools to be able to train their data sets and, be able to come up with better, accurate machine learning models that, predict the right outcomes, and therefore the right action can be taken. When it comes to data engineers, they are focused on data orchestration, data cleansing, and consolidation, and working with different responsibilities. And then we have the enterprise architects, working with the hardware and software implementations in the data center. So three different personas, conflicting needs, but we need all three of them working together in order to come up with the a fully developed AI solution. So that's another challenge area where we gathered by interacting with our customers. The next slide. Well, the other thing as I pointed out earlier, there is this challenge of data existing in silos. You have data on premises, ground stations where certain tools and technologies are implemented, and you have that, and then we have the cloud. We need to sync up with those, where the AI journey most customers start with. So to summarize it, you have fixed cost issues, and then if on premises with and then you have the SaaS model. If a customer wants some flexibility there, the various components that pose as challenges between these two on premises versus cloud, right? And security is another thing. I mean, many customers would, are driven by regulatory compliances and who do not want to take the data to the cloud. So that's another concern that comes into place. Next slide, please. So taking all those challenges into consideration, what NetApp has done is basically come up with this data fabric solution, like we call it. So our solution is the data fabric to be able to rescue in the defense context, right? So taking these three layers of different of the whole ecosystem. We talked about edge, the core, and the cloud, and you have data coming from different devices. So in the bottom layer of the box, you see, a suite of NetApp technologies and solutions to help customers building, these broad solutions. On the edge, if you want to ingest data from the edge devices, we've got the NetApp Edge compute with HCI combined with T4 and NVIDIA technologies. And using NetApp, we can get the data into the core, and at the core level, we have various three different options to be able to train your AI models using ONTAP AI, for instance, which is NetApp's reference architecture put together with NVIDIA. And we've got FlexPod AI with Cisco and E-Series for customers who want to use the native storage. And we also have on the right-hand side, if the project was initiated on the cloud, you can bring the data using SnapMirror or Cloud Sync to get the data that you want to train on premises with the data sets that you want to plug it into. For a data scientist who are working with different data sets in different regions that are existing in silos. So basically, this gives you an end-to-end model. Let me. How would this apply if you can go to the next slide? So before I go to the how this applies to the Department of Defense, so I wanted to speak about control plane. So control plane is NetApp's solution for helping data scientists to be able to better orchestrate their data sets that they want to train and deploy for their AI ML models. So it's integrated with Kubeflow, Apache Airflow, and Kubernetes. So data scientists can work in more like a DevOps fashion. So to be able to achieve the MLOps, development experience. So it's integrated with NetApp Trident, which is open sourced, that allows data scientists to be able to, replicate certain data sets and quickly, achieve their training and of the data sets that they have, and then be able to develop the model quickly rather than waiting for going through the internal channels through the regular IT ops barricades that sometimes can be time consuming. So we try to minimize those gaps by integrating some of these open source stack technologies to help our data scientists to quickly make copies of their training data sets and be able to integrate it across the hybrid cloud environment, be it edge data coming from the edge or the cloud or at the core level. Next slide, please. So speaking, taking the data fabric and applying it to, what that would mean. If you can click the next just one more time. So this basically, I want to show you how this works. This is our U.S. Department of Defense, the Army's Titan program, as you can see on the bottom right corner. And as you notice, the three red, the boxes of AI is crucial for all aspects of the Titan program where the AI ML algorithms are executed. So working closely with our SI systems integrators and our partners, OEM partners like the NVIDIA, we're helping the Department of Defense with the Titan program. This is just to give you the same look of the data fabric slide I had before to how would that apply to in the field. So next slide, please. So there are various technologies we talked about, and speaking to the Titan slide we just had, on the left-hand side, you see the green box, speaks to how we have the hybrid cloud infrastructure here at NetApp by combining with our compute, the HCI compute with NVIDIA T4 at the edge to be able to deliver those key capabilities like we saw in the previous slide. Next slide, please. And on this slide, what I have is at the core level, now when we want to bring the data to the ground station, we have these technologies to be able to, crunch the numbers or run heavy, complex algorithms. So ONTAP AI is a combination of NVIDIA's DGX A800, and we've got, full rack and half rack technologies. And on the left-hand side is, again, the technologies available from NetApp for the edge compute. Next slide, please. So with that, I would like to go into talking about specific use cases where we are helping our Department of Defense. And what I do want to talk about is the wildfires. And next slide, please. So we have proven the ability to fighting wildfires, working closely with the firefighters, and the way we approach is first by prediction and then identification of wildfires. As you can see in this image taken from a satellite, the pixel color changes based on the heat map generated by the system, and then we can make better predictions and identifications to be able to help the responders to go and take the right action. If you go to the next slide, so it doesn't just stop there. Basically, we try to with this model, what we have done is once the fire is identified or prediction is made, if the team gets to respond quickly, but if that doesn't happen, if the fire has, however, gone to the extent of spreading, then we do use certain algorithms to be able to identify certain key metrics like the wind speed or things like that to be able to, effectively contain the spread further. And this ties to the joint, the common framework we saw before laid out. Next slide, please. So this slide, I just have the architecture for behind this use case. The architecture is primarily taking data from satellites that we saw those images. And if you click the next just one more time, two more times. So I've got these moving object images. So basically bringing it through, we collect the data, the image data from the satellite that's gathered, and then we're bringing it through an integration portal into the edge devices. And from where it gets transmitted to the ground station and cloud computing for further data analysis, and then it gets pushed back to the specific data centers for the respond team to be able to take the right action. If you can click the next one more time, so you'll see the and one more time, please. So you see how the data gets, so this has worked quite effectively, this architecture for, how in the public sector for, wildfires are being, fight more effectively in terms of taking better proactive action there. So next, if we can go on to the next slide. Yep, just next slide. So the second use case, what I do want to spend the next few minutes is talk about aircraft maintenance. So if you go to the next slide, so the idea of using aircraft is not a new concept, and as you may recall, the JAC, the Joint AI Center, has this mission, and in this case, it's the responsibility of the operations command, component mission operations command. So, and they take care of building these right solutions. And you can see the quote from General on the relevance of AI for building these solutions and taking those to next level, as we'll see in the next slide. You can go to the next slide, please. So, like I was saying, the idea of using data to predict aircraft maintenance is not very new. I mean, this started back when, as you can see on the slide, when GE acquired a company called Smart Signal many years ago to be able to get data from sensors in the aircraft, from the aircraft engines, and of any malfunction or any red flags that they need to get reported back down at the ground station so that a specific data analysis can be done. And when the flight comes to the ground station, it can be, they can take the right action. So while this solution is great, it has been insufficient again, and we wanted to, basically, customers or, in this use case, they would like to take it to the next level, which is, be able to recycle the data and provide the right action for the pilot while in flight to take the right action rather than, they land in ground. So if you go to the next slide, please. So where things are today, I mean, the first generation of IoT data gathered and be able to do reactive analytics is where we were, and now we are going into a more proactive actions of using AI-enabled machine learning models to be able to recycle the data and give that proactive guidance or actionable items to the pilot while in board or while in flight to take it to that next level to maybe prevent air crashes or and by timely responding or taking the right action. So this is where it's taking or going in terms of the trajectory of how we have used analytics from a reactive methodology to becoming more proactive by using AI. So with that, the next slide I have. So this is to highlight on what technologies are being used for this particular use case by DoD. This is from the Special Command at the 160th at Fort Campbell. As you can see, they're using A220 NetApp's A220 with the ONTAP AI technologies to be able to, successfully deliver on this solution for what we talked about. So, with that, next slide. So this is to, at the high level, again, we want to, the idea is to, we covered most of it, which is basically the idea is to take the data from all the sensors in the aircraft and be able to bring it into through the NetApp Edge device combined with NVIDIA's technology, and then as well as sending that info to the ground station and be able to do more complex analysis and run appropriate AI algorithms to be able to achieve that high alert aircraft maintenance capabilities using our technology. So with that, we'll go to the next slide. So I want to summarize, we're close to the clock here. So basically, so you take away how a major department of the U.S. is in the U.S. government is managing AI programs. We saw DoD with $4 billion annually, and how NetApp supports the U.S. Department of Defense and those AI initiatives, along with NVIDIA, how we're taking collaborative efforts to some of the use cases we saw, and therefore that applies to not just DoD but other portions of the public sector in times ahead from us. The next slide, please. I keep hitting the down arrow here. So I want to also just as a closing thought, these are some of the achievements from what NetApp has been recognized for, some of the AI awards for the service it has done, and just want to bring that up. So with that, the next slide. So with that, folks, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be here. I would like to open for any questions.
Yeah, Satish, you did a very elegant job of kind of outlining the case studies that were successful and whatnot. So with the government of Canada looking at AI, looking at cloud and whatnot, is there any, with the US being slightly ahead of Canada in that respect, is there any advice you can give on broken glass, things that there was a lot of hope for on the AI front, but didn't necessarily turn out to work properly, or didn't work out the way you envisioned them or NetApp envisioned them? Any things for the government of Canada to avoid in the use and application of AI?
Right, I think that's a great question, and it's a very common challenge. I think one of the key points I would like to highlight in response to that question is majority of AI projects don't hit the finish line, and the reason is because they're caught up in some of the challenges we talked about, like the data be existing in silos, or there's not proper sync with between the data scientists, the engineers, and the enterprise architects, the three different personas we talked about. So even though there could be a great recognition of a business use case, speaking from private sector point of view, or even from public sector, there's hitting the finish line seems to be a major challenge, and that's something I think you brought up early on too, about best practices. For example, using the right best practices to be able to execute more effectively. Therefore, those AI projects can reach the finish line. Would be my response to that. Hopefully if that answered.
It did. Thank you very much, Satish. Okay, well, thank you very much, Satish, for your excellent presentation. It's always very fascinating to see how NetApp is playing in the Department of Defense in the States, because I know you're the player down there. So it's always fascinating to see that. Thank you very much for taking the time to present, Satish. We're going to take an extremely short break. I'll grab the folks from Public Service and Procurement Canada, and we're going to wrap up with a briefing on their new initiative, Canada Buys. Okay, thank you, folks, and we'll be back in 30 seconds. Okay, we're back here with our actual last presentation for today with Public Service and Procurement Canada, and joining me from PSPC is Emilio Franco and Sébastien Aubertin-Giguère. And Emilio, I remember you from, I remember meeting you many years ago actually, and when we were talking about procurement reform. So this is something that you've been working on very passionately about with Sébastien, clearly, and it's bearing fruit now because you've announced this new program recently. So the focus of this presentation is going to be Canada Buys. So I'm not going to bother myself with the description because we're going to learn all about it now. So I'll jump out here, gentlemen, and the deck will be up for you to start.
Good. Hi, I'm Aubertin-Giguère. I'm a Director General in the Procurement Branch of Public Services and Procurement Canada. And sorry to be the last act of the day between you and dinner, but just want to make sure now we'll try to make it informative. So Canada Buys is a new suite of online procurement services, and we think it's going to change the way government does business. Next slide, please. So we're going to be introducing very briefly Canada Buys and maybe differentiating it from the project itself, which is called Electronic Procurement Solution. We're going to show how we're going to be supporting businesses in making that transition, and we're going to provide some insights on how to get started, and then we can have a Q&A period after that. So next slide, please. So in 2018, the government of Canada sort of authorized a major crown project called Electronic Procurement Solution, and the project EPS called for a massive and significant transformation of the business processes of federal procurement, aligned with the international best practice, but also the implementation of a series of cloud-based tools for the business of procurement, but also not only for buyers, for procurement professionals, but also for businesses that want to do that want to do business with the government. So that's the project itself. But the service that we're implementing is called Canada Buys, and Canada Buys is essentially the result of EPS, and it's going to be a new suite of online services that's going to support federal procurement professionals. They're going to do all their business on it, but also for suppliers, and that's going to eventually replace Canada Buy and Sell as the face of the federal procurement. And we're going to show you a bit later what is in the Canada Buys suite of services. Next slide, please. Next. So yeah, maybe I'll take it from there, and then after I'll pass the microphone to Emilio Franco. But essentially, what we decided to do is to rethink the way we do procurement, and we used design principles that are rooted in making sure that it's built with the people that are going to be using it. So we used modern web design, and we integrated key insights from the users, businesses and procurement professionals to develop it. We have included beta testing, and we've also had extensive rounds of testing with end users, businesses. And then we kept improving it until it was at the right place. We had to make it super intuitive. It had to be beautiful. I hope you like the graphic interface, but I think it's very different from the very sort of messy buy and sell experience that we have right now. And we try to maximize the use of technology in our approach. Next slide, please. So that's Canada Buys. It's a suite of services, and you have, on the one side, you have all the tools that the government buyers are gonna be using. So it means that what we call PGs, the procurement professionals. They're going to be using this as their main tool to develop the the solicitation. And also, in turn, all the government employees that want to buy something will have access to catalog, and then can make a request. And also, they can make, if it's not something that's in catalogs, then they can make a requisition and start the procurement process all inside the solution. And for businesses, it's going to be a place where they're going to be first looking for opportunities, then bid on opportunities, and all the bids are going to be done online. And the communication between the buyers and the suppliers is going to, or potential suppliers, is going to take place in this environment. It also includes a very extensive kind of support infrastructure. You can be calling, you can email, there's going to be email capability, chatting online to help users navigate the system and ask questions and resolve technical issues. The applications that we're using is SAP Ariba, which is the main sort of the main procurement tool, and then SAP Fieldglass, which is going to be used for resource management in the professional services procurement field. And you're going to find a lot of information about federal procurement and how-to systems. And there's going to be also the new tendering site that's going to be replacing what's called Ghetto. So all this ecosystem is going to be, cloud-based, and there's going to be what will constitute Canada Buys, which is quite a transformation because you have all your tools in one sort of ecosystem, rather than what we have right now in the federal government. We're working on a 90%, I would say, paper-based, and the rest of the 10% is supported by a huge number of legacy, sort of solo applications. So that's going to be quite a transformation to bring everything into one cloud application. And we've done all this without changing any regulation and laws, but it's mostly about the evolution of practices. And we've done all this without having to customize the solution. So essentially, we worked with the business processes that were native to the system. So that for a government transformation is quite unheard of, and we're quite proud of it. So on this, I'll pass the microphone to Emilio Franco, who's the Executive Director of Business Transformation in EPS.
Thank you, Sebastien. And so if we can move to the next slide. So as Sebastien laid out the ecosystem, I'll speak a little bit more about the experience that the supplier community will have as they embark on this journey with us. And for us, it's really about real-time interactions, information, and transactions. So the interactions and the engagement between the business community and the buying community within government happening in a shared space and really facilitating the way in which we do business together. And so that comes out in three different ways. One is the way in which suppliers engage in potential opportunities, so the way they find opportunities or an RFPs or procurement that you may want to bid on. That bidding experience, so providing a guided bidding experience that allows you to walk through that bidding process to ensure that you don't have to not know what you need to provide, and also make sure that you're providing all the correct information before you submit your bid. So you're not missing any information. Just like you fill out an online form, it'll tell you, oh, you forgot to fill out this field, and make sure that you have that compliant bid. So you have the comfort that the information you're submitting is accurate and complete when the government gets it. And then if you're a supplier that has what's called a standing offer or supply arrangement, effectively a catalog, we can now take that catalog and turn it into an Amazon-like experience for our users within government, so that your clients within government can easily shop for the things that are available from you, and have a very streamlined process to order against the things that are available from your firm if you become a supplier to the Government of Canada. The second is enhancing the registration process and the way that you engage with us as part of the information chain and across the procurement versus spectrum. So providing your registration information upfront in a much more complete fashion than we do today, so that we can capture that information once and reuse it across the procurement chain. And so you're not having to provide that same information again and again and again as you engage in various business opportunities with government. And the third, and this is probably one of the biggest elements of the transformation and a real important function, is the way in which we support you in the business community as you engage with us throughout this experience. And I'll speak more about that as we move forward. Next slide. There's three key messages that I leave with you today. It's this. It's one, that we're actually live, so this is not a future nirvana state. We are up and running. Two is that suppliers and businesses can register now, so they can go online to Canada Buys, our Getting Started page, and they can access the new system, and they can register for an account to get ready for business opportunities as they start to come through the platform. And three, we are here to support you, and as I mentioned, I'll speak to that in greater detail. An important part of our transition is, as Sebastian mentioned, the movement from buy and sell to Canada Buys. And so that's a transition that will be gradual, and it will not happen overnight. So just want to make sure that the business community is clear that for right now, nothing changes in terms of where you find opportunities. Continue to go on buy and sell to access opportunities. And what will happen is over the coming weeks, actually, and there's some on the board right now, you will find opportunities that will link you to our new experience in SAP Ariba and Canada Buys, but you will still find that opportunity on buy and sell until we make that transition, and that transition expected later in 2021. We go to the next slide. I'd like to talk a little bit about the new support services that we're offering to the business community, because this is a large part of our transformation and an incredible increase in the amount of service that we provide to the business community. So on the next slide, you'll see as part of our modern website, we have now a 7-to-7 call center that will not only just take your questions, but actually triage them, treat them as a proper ticket, and make sure that they work vigorously to ensure that your questions are answered. And if they can't answer you on the phone on the spot, an answer will get back to you through whatever means is convenient to you. You can always email us. But I think most revolutionary is that we are one of the first government services that is providing chat support, so that you can actually talk with a live agent using our chat on the website. Again, 7-to-7 Eastern Time. A huge revolution in the support offering of a government service, and I'm very proud that we're offering that as a key service, and one that is actually quickly becoming the most popular way to contact our support desk. And lastly, a large number of resources available, guides, how-to, instructions, tutorials, and videos to walk you through the process and to help you guide you through any challenges that you may have. On the next slide, it just highlights a bit of the online library, gives you a show of the look and feel. Again, highlighting that if there are any challenges that you have or you're looking for help, we have resources available. Again, guides, how-tos, videos. And if these aren't sufficient, you can always go to our help desk, chat with us, email us, call us, and we'll happily help you. We found that any business that is encountering questions along the process, 99% of the time our service desk is able to answer them directly, and in the odd case we get back to them in relatively short order. So we're here to help you, we're here to support you, and we have great services that are now made available for the business community at a much higher level than we've ever had. I believe the material for this presentation should be shared. So on the next slide, I'll leave this with you to look up on your own time, but we have a number of articles that we recommend that businesses take a look at, just to see the guides that we have around how to register, how to bid on opportunities in Ariba, how to set up your Ariba account in a manner that optimizes your ability to find opportunities as they become available, and some videos on the new process. So getting started, like I said, there's really those three key pieces that we want to leave you with, is that today you can register for an account. You can do that right now. You may want to go for dinner after this, but after dinner, or maybe tomorrow morning, log on to Canada Buys and register. We do encourage registration in advance, as you will be required to have an account to access opportunities that are posted in the system. So you'll always be able to find the notice of the opportunity on our tendering site on buy and sell, but to actually access the material, you will need an account under the new system. So we encourage you to register in advance so that you're not looking to register when an opportunity presents itself. If you want to practice bidding in the new system, we have a practice RFP that's available. Again, this material will be shared following the meeting, and you can click on the link there to go and try bidding on the system and see what that experience is like. And as always, our support desk is there to help you. If you have any questions, if you have any issues, do not hesitate to contact them, and they will guide you through the process. Next slide. And one more slide, please. So as I mentioned, this is a service that we're rolling out gradually, and we have some procurements up on the street right now. There's some COVID-related procurements for our gowns right now. We have some RFIs for professional services and communications procurement, and more procurements will be coming into the system in the coming weeks and months. And so stay tuned. Check back regularly on Canada Buys for more information, but also stay tuned to Buy and Sell for opportunities that are relevant to your industry as they start to come up. Again, the opportunity will be on Buy and Sell, and there will be a link and information in that opportunity that will take you to the Ariba site where you can bid on the opportunity. So I'll end there just by saying on the next slide, stay in touch. So as Sebastian mentioned, this whole system and service was designed with users from the get-go. And so we are actively working with the supplier community to take their feedback, to continuously improve, to evolve, and doing so in an agile manner that allows us to be responsive to the challenges and concerns of the business community. So if you encounter any items, give us your feedback, let us know, and we're happy to continue to improve this with you, and also just happy to be introducing this new service to the business community. And so I think we'll end there and take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, gentlemen. News to me. I didn't know that you could register now, so I'll be telling everyone about that. And yes, I will share the material with all the attendees for sure. I do have a couple of questions coming in from the audience. One was about, you know how like the provinces and municipalities have their own procurement sites sometimes. Does Canada Buys consolidate the regional procurements at all, or does the government of Canada maintain its kind of autonomy from the other provinces and jurisdictions?
That's a great question. So under the trade agreement with the European Union, the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, there's a requirement to put in place what's called a single point of access for tender notices. And that's an obligation that Canada has to put in place by October of 2022, so about 2 years from now. And that single point of access will actually have the notices of procurement, not the entire RFP, but just the notice information, which is just a summary, for all the Canadian public sector. And that includes the federal, provincial, territorial, municipal, academic, school board, and health and social sectors. So effectively, any Canadian public sector entity, if they have a procurement that's going to be above the threshold of that trade agreement, their opportunities need to be posted to a single point of access. So that's something that we're actually delivering as part of this program. And as part of that move from Buy and Sell to Canada Buys will be that single point of access, where you'll be able to find opportunities from across the country.
Okay, no, that's awesome. And when the consolidation occurs, is that going to run in parallel to like the Mercks or the Bindigos of the world, or do you foresee like it all just being consolidated under a single umbrella?
So again, great question. And the clarification that I provide is the important piece, is that it's only the tender notice, what's called a tender notice, or the summary. So that's effectively enough information that a business would need to decide whether or not they wanted to click on it. The site doesn't replace the individual tendering sites of the various jurisdictions. It doesn't replace Mercks. It only provides a gateway effectively to the opportunities that would be available in those various platforms.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Another question that came in was around like TBIPs, SBIPs, like the various, I guess, service vehicles. Is the introduction to this platform going to affect those vehicles at all, or the delivery of them, or the onboarding of them?
Yes, so as I mentioned, we actually have an RFI on the street for the modernization of professional services right now using Ariba, using our Canada Buys platform. And that's actually engaging industry on the next phase for how we want to use and engage with the professional service industry moving forward. And that will have implications for TBIPs and SBIPs and all those other tools. And so, the intention is to bring those solutions into our platform as we move forward. And that's an engagement that's happening right now with industry.
Okay. Another question that came in earlier was it was around the cloud service vehicles. So at PSPC, they've got the SaaS method of supply. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's like the whitelisting to enable SaaS companies to get onto the cloud service provider's catalog. Is Canada Buys, like how does Canada Buys enable SaaS providers to get onto cloud vehicles?
So I may not be able to answer the question directly, but allow me to kind of see if I can answer. So effectively, what the solution does in Canada Buys, it allows us to make standing offers and supply arrangements. So I don't know if the SaaS arrangement is a standing offer or supply arrangement, but it allows us to make those available as Amazon-like catalogs to our clients in government. And so again, depending on the nature of how that business is managed, what we would likely see is effectively, an ability for our clients within government to shop amongst those available products or amongst those available companies that have qualified on a process, and that applies whether it's software or whether it's pens and paper or whether it's vehicles or other things. So effectively, if anything can be put in a catalog, we can bring it into the system and make it available to our users for easy shopping and purchasing.
Okay, and a follow up to that would be. Like the AI source list, for instance, so that would be incorporated into Canada Buys, but sometimes if it's over a certain threshold, there has to be a competition between the vendors on that list, for instance. Does that all occur through Canada Buys as well?
Correct. And so as part of the solution, we can put in place business rules that apply to how different things are purchased. So for example, if an item over a certain threshold needs to be competed against a source list, then that's something that we can build into the system as we bring in that category to make sure those business rules are applied. And actually, that's one of the advantages of the system is that it allows those business rules to be transparent to the user. They don't need to understand and read, a complex procurement document to know the process they need to follow. That can be configured into the system and ensure that those rules are followed while respecting the competitive environment of that particular procurement.
Okay, I guess.
So Kevin, I just want to specify. Yeah. Just want to specify that not all the commodities and business lines have been onboarding. It's a gradual process. So what we're doing is we're contacting suppliers in specific commodities and telling them in advance, we're going to be moving this commodity to Canada Buys, so you can start to register with our service. And we're training the procurement professionals inside PSPC so that they're getting ready. And once the business is ready to be done online, then they start doing it. But not all the business lines are on. So it's gonna be a long process over many months.
Okay.
So a lot of the things that you've discussed, for example, are not done there yet.
Okay, understood. There's two other questions here now. One has to do with the salsa. Is this going to affect the salsa at all?
So I think just building on Sebastian's point, there's definitely going to be a need to transition of our methods of supply. One of the things that we may find is that some of those methods of supply, which are quite old, actually a little bit of history lesson. I created the salsa almost about 10 years ago, so that's my baby. But some of these methods of supply may not have been structured for an online environment when they were originally conceptualized. And so I'm not saying that necessarily for the salsa. But we need to reflect as we look to migrate our businesses into the system to decide, do we take the existing method of supply as is? Do we bring it in? And does it work in the new environment in a way that facilitates the business? Or do we need to rethink some of these methods of supply before we bring them in? And I think TBIPs and SBIPs is a great example of that, is the modernization will happen first before we bring those vehicles into the system. I don't want to speak for any specific commodity, but this is something that we will, as we onboard groups, we look at their business, we look at the tools that they have in place, and we make decisions around, is it appropriate to bring them in as they stand, or do we need to do a modernization first before we bring in those vehicles?
Okay, no, understood. And those consultations are ongoing, you mentioned, for
Correct.
the services? Okay. And the final question is, so the platform's going to consolidate the various bids going on within Canada, or opportunities, I should say. Does the platform enable provinces and municipalities to procure off of the Canada Buys catalog?
So there is an initiative called the Collaborative Procurement Initiative, which allows provinces and territories and the broader public sector to purchase off our methods of supply. And we're working with that initiative to assess the best way of continuing to make our tools available to the broader public sector.
Okay, excellent. So that wraps up all the questions, folks. We're literally 6:01, so right on the dot. So strong finish with PSPC. Thank you very much for
participating, gentlemen. I think it really kind of tied up everything really nicely because we talked about technology all day and then we ended with procurement. So it was a really nice ending to this thing. So thank you very much. And my task is going to be to get your information out to as many vendors as possible to ensure that they get on board onto your platform. So thank you very much. With that, folks, that's the final session for the Digital Transformation Summit. Thank you very much for joining us. We have the December 3rd Big Data and AI Summit, which is the next and which is the last one of our series. And I just want to extend my thanks again to DMZ and the Professional Development Institute at the University of Ottawa, our partners who made this summit possible. And of course, all the vendors and public sector folks that dedicated their time to prepare and present today. So thank you all, and we'll see you on December 3rd. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
All right, that's a wrap. Thanks, Emilio.